Good morning, world. It is day 2 at AdeptiCon coverage here on Momentous Struggle. We are here to get the pre-show started for day 2 of Worlds. The qualifier was yesterday. Now we are at the top 64 players for Star Wars Shatterpoint. Thank you for joining us on this journey today. I am joined here with Austin. We are about to get a little bit of a pre-show going. We've had our interviews with some of the people at Atomic Mass Games during our lunch breaks, but today it's going to be the first thing that we do this morning. So in about 24 minutes here, Todd will be joining Will Schick, one of the heads at Atomic Mass Games, to go through our interview process. Yep. With that said, we are here today doing our little pre-show, talk about some of the stuff that we saw in the tournament yesterday, a little bit of predictions on what we have going forward for today, and then we'll get straight into the coverage. I believe we're doing 4 rounds today and then 3 rounds tomorrow as we close out this Tournament of Worlds. With that said, I wanted to go over and talk about some of the stats that we had from yesterday, but before we do so, let's talk about what people need to get through today to be able to move forward. Yes. Austin was able to figure it out and let me know that we are looking at, if you want to make it into the tournament tomorrow, you are going to need to end up with a score of 3-1 at the minimum. If you lose twice today, you are out. So think of this as a double elimination stat today. Keeping track of the stats of the players that you want to see in the top players tomorrow, got to make sure that they win all the games they have.
Yeah, with 64 players, you're going to be seeing 4 players at 4-0, and then only 8 at 3-1. So all the 3-1 should make it. Now the stats could change just a little bit if there are any ties. Now we don't really see ties that often in this game. I know yesterday, out of all the games we saw with 116 players, I believe it was, only 1 game came to a tie. I mean, the chances of a tie are very rare just because you do have to end up tying on struggles taken and then tying on wounds, which the chance of that is just not very common. So, yeah, all players, I mean, losing the first game is going to be incredibly stressful for a lot of those players because then you have to go into the next 3 knowing you have to win to make it through.
Yeah. And just thinking about qualifying for today, you know, we had I just double-checked. We had 113 players yesterday. That's the biggest Shatterpoint event in the world to date. And I mean, that's an impressive number. Very impressive number. So it's exciting to see that many people come out here and try to make it in. But that's not even including, we had 11 people pre-qualify because they were past Grand Tournament winners, and they made their way out here to play today. And since they pre-qualified, that puts us at, 124 people?
Yeah, 124 players for this Worlds. That is a lot.
That's a good chunk.
I mean, generally with Shatterpoint tournaments, you're looking at, you know, when you see 20-something players, you're like, this is a nice big tournament. So seeing 124 is kind of crazy.
I think when I've run events back home, I think the most that I ever had was 18, and that was a busy day.
Yeah.
Busy day.
Yeah, I mean, even some of the largest GTs that we have going on throughout the country or throughout the world generally don't even break 60 or 70, I think it is generally around where they land. Yeah.
Well, that's kind of it's good to see how well we're shaping up for the games coming up today. Yeah. So let's talk about some of the stuff that we saw yesterday and could potentially make some predictions on what we're going to see today, knowing some of those stats. Yeah. So the first thing that I wanted to go over is talking about the elephants in the room, because we, as players of the community, know that they are going to arrive. We just didn't know how well they were going to arrive. And, well,
they arrived.
They surely did. Cassian Andor and Commander Boss.
Yeah, seeing I mean, that is getting close to 50% of the players yesterday bringing one of the two or both.
Yeah. 48 players bringing
Insane.
Cassian Andor for a total of 108 games. 44 players bringing Boss for a total of 105. Now, if you weren't looking at the stats, what did you think with those game numbers? What did you think the next closest number would be? I don't know, about 80 games with the next character?
I mean, you'd kind of expect it with 80. The problem is yeah, I mean, you really think about it and you go, with how many people brought those two units, more than likely the next unit would be something that gets brought with them. But a lot of times, especially with Andor and Boss, I mean, the variety of the second primary that can be brought with them is so vast and unique that, you know, it could be spread out pretty well.
Yeah. I would have guessed that there would have been about 80 games for the next highest. But the next highest, we had 108 at Cassian, 105 at Boss. Then we had 33 players bring Hunter, and for a total of 67 games.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's which you know, you look at that stat and it's just, well, he played with Boss.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I personally, so like I've said in some of our streams prior, I was really excited for Delta Squad, and I'm going to continue to play them. I don't care if they get nerfed into the ground. I will continue to play them. I think they're awesome.
Yeah.
I had personally tried the combo of running Hunter Boss, and I was not personally a fan. I didn't like the all clones list, which is funny because it's like I will still run all clones, except I'll also throw a Jedi in the mix.
Yeah.
Like personally, the combo that I'm running a lot right now is Boss with Luminara, and if we look at the stats, it seems about 16 players have the same idea. 27 games was Luminara brought yesterday. So some people are thinking the same thing that I am, but it's a little more niche than throwing all clones in a list.
Well, and the one thing is I actually don't know how much Hunter we're going to see in the top 64 and the top 8. Just because Hunter, I feel like the Boss Hunter list is a little bit more of a straightforward, simple list where you're just sending everything forward, getting lots of dice, getting re-rolls, and swinging hard.
Yeah.
Where once you start to get into the more top player brackets, you need to have a little bit more of variety in what you can do.
Yeah.
And a lot more options for when your opponent does something, you need to have an answer.
Yeah, that one-note gameplay style starts to deteriorate after a little bit. Mm-hmm. Though I love the idea of running an all-clones kill list. You know, a full-on aggro is only going to serve yourself if the dice continue to serve you. And because at the end of the day, this game still does have a lot of variance to it. So throwing dice is going to do what you need it to do, but only if the dice work with you. So what you have to have is a game plan to approach everything. And I think that's why we see Boss and Cassian at the top of the pick rate for everyone, because what their kit provides for your team allows you to see those lines of play and make decisions that other primaries in the game aren't allowing you to do at the moment.
Yeah. Boss being able to just move lots of clones around. Mm-hmm. Fixer adding the extra dice, which, I mean, the big thing with a dice game is that you don't have to roll great if you just roll a lot.
Yeah. I mean, what was it? Yesterday we had, in one of our games here, someone had 5 additional dice on their attack, and on that attack they had 5 fails. So it's like, well, those 5 additional dice didn't help anything, but the rest of the dice hit or succeeded in some way. So I think that was kind of an even trade-off.
Yeah, exactly.
As far as other pick stats, we have in the 4th spot, we had Mando with 28 players, 55 games. Obi-Wan at 24 players for 49 games. 21 players brought Ki-Adi-Mundi for 39. Princess Leia charming to the last at 16 players, 32 games. Mace Windu, 15 players, 32 games. Vader 1, Armorer, back down to Luminara like I talked to before. And then the last character that is at double digits of players chosen yesterday, this is actually kind of a surprising stat, 10 players bought Cad Bane.
I mean, Cad Bane, just the versatility that he brings. He can slot into anywhere, and he kind of is a little bit of a force fixer.
Yeah.
As long as your list is capable of getting wounds throughout the game, I mean, his ability to just refresh force, and then also just finishing off kills, because a lot of units, if they full tree, they still can't get the kill. They're 1-2 damage short. And Cad Bane's able to just pop in, finish off that kill, refresh 2 force, netting you 1 force positive on that ability. And he fits in every era.
Yeah.
And he's a 9-pointer.
And on top of that, the what you were saying about being able to finish off a kill with just that plink of 2 damage, I think that's another reason why people are bringing Boss, because he's got the satchel charge that you can throw down.
Yep.
And I mean, that's why other people are always liking to build some Ewok lists with Leia, because she also has that satchel charge that she can throw down, finish off a kill, get some more mobility out of your team. You know, I started mentioning how I like having a list to have a little bit of win more. Last year at this time when we had the meta that we did, the number one choice for everyone was playing Iden Versio, who number one thing in her kit is that she wins more and she got extra dice. And I think that's why we're starting to see so much Boss around here, is because when Boss wins more, he gets force back and he gets extra dice for free with Fixer on the table as well. So I think that's why we're starting to see a lot of what we have here, and then we're starting to see a little bit more of the chess match gameplay with Cassian, because his ability to send people up the table all around is what's providing that mobility and lines of play that you wouldn't normally be able to get with anyone else.
Yeah.
So I think that's enough for primary statistics yesterday. I did want to bring up and talk about some of our brought supports and secondaries for the game. Yesterday, I'm sure this is no surprise to anyone, but we saw that Cassian was the number 1 brought primary, the number 1 brought support, and a number 1 brought unit in all of our player count yesterday. 44 players brought Baze Malvis and Chirrut Imwe. It's like a match made in heaven. The secondary that you have in that slot under Cassian could be anyone. It really can fit any play style that you want.
Yep.
You could throw Boba Fett in there if you want to. You could throw Sabine. You could throw Callus. And all 3 of those are going to provide a different play style for what you're building your team to be. If you're throwing in Callus or Sabine, you're likely looking at Kanan as an option. You could also be looking at PLC as an option as your secondary, like your second primary. But Baze Malvis and Chirrut Imwe are always going to be who you bring under Cassian when you have 9 squad points to work with and a 5-point support that provides as many options as they do. They're almost an auto-include.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is Cassian Andor by himself really isn't the meta threat that a lot of people think that he is. It's really the combo of him with Baze and Chirrut that push him over the top. Because we saw when Cassian Andor first came out before Baze and Chirrut were released, he was a good unit.
He's fine.
At the time, he was new, which meant he was good because a lot of players didn't understand how to play against that revenge. But the moment everyone started to learn how to play against it, Cassian started to drop off, but then Baze and Chirrut came out, and the powerhouse they are, combined with Cassian Andor, just make them, such a big threat.
Well, I think part of it is the second half of Cassian's identity. When you activate with a Shatterpoint card, whoever is activating gets Impact 2 and Sharpshooter 2 for the rest of the turn, where Baze and Chirrut, depending on what stance you have them in, will add an additional to that. So they're getting, if they focus, which is easy to do if you flip stances, they're getting no matter what 5 additional dice on their turn, whether they be in melee or at range, activating them on a Shatterpoint. Also, even if you have wounded or injured them prior, they are going to refresh enough force so they have the ability to use their force abilities in that turn. It's a tough thing to deal with, but that's why it's kind of a match made in heaven. They're like a perfect little pairing.
Yeah. I mean, you saw them in the movie. They were perfect together. So.
Yeah, exactly. The other thing is that not only does that enable them, but I wanted to go back a little bit on what you said is like, Cassian is fine, but if you think about what Cassian Andor himself does on his turn, he doesn't provide a whole lot for his team. His activations are kind of nothing burger, whatever. He doesn't provide a whole lot. He's not always going to get a kill. He's not going to condition stack people, but he will, solid chunk of damage, but you don't expect him to be the wounder that like Boss is per se.
Yeah.
What he provides for your team is what he's doing by standing there and having words on his card. It's like the same thing of like why I like to bring Luminara in my lists. Her activations are nothing.
Oh, it's always awful.
She doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
I mean, we had the stream game that we saw her wound something, and I said, I forgot she can do that. But what she provides to your team is what's the words on her card. You have a win more and you have a revenge trigger. That's why I like bringing her, is because she brings a little bit of everything.
Yeah, exactly.
Right under Baze Malbus and Shirat Imwe, you have the Rebel Commandos and Cassian Andor brought as the most, tied at 41 players, bringing both of them. Now, talking about match made in heaven, Rebel Commandos under Cassian Andor is also a very easy decision to make.
Yeah, especially before Baze and Shirat came out, Rebel Commandos were the staple that went with him.
Yeah.
Just because they can very easily get a focus on their turn with their ability, and so comboing that with Cassian, giving them 2 extra dice, they were a perfect match with him before.
I mean, you're getting both of them a free focus, 10 dice, and on 3 you get a couple damage, pin and a shove. I don't think you need much more than that, and that right there is already what counters Cassian as is. You're throwing pin on them, not letting them move, and once you set up all your dominoes, knock something down. If they're pinned, they can't do anything about it. So that's why it's always such a good idea to bring them. And then just under those 3, we have Delta Squad in order: 7 Scorch, Fixer, and Boss. 38, 35, 33 players bringing those in that order.
Yeah, it is interesting to see that 7 Scorch and Fixer were brought more than Boss, which means those units are actually just good on their own without Boss, being able to fit into a team without him. I mean,
100%.
If you have clones, throw Fixer in there.
Yeah.
There you go.
I mean, Fixer is finally a tiebreaker for the Republic.
Yeah.
This is the only faction in the game that didn't really have a tie-breaking unit, so it makes sense that we're throwing him in there. But 7 Scorch being the ones above Fixer makes a lot of sense to me, and here's why. They're a 5-point for the Republic, which they didn't have before. They have Protection Steadfast just by standing on an objective, which, I don't know if you know this, that's the point of the game. It's the best way to score points. Having a tanky unit sit on an objective, provide that value that you need, it makes sense. You can fit them anywhere except for under your 7-point primaries, which, as we were talking about the most brought primaries yesterday, you weren't seeing a lot of 7-point Republics brought. So, I mean, if you really want to, you can bring 7 Scorch under Obi-Wan, bring them along with Pawns, and you've got something there. You can also bring them with Commander Phil. You've got something there, And if you're wanting to go like a full aggro list, you don't even need to bring Obi-Wan. You could bring someone like Kiadi-Mundi. You could bring Luminara. You've got options.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting to see them moving around like that. But it is nice to see. I mean, you sit there and look and say, I think now with Fixer in the game, it's just the Separatists, and I'd say / Mandos, because I mean, I guess the Mandalorians technically would have a tiebreaker because of the bounty hunter guy. I'm terrible with names, but yeah, Separatists don't have a tiebreaker yet. But Separatists are also missing a lot of stuff, so it makes sense.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Separatists, hey, Trench, it's going to be a tiebreaker. There we go.
Eventually.
Yeah.
Eventually. Just under the elephants in the room, I think we have a very reliable and understandable batch of characters being brought, which is Ezra Bridger and Captain Rex. Now, if you're talking about Rebellion, another one that we talk about all the time is seeing Ezra, and when we're talking about Republic, you see Rex. I'm just getting the signal from Todd that we are just about ready for the Will Schick interview, so thank you guys for hanging out with the pre-show. We're going to go ahead and close this out for a minute, and we will be back with Todd and Schick.
I don't think we need to worry about
I'll just
that.
lean in when I have to say something like this.
I'll just cuddle up.
You'll just cuddle up? All right. Well, hey, we're back. I got a couple of people. I thought I was only going to have one. Instead, I got a double my pleasure, double my fun, like Doublemint Gum with Schick and Plumber.
That's right. We're
Morning,
here.
I'm excited. How you guys doing this morning?
Oh, I think we're still riding the high from yesterday. Finally getting to show stuff, like show off a Kylo Ren we've been working on forever.
Yep.
Talk about the update, and like it's always a blast. Like I think Friday night for the roadmap, Plumber can correct me if I'm wrong, but it's always one of the most fun things for the staff because you finally get to show off and talk about a lot of the cool things that you've been trying to keep secret forever.
Right.
And we know leaks exist and things like slip out all the time, so it's always a bit of an ulcer-creating problem when you're like, we really want to surprise people with X, Y, or Z. But yeah, so it's been great.
I think the hardest part is like trying to keep it secret the first couple of days of the show. We're so excited, and we know it's like right there.
It's true. When people are directly being like, so what's happening? What's next? And they look at you with their little puppy dog eyes. It can be, you can be like, I guess I could tell you, but I can't tell it. And then it's just, but everybody's got good puppy dog eyes here. It's great.
Yeah, it's what the gamers do because they're trying to get that free information, that free product. Come on, you like me.
That's right.
And it's hard because we do like you all.
Exactly, you do love us all. I know that's fantastic. So yeah, I did want to bring you guys on, talk a little bit about the roadmap. Of course, the doom and gloom about it all is that the game is dead from what I've been hearing out in there, and I know that you guys are doing your best to let us know that. Is from what they're telling me out in the ether anyway, which I don't believe. I think that you guys are definitely working everything you can to make this game work, but I do want to ask a couple of questions kind of about the roadmap. We did see all the previews that you had up there, and one of the things that really stuck out to some of us was 2027 was the date. We didn't have any quarter 2026. Is there a reason behind that, or is there something that we can look? I know you did talk about keeping things secret, having some surprises in the future, but you also know that resources are limited now too. So is there a reason behind that?
So one of the reasons that we didn't really want to ascribe to a quarter is because there's a couple of things going on logistically, just in terms of everything going on, right? Tariff impact is still kind of a thing that's happening. We have expanded into a couple of new manufacturers as well.
Okay.
And part of the reason for that is we originally just used to work with one only, but the lines have continued to grow. We're doing more and more stuff, so it was really important that we kind of branch out and open up the pipeline a bit more, right? Diversify, all that good stuff. That means that comes with a little bit of risk in terms of you have to build that relationship. You have to understand how are they going to take the files that you give them and approach them, right? How are they going to do mold cuts and tooling cuts and that kind of stuff in terms of 2D layouts? Our engineers are great in that they do all the parting for the miniatures, right? We don't rely on an external for that, and I think that's one of the big strengths that we have. And as far as the build quality and the type of experience that you have is that our dedicated teams of engineers, they're all hobbyists themselves. They'll understand that, they know what that process is going to be, and so we can have a really active hand in that. Whereas a lot of folks who, I've worked at a couple of different places across my career, not everybody does that.
Right.
And so we kind of consider that one of our secret sauces, even though we talk about it pretty freely. The thing is that, there's a lot more that goes into it after that parting, and we don't want to commit to a date only to miss it, as we're kind of working through these processes to find new partners and to find places that are going to be able to give us the quality that we want. Because the last thing we want to do is just rush something out and have it not meet kind of our standards that we've set for the last couple of years to disappoint the community and those types of things. Yeah. Realistically, I think you're going to see those kits earlier in the year than later. But the last thing that we really want to do is set an expectation, miss it, especially with everything that's going on with the statements and the feeling of the general tenor of the community. We'd rather underpromise and overdeliver rather than set a date and end up having to be in that difficult situation of which type of disappointment ice cream do you want? Right? And so that's really the reason behind it, is that sometimes when we're not confident in being able to deliver on what we say we're going to do, because we take that very seriously, we do kind of try to make it clear that these dates are future looking and they're TBD, but we want to be as accurate as possible, right? We want to keep people not wondering as much as possible if we can, And so with this specifically because of the situation and the fact that we've been moving to different factories and trying different and working on new partnerships, and that may throw a couple of hurdles in our way or take a little bit extra time. We just wanted to keep a general date for now. I imagine as we like move that stuff through and sneak that out, we'll see that go. If folks play other games, you might have noticed in like the Crisis Protocol roadmap, for example, there were certain dates that we had announced at Ministrav or hadn't announced at Ministrav. Actually, I don't think we announced any of the quarters for the stuff at Ministrav. Same deal, right? Exact same reason for that. So it's something that if you kind of look at the past, you'll see we've repeated a few times, and it's because we're trying to be really cautious and careful about promising something, not being able to deliver, have that significant disappointment of people expecting it, not seeing it,
Right.
and instead give as much of a viewpoint into what you can hope for or what we're looking at doing that is as accurate as possible. And then as we know more, we'll of course update people and let them know what's going on.
Makes sense. So on the lines of under promise, over deliver, or under promise, deliver early. However, one of the things, and this is probably going to be for you, Plumber, is we didn't see anything new in the roadmap, and I think one of the next things people are thinking is, does that mean there is nothing new coming?
I mean, that's an understandable thing to be concerned about, but again, it's the same thought process, right? Like we want to make sure that we're over promising and under delivering, and since this stuff is already out in 2027, like when the time comes that we're going to show something, we want to be able to show you something new. And if we show like everything that we're even thinking of making now, or like everything that we have any kind of plan for, and we show it to you now, then we've already told you we're going to be on a slower timeline.
Right.
So it's going to be longer between the releases. So if we show you now, we have nothing to show you later.
Right.
And then there's just going to be another gap where there's nothing new coming, and people haven't seen anything new, and then people are going to be upset and be worried about it. So there's really no good way for us to, like in the current situation that we're in, we kind of can't win. Like, of course, people want to see things and be excited, and we want to show things and have people be excited, but we also want to save some things for later. Like you can't give people their Christmas presents early as much as you want to.
No Christmas in
because
July
it ruins
for us.
Christmas.
Maybe in July, you just don't know, right? Like it's all a timing thing.
Exactly.
Yeah, to kind of build off of what Plummer said, and to go back, because I think the best way to kind of address some of these concerns is to show what we're doing with the other lines as well, right? If you look at the Legion, if you watched the Legion announcements last night, we dropped a huge surprise in the fact that Mandalorians are coming in June.
Right.
Which that is the closest announcement to release date we've ever done. And that's something that we've also been working really hard on, right? I think if you're part of the Crisis Protocol community, you'll see that one of the things that they were a little disappointed on is that they didn't see anything new, right? Everything they got was like an iteration of things they'd seen before. Unfortunately, when you build that kind of like release excitement debt that Plummer's talking about, which we've talked about internally in the office, where you show things so far away, eventually you have to pay that kind of off if you want to get back to a point to where you're not just showing people like brand new things that they have to wait a year for.
Right.
Our real goal, our real intention here is to try to be able to get to a point to where we're showing people the cool new things, and they only have to wait 6 months, right? They only have to wait 4 months, that kind of stuff. And that is a bit of a painful adjustment, I think, when we're used to like being excited about things and then waiting forever. But we kind of made that decision based on the fact that like what we kept seeing was we would have these announcements, people would be absolutely thrilled for the future, and then they would just kind of go to the next, right? We all go to the next thing. There's so much information, there's so much news.
It's only news once.
You have all of these, and I think it's only like, you only get to open the Christmas present once, to use like Plummer's kind of thing. And what we really want to do is we want to make that Christmas morning where you see the surprise, you see that excitement, be something that you can be like, oh, and I don't have to wait 9 months, 10 months, 12 months, 18 months to get. Instead, you can be like, this is so amazing, let's talk about it, let's speculate about it, and in 3 months, we'll finally have it in our hands, we'll be able to play with it, or 4 months, or whatever that is.
Makes sense.
So, there's a lot of, I think this is just kind of a point where there's a lot of changes going on. There are, of course, changes that have happened with the studio. There are changes in terms of just like how we're approaching each different product line. But there's also just a fundamental shift in what we're trying to do to create the best experience around the games as possible, not just within the rules of the game, but also the experience of like being engaged in the game, right? Being surprised and excited about the games, being able to speculate and have fun, like trying to figure out how these things will work.
Right.
And not having it take so long to get there that we kind of lose that energy, that excitement. And all of a sudden, like you're always kind of going to that next thing instead of the thing that's right before you.
That makes sense. So yeah, I mean, it's funny because I think one of the things that a lot of people is like maybe not even realize is we have everyone in their minds, including myself. We're all amateur game designers at some level or another, and and so some people are like, oh, I can whip out this card, and they come up with a brilliant idea, at least to themselves, maybe others, but they come up with this idea of what a cool card would be, a cool tree would look like, and things along those lines. And well, why can't you do that? It's kind of like AMG, that's what they do for a living. They should be able to sit there and pump that out, not realizing that, from concept to actual putting it out in the public is 2 to 3 years sometimes. And I think people lose track of that. Does that add a level of not being able to communicate that efficiently sometimes to the public about how the process works? Myself being pretty naive to how the process works.
I can answer that a little bit, because I've had that conversation with a lot of people here at the show, actually.
Right.
They ask about the balance update and why is it like a year between them? It should be pretty easy to fix this card. And I could hop into InDesign and I can make the change, absolutely. But the truth of the matter is that we have an entire pipeline that everything has to go through, from the devs to graphic designers to editors, and then it's got to go to licensing, and it's got to do all these things. There's this whole path. And every time that you put something into that process, it pushes something else back, or it has to be planned for. And like Schick said, we have all these big announcements for the other ones as well, and all those things need to go through our pipeline as well, and we're all the same team working on all the games. And so, we need to have a plan for when we're going to do these things and how we're going to do these things to make sure that we're keeping an appropriate workflow for all the people that work at the studio. And one thing that I'm really grateful for at Atomic Mass Games is that we really try and keep things at a cadence where people are working at a comfortable pace, and that people aren't working at a breakneck pace and burning themselves out. And what that means is that we need to, we plan things what we think is going to be an appropriate timeline, and sometimes it feels a little bit long. But it allows us to make sure that we're doing things conscientiously, and that we're doing them well, and that we're not overworking anyone or getting anyone to a point where, we're just pushing something out and you see more errors.
Yeah.
So it can be hard to wait for the thing. We have a hard time waiting for the thing because we've been done with it for a while, but it still needs to get through the rest of the process, and we need to respect our coworkers who also have other things to do, and other game lines that need to have their products come out in the timeline that we've told them those are going to come. So, yeah, yes, it's very easy for us to make the change, but then there's a whole bunch of other steps that need to happen before it actually goes out into the world.
Yes.
And, we're already working on the next thing because there's going to be a wait before that comes out into the world.
Makes sense. So what you're telling me is that you don't have Schick in his Mad Max gear with a baseball bat full of nails just standing over everyone saying, get to work, get this out right now.
I'm that guy who's attached by chains to the the girders on the semi, and he's playing the guitar that's shooting fire. That's what I do.
Yeah.
That's just all I do.
You're just the motivator.
I just run around and I'm just like, ba-da-da-da-da-da. And then they're like, work harder, yes. Must complete.
That makes sense.
Another big thing to think about too, right? And we talk about this a lot, is that there are two wolves among the 20 wolves that live inside all of us. And there's the wolf that wants immediate change now, right? Just change it. I don't care what it is, just change it. And that wolf is the short-term kind of immediate gratification wolf. And it can seem like that is a great solution, but the problem is that if we just made changes that we thought were right, and we gave them no testing, no kind of time to bake, no kind of discussion, whatever, I guarantee you that 99% of those changes we would change again, very quickly, right? Because they would break something, they would not address the actual problem, they would do X, Y, or Z. The other one is the wolf that says, I want a balanced and fun experience, and I want the game to be the best it can be. And unfortunately, in order to get there, that's the patience wolf, right? It's the one that says, you have to put things through the process. You have to be very diligent in what these things do and how they're going to affect things. And, everything Plummer said about process and how these things slot in is true. I think a lot of the people out there are yeah, but, making changes to cards and putting them through graphic design and licensing should be a much faster process than making something new. And they would be totally correct.
Yeah, it is.
But the reality is that making changes doesn't actually change the timeline and how long we test things. Right? We put changes to things through the exact same process of testing and quality control on the dev side in terms of play testing and all that stuff, like we do a brand new character. And we do that because, little pebbles in a pond can still make big ripples. And you don't want to wind up in a situation where you're constantly changing the game because, usually the person who's really looking forward to having that change happen quickly and be addressed is a person who's very invested in the game and they're already watching for rules updates. They understand that rules updates happen, right? But there's a lot of players out there, they play once, twice a month, maybe they only play twice a year, right? The community is really large and diverse in terms of the way in which it engages with the games and that kind of stuff. You know, I've seen a lot of people online be brave souls and go into the Discords and be like, I wish they didn't change anything at all because I hate it. I hate trying to keep up. Like, just leave the game alone.
Right.
And so in that case, right, the other thing that we have to consider is what's the frequency of changes before the game becomes kind of unplayable for anybody but the top, 10% of people who are constantly engaged and constantly looking at like the new rules updates and are able to process all of that. You know, unlearning what you have learned, as we know from Luke's experience on Dagobah, is pretty damn hard. Right? And so you run into the situation where, like, just because you have the power and the ability to make changes constantly and push things out as fast as you can, with tabletop, the processor is people's brains, and people's brains are incredibly powerful, but also incredibly weirdly wired. And it's not like a video game patch where you just plug it in and the game does 95% of the work on adjusting the game rules, and then we as the players just have to figure out, oh, this gun that used to be overpowered now sucks, and I gotta go to this weapon now because it actually is better based on the stats that they changed. Like, the level of interaction, right, to make the game function is much, much lower in a video game than it is in a tabletop game, because like, you're not only playing the game, you're running the game, right? You and your opponent are the only reason that game works, because your two brain computers are being like, yep, this is how these like different programming functions work, and this tells me that I'm going to move this guy like this, right? And then on top of that, you're making decisions as to how you're going to use those rules in order to like interact with the table. So every time you change like even a little thing, there's a lot of people who are just like, they'll forget it. They won't remember it, or maybe they don't know it.
I am that person.
And I think that, that has been, to talk at a philosophical level, that has been one of the biggest and most interesting challenges kind of post-COVID.
Right.
Because we were seeing more like print and play, more like rules, adjustments, and errata kind of in a natural state before COVID. But definitely after COVID, the community sentiment and kind of the expectation on how living tabletop games specifically, should be managed and updated and balanced dramatically changed, right? It has been a snowball's effect, and we have seen kind of the pendulum swing as far as I think it possibly can, with people now, like certain games now announcing, we're going to have aggressive, like almost monthly updates, and we're going to be doing all this stuff. And in my head, I'm like, that sounds really exciting from the game's going to be perfect. But as somebody who has done this for so long with great people who are very, very smart, it's like that actually, to me, it just sounds like there's no way, right? If you're making that many changes that fast, then really all you're saying is like, you'll never know if you're balanced or not, because the snow will never land. Like, you'll never see what happens. It's just going to be kind of like balanced through chaos, really. And how are people? I think the real thing is like, how is the community for those games that are having these aggressive changes? How are they going to manage, right?
Yeah, it's a lot to absorb.
Yeah.
And I think people, again, the loud minority want to have what they want now, and unfortunately aren't looking at the bigger picture of the other 95% that don't want that, but they're not saying,
look, we feel for them, right?
Yeah,
if we could just snap our fingers and make changes right away and be confident in the fact that they were going to do stuff, like, there's nothing worse than, from our perspective, and Plummer can, again, disagree with me if he wants to, but when I go to work every day, the only thing I'm thinking about is how are we going to make games that bring joy and fun to people's tables, right? And to their lives. So when you fail at that process, when you make something that's a little overpowered, or it starts to take over the game system, and you start to see voices, minority or not, it doesn't matter how many, it can be one person, who are unhappy, and they're like, my experience is being less than it should be because of X, Y, or Z problems. That really hurts. It does really sting. It's one of those things where you're like, kind of like being a parent when your kid falls off the playground, your first instinct is to immediately run over and like pick them up and tell them everything's going to be okay.
Right.
But there's a lot of like nuance to that. Like, you also have to be like, okay, well, the first time that happens, right? you don't want to jump in and try to fix it. You want to sit back and see, like, okay, can the community fix it? Is this just a single isolated incident? Is it something more? Let's watch for a pattern. A lot of the times when players initially have reactions about things, good or bad, if you give it enough time, the community is very smart, and there's a lot of innovation in it, and there's a lot of people who have like really great takes, or they're good problem solvers, and they'll come in and they'll be like, oh, well, if you just do this, this, and this, it's not a problem. Right. And then now they've solved the problem, they're taking ownership of the game and the community and the meta in the way in which we really want. Like, that's what these games are designed to do. They're not designed for us to dictate to you how the game should play. Right. We provide kind of a foundation and set, and then the reason I think so many of us keep coming back to these games is that you are part of the creative process in that how you build your list, how you put things together, all of this stuff. Mm-hmm. So you don't want to just dive in right away. But then as you kind of get more and more data and you watch how things are going, if that problem doesn't go away or if it starts to get multiplied by a few more voices, at that point you're just like, okay, we understand we have to do something. And that pressure builds and builds. And this comes back to the waiting. Waiting can be an exciting thing. It can also be a very painful thing. And so I want people to understand that, like, we feel that pain as much or maybe more than the community does, because to us it's not just the game isn't as fun as it could be or people are having a bad experience. It's like we have failed at our core mission and our core desire every day we go to work, which is to make sure that every time you're playing Shatterpoint on the table, you're having a blast, you're having a great time, and you're not worrying about these external factors like Cassian being slightly overpowered or really overpowered depending on your take, or like B1's not being good enough, that kind of stuff. And so if we could push that stuff out right away and make it all better, we absolutely would. But we also know that, like, we don't want to make things worse by trying to make it better. Right? And so you're going to go through that kind of process.
Yeah, and like, just to expound on that, I think the thing that I hear the most when I come to these things is, wow, it must be so cool to see so many people loving what you make. Right. And that's true. It's truly awesome to sit here and see like 113 people playing Shatterpoint like 50 feet away from me. That's rad. That's super rad. But you see like 2 people that are upset about the game. Yeah. It's like the same factor of bad feeling of like, oh no,
the negativity.
Like, they're not having a good time. That's no good. No bueno.
Yeah, the negativity sometimes can trump. 2 instances of negativity can trump 100 instances of positivity sometimes, and it's like changing that outlook can definitely be a way to do it, and shifting your outlook. And I think that's something that everyone should be able to work on a little bit. Like I know I can work on that myself as well. I think we're in a good spot as it is. One of the things kind of go to the changes in your philosophy that you were talking about. I know a lot of people were upset because they saw the reveal and they've decided that you've decided not to touch Cassian and Boss. You thought he was perfectly fine, so you didn't put him in the reveal to tell us that you're making any changes, which I think a lot of us were surprised because they thought they were being vocal enough about their displeasure with that.
I think what that really was kind of a case of like, well, they know these are going to be in there, right? We don't need to put those characters up on the screen.
Never assume.
Yeah, that was an error, and I apologize. You will see changes to those units in the update.
Yeah.
We're listening.
And specifically to Cassian, one of the big things that was adjusted was this town's about ready to blow, going to blow. Sorry, I don't remember the exact quote. It's like 8 a.m. But that ability got touched. I think there were a couple other things.
Yeah, that got touched. I believe the identity got touched a little bit.
Okay.
Yep.
So hopefully we identified very well, and I think Plumber and the team are very, very wise and smart in terms of their kind of like touches on that. But we discussed, what the community was feeling. We did a couple of different iteration changes on those, plus other characters, right? We showed off 3, and then I think there were 3 kind of portraits that were there at the end to lead to the thing. But it's a fairly substantial change. I think we hit, in the tens, 10.
Yeah, I
10.
think so. I believe so. I don't remember the exact number off the top of my head.
Yeah.
I think it's a little bit smaller than the first one, but we hit so much in the first one.
The first one was huge.
We hit a lot in the first one. And we're going to continue to monitor that stuff, right? It's like I said last night, I think the other thing hopefully people took away is that, we firmly committed to 1 annual update a year, minimum. As I said during the keynote, if for whatever reason there's an emergency, we feel like there's something that has to be addressed before the annual update, we'll do that.
Yep.
No question. But we're going to like set kind of a flag for people to understand and look forward to, and know that, we're committed long-term to the game and its health and all of that stuff, along with new products and whatever else like comes forward for the game as well. And I think, as much as exciting as it is to see brand new things, the game itself does have, what was the count, like 130 some units, I think, at this point.
Yeah, I mean, and where it's only 3 years old.
And yeah, and and like at the end of the day, right? As long as we can continue to, if you think about, okay, well, what's the actual like balance of things that players believe are worth taking? What are the things that are underplayed? Bring those underplayed things up. It brings the diversity and the options and the opportunities to players also up. So, ideally, and the hope is a little bit that by continuing to do that, you are also ensuring that the game remains fresh, remains exciting, and this slower pace of releases in order to make the game sustainable and to, hit all of the different checkboxes that we as a studio, which work for a business called Asmodee, who has their own fiduciary responsibilities to these people, are going to be able to do, and everybody's going to come out mostly happy, right?
Right. Yeah, I mean, and I think that's one of the things that maybe some people lose on is I remember when the update came out last year, it felt like a new game completely, and and that's one of the nice things that is going. I was expecting to happen again with the amount of effort that you guys put in onto these updates. I've seen coming from the MCP side. We've seen that, and I also know that you need to make sure you hit the mark right, because let's talk about Malekith, and how well that went.
Yep.
Because I know you don't want to go back and touch something a second time, and so you're going to take the time to sit there and do it the right way the first time and everything along those lines, because having to come back a second time is not utilizing the resources that you guys have, and you want to make sure you utilize as effectively as possible. And so I think that's one thing that people need to keep in mind is, there's a lot of changes, like you said, going on internally, externally, and you need to make sure you're utilizing what you have to the best of your ability. So I think that's something that people need to keep in mind. So going into a little bit off topic of that, one of the things that I was really excited about was you're finally bringing the painting competition to the Star Wars side. How long was that in the works?
I mean, we've been talking about it since before Shatterpoint even released. It definitely became, it was one of those things that as we were initially developing the game and working on it, we knew that if we were going to do Shatterpoint, we wanted to do this painting competition. But then when we got stewardship of Legion as well, which was another hobby game, it became that much more pressure to be like, oh, we really need to do this now, because we don't just have one, we have two. And we wanted to we want to promote hobby throughout all of the miniatures games. So it's been 4 or 5 years a coming, and part of that is just there's a little bit of like foundational grounding, right? Like we needed to establish the communities, ensure that we understood what we were doing and that kind of stuff. Like get through a lot of things, but then the other part to it is, it's all in the planning, like what are the trophies going to be, what are we going to call it, all these things that we have to work through with licensing. And I think it took a little bit longer than it did for us to get the Worthy down, because I think we wound up launching, maybe it was about the same amount of time, but that, because the Worthy launched in 2022, I think.
Yeah.
So.
And you had a little thing called COVID that kind of.
Yeah, that added like an extra year to it. So like really it takes about 3 years to get this stuff going, to be able to, because it's like a product, but then there's more to it.
Right.
And there's a lot of nuance to like when you're doing a painting competition, like how do you write the rules and what does that mean and all of this stuff. So the lawyers get involved too, which is always a joyous time because they are very particular.
The real devs.
Yeah, I think my favorite Dallas breakdown that I've ever seen was when they were like, well, we really need a percentage criteria for judging to put into the actual rules because of legal lawyer reasons, and he was just like, I don't know what to tell these people. You can't divide art. There is no percentage of art that I'm going to judge on. I'm just going to judge on the art. And I was like,
that sounds like a very Dallas kind of.
I don't know what to tell you, man. Let them know and see what they say. So that was, so that does kind of slow things down. But I'm super excited. Just wandering the tables, getting to walk up and down and see what players have done and to see the amazing work that they do just for the games. It's so cool, and I'm so excited to be able to bring that competition to them. because of how it's designed, again, and I talked a little bit about this during the keynote, to be a skill journey against yourself, right? Like, you can go in and say, I want to win Grandmaster and get the big trophy. Or, yeah, it's a trophy, not a statue. That's important. You can get the big trophy, right? But I think for so many people, the competition is unique and exciting in that if you're just somebody who loves the hobby, you can take that miniature that you just finished that you feel like is the best of your work, put it into the competition, see where you land. Maybe you're a bronze, maybe you're a silver, maybe you're a gold, maybe you're not to a medal yet. And then after that competition, you're going to get a chance to talk with incredible painters, Dallas being one of them, but of course we always have amazing judges like Liz Beckley and Ben Comets, who are renowned, professional painters. And their favorite thing to do at this show, no joke, is the moment on Sunday when they get to sit down and provide feedback to people.
Right.
And to tell them, okay, well, this is why you got the level that you did. These are the things that you can improve on as a painter. These are the things I would look at next. Here's some ideas, or here's some videos to go check that out if you don't know what I'm talking about. It's incredible, right? And there, to my knowledge, there's like no other painting competitions that really function in that way at this kind of like scale, right? There, it's based on a European kind of style painting approach, but it's been incredible from the Worthy experience just to watch the same person come back. Like we have painters that come back year after year after year, and you recognize them, and like they didn't medal, and then you'll meet them at the reg desk, and I'll be like, oh, you're back, and they're like, yeah, I got my notes, I'm really excited, I think this will get me a bronze, and maybe they don't get it again, and they're like, oh, I didn't quite get there, but when they get that bronze, when they get that medal, it's that moment is so magical to watch and to see, and I know it really lights up Dallas and the judges to like see people progress and be excited about that. So it took a lot longer than any of us want. It was a super thrill last night. I mean, inside baseball, we literally got the final approval I think 2 days ago. So we were in the booth, the little like structure for the events hall, having a discussion as to, well, should we just announce it? No. Should we just raw announce it and tell people? Because we were so excited it was finally locked in, and we weren't planning on it, and so we went back and forth, but at the end everyone was just like, no, we have to say it. We have to say it here. It's going to be great. So the level of anticipation and just, we're there, we can't wait to see what comes was really big.
Yeah, as soon as you said sharpen up your brushes, I was just like, yes! I was pretty excited about that, because it's nice to see. I mean, and I know the work that goes into the Worthy. I see, like, on the back end of it, like, Dallas is completely smoked by the end with all of them, like, having to judge all of the models and everything like that. So I understood having to add a second one of those is got to be just exhausting. Like, the work that's going to have to go into it at the con itself. Yeah. So I'm very happy that you found a way to make that work for the hobby side of everyone, because there's a lot of people who put their heart and soul into the painting. They may not everyone plays the game at the level where they're going to be playing at the World Championship, but a lot of people are always trying to improve themselves as a painter. I mean, I know I go back and pull the first Baron Zemo that I painted, and I actually and then I pulled another one like 5 years later, and I'm like, wow, look at the improvement I went to. And I think that's kind of what the Worthy and hopefully, I forget, what is the name of it?
Master of the Brush.
Master of the Brush is going to be, is like finding that here's where I started, here's where I am now, here's where I'm going to go the next year. And I think that's kind of the idea of what a lot of you are trying to promote with this. So I'm very excited about that and what we're going to see.
Yeah. No, I think the number one question we got consistently every AdeptiCon since the Worthy launch was, when are you doing Star Wars? And it was so hard to just like look at them and be like, as soon as we can, like that was, but it was, you can't really even say that. You just have to be like, yeah, no, we would love to do that. I think it's something that we'll work on in the future, and you give them all like the platitudes and stuff, but in your soul, you're just like, trust me, as soon as we possibly can.
I'm quite positive that is the answer that I got when I asked that 2 years ago.
I have no doubt. Yep.
Sounds right.
Yeah, that sounds about it. And I think that's one of the things that we, on the outside, people maybe need to take away from. There's a lot of things internally that you want to say, but it goes back to the under promise, over deliver. You don't want to say something and then it not come to fruition as quickly as you want. I mean, it even goes back to, look last year at the update that you did, the balance update that you did, and it was May of last year, correct? Mm-hmm. So you said May. Well, May 1st rolled around and you didn't have an update.
Yeah.
So you were lying to us.
Yes.
And that's that. How dare you not release on May 1st? And then, well, of course it's going to be May 4th because it's May the 4th. So, and then it didn't happen there. So you definitely have been lying to us. Well, how dare you not tell us immediately when I was expecting it, sir? I just want you to know.
I think it's always interesting to, everybody's expectations, everyone's perspectives are different, and I think I think everyone struggles at it, but that has been the constant. We talk about a lot of journeys of improvement, journey from hobby, journey from creative, journey to make rules better. One of the things that we're consistently trying to be better and better at is understanding how to properly communicate in ways that people receive and then understand, and don't, create misunderstandings or issues that can be easily solved, right?
Right.
So the May thing was an interesting one because it was like, okay, we're going to do it in May. We're generally vague because we know based on timelines that our licensing approval, right, our final approval to be able to post these things, which it does have to go through, will be done sometime within that month. So we're confident to put it there. But then when people hear May, everybody takes away a different idea. It's going to be the start of May. It's going to be this and that. And in your head, you're like, well, we never set a date. We just meant the month.
Right.
But I guess, then you start thinking, you're like, I guess you kind of have a point. Maybe we should have been clearer, but we didn't really know, right? We generally knew where this date was, and we didn't want to give a date to miss because that would have been the worst. So it's like one of those things where you consistently try to learn how the community takes information, how you can be clearer and help their understanding, and not set up things that are going to cause consternation or issues to that. It's very tough, and we screw it up all the time. But every time that happens, we learn from it and try to improve the next one going on. Some of this fundamental shift in terms of how we're doing the roadmap and what we're trying to show and trying to tighten that window from announcement to release is based around a lot of the community conversation about it's really exciting to see these things, but it's also kind of a downer because we know they're not going to come forever.
Right.
And so can we redo everything and bring it back to where we're going to be able to be much tighter and closer to what things are going on and all of this stuff, and we think that will be better for everyone and achieve the goals that we want. We might find out that that's wrong, and we kind of adjust again, but that's just kind of life. You're just constantly trying to find the right path.
And I think that's something to keep in mind and important for maybe as a community as a whole, is realizing that you are adjusting. You're trying to be as gumpy as possible, as flexible as possible, and try and work with it. But there's a lot of factors. I mean, I think Disney answers to you, correct, when it comes to licensing.
100%.
So basically,
I have Dave Filoni on speed dial.
Exactly. So the problem is, and that's one of the things I think people lose track of, is you're not. They don't come to you and say, hey, can you do this for us? No, you have these ideas that come to them, and you have to jump through all of these different levels of things, and it's not like you can just snap your fingers and make it done. So I think that's one of the things that I think needs to be understood at a community-based level, is that it's not as quick as a process as you want to think. And I guess that for me, that's one of the things where I was looking at it, like one of the things from Ministrav that we saw but didn't see here at the reveal was Qui-Gon and his box. Where are we on that? Do we have any information on that you can give?
Well, they clearly exist.
Exactly.
Right, because we showed off sculpts. They kind of were pulled from this announcement because we had nothing new to show. Okay. Right? I mean, we could have put them back up and been like, remember these guys? They're still there. And that's always kind of a struggle when we're doing stuff and we don't have a huge amount of progression on something that we showed. For example, there've been a couple of times in other presentations where we showed something at a roadmap or we showed something in Ministrav and there wasn't anything new to show on it, and so we just left it out, and then people are like, what happened to it? Where did it go? And we kind of have to explain there wasn't anything different. Right. We didn't have any progress. So do we show that? Do we not? What we've done in the past was to put things on to ensure that it wound up on the timeline, so at least people would see the name was there, and to understand that that's there. But that was really the deciding factor, is that those products, and I think this is a good indication, like what Plumber's talking about. We have all these things in the works. We have all these ideas. We are working on these things. We may not have an exact timeline for them as we like move forward, or maybe the timeline's so far out that we're not there yet. But it's a good example of like, yeah, there's a lot of work that has been done. Like we have sculpts for things that we have not even talked about yet. And our intention absolutely is to get all of those things out, right? We put the work into them. We poured the effort into it. We want those things to hit the community. We think it's going to be very exciting when they get there. But if we announce them now and we say, well, in the future, like, what does that mean? And then by the time we get to the future, when we show them again, is it going to be that exciting?
So when I'm standing on the rooftops in my underwear yelling, "The future is now," you're not hearing me.
No, I'm not. No,
Okay.
no.
I can take a video.
Please don't.
Hype is a thing that has to be carefully managed, and at the end of the day, the onus for that is on us to make sure that we are not setting expectations that are going to not be met, as shit keeps saying.
Right.
So, I mean, I guess all I would say is, like, you keep saying, like, that's a thing we need to understand, that's a thing that we as a community need to understand, and honestly, you don't. Like, I understand the feeling of, like, oh, well, they didn't show us anything, I guess nothing's coming out. Like, that's completely natural, and you can ask Schick, I'm sure I've said that about other games that I play and on my worst days. So, like, we've all been there, we've all been here, and we're really just trying to do our best as we go into this new era of Shatterpoint, and as things, like, slow down and we're changing the way that we're doing things, we need to relearn how to speak to the community, because hopefully by now we've built enough goodwill with you all that you understand that the things that we're saying are coming, and when we make a commitment, the thing comes. But that's on us. We need to continue to make that be the truth. Mm-hmm. And when we say, Cassian's in the balance update, well, if Cassian's not in the balance update, that's a problem.
Right.
Or if we say, this is coming, and then you wait so long and get no news eventually, like, I keep saying this, like, I don't blame anyone for not trusting something that they're told by someone who's trying to sell them something.
Right.
So, like, that's a reality, and we're relearning, we're growing, we're changing the way that we're working through Shatterpoint, so the way that we talk about it also needs to adapt and grow.
And I like hearing that you're learning and willing to adjust to how you communicate from your side to the outward-facing side with us, because I think that's one of the things that I think I've heard is that the communication is not as effective as the community had wanted. So it's nice to hear that it is something that is actively in your minds and that you're willing to do that. So I appreciate that, and I know we're getting up close to the start of the event, and I think you might have like another interview or two to do today.
One or two. But thankfully, nothing at 9. So I'm going to go grab some coffee after that.
Coffee, maybe get a bagel or something.
Yeah, maybe a bagel with schmear.
A little schmear.
Yeah, a little schmear.
A little smear.
Nah, I'm a plain bagel with butter guy. Like, that's the best way to eat them.
Fair enough. Well, I appreciate both of you taking the time to join me for a little while, talk about the game, talk about kind of what happened and where your mission is, where your guys' heads at are with the Shatterpoint community. I think a lot of people are excited to hear about that and are thankful to hear your openness with us about where you're at. So I appreciate both of you.
Absolutely. Appreciate all the work you do, all the coverage you do, being able to bring games into people's homes, and obviously the positivity and promoting the game.
I'm a pretty negative guy for the most part.
You know what? I get it, because you put it all out on this podcast. It's like you drain the battery, so you got to recharge somehow.
I got you somehow.
Negative for the world.
Exactly.
I'll take it. I'm fine with that. As a sacrifice, I am willing to make.
I appreciate it. Well, thanks again, you guys. Have a good rest of the weekend. I'm sure I'll be seeing you at least once or twice.
Oh, of course.
You're only about 10 minutes away from me, or 10 steps away from me, really.
Pretty much.
He's hoping.
I appreciate you guys very much. Thanks again for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, man.
Bye now. It's up to you guys.
I'll do game 1 and then.
I don't know if they were. Yeah, you guys figure it out. Hello, my friends. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed the little brief interview that I had with two guys that I kind of enjoy being around. I did ask about 2026 releases. They did not really answer. They were very coy about that, and I think that's going to be kind of the case. They wanted to say they didn't want to over set high expectations and not be able to deliver those is kind of like the general thing. But I think we're in good shape. I thanks for the positivity vibes. Yeah, I try to be as positive as possible. Try and make it a spin as positive as I can, while still being like a little bit rooted in the reality of it all. Yeah. So, since we're in the top cut of Shatterpoint here, I figured the place to start is going to be with defending champion Scott. Some people might know him as Evil Houdini. He's going to be joining us at the stream table, streaming his list, and he has assured me he is not going to be playing anything on meta. He's going to be playing off meta. He's going to be playing some off meta stuff. He actually should be playing Han Solo and Hera is going to be who he's putting on the table. He did bring another list as well, but it's going to be Han Solo and Hera for sure on stream with us today. So I'm pretty excited to see that.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. I like that.
Yeah, I'm excited to see it. Now, names have not been updated here, but let me go ahead and kind of give you an idea of what the table's looking like for today. We got our Mustafar map that we're going to be putting up there and enjoying it. Aubrey is tableside talking to our friends at the main table and everything along those lines, so definitely going to be exciting to see what his opponent is bringing. But we'll get everything updated and go from there. Like I said, very, very excited to see where we are going with this top 64. And like I said, kicking off our stream with Scott, the defending champ. Now, I saw him when he was able to make it in. We weren't sure if he was going to make it or not. He's got a lot going on personally. But I'm excited that he's back and joining us and actually here to potentially defend that title of his.
Yeah, so it looks like his opponent is Jim Anastopoulos, playing a General Skywalker, Kenobi, Mace Windu boss. So we have General Skywalker with Crosshair in the 501st, and then Kenobi with Rex and Clone Commandos, Mace Windu paired with Cody and Phil's clones, and then of course Boss Fixer 7 Scorch, bringing strategic positions as his mission. So interesting there. And then Scott B bringing Never Tell Me the Odds.
Okay.
So yeah, Scott B having Hera, Bodhi, Baze, and Churret with General Solo, Callus, and Rebel Commandos. On the other side, we have Darth Vader, Barriss, Padawan Learners, and Kiadi Mundi, Shock T, Phil's clones. So seeing a really nice, you see here Rebels and Republic on Scott B's side, but no Cassian, no Fixer or Boss. So definitely some off-meta picks on Scott's side to bring us a little bit of flavor and variety into these matches. So, well, once they get their dice rolled and figure out what they got going on, we'll be able to see what the first pairings are. Now, looking at Jim's team, him having Boss on it, each squad that he has pairs with Boss. Now, this could be a Boss anchor list.
Right, yeah.
He could be looking at just playing Boss Skywalker, Boss Kenobi, and Boss Mace for all 4 games. The one thing is that, once you play your top 64 games, I don't believe you are locked going into top 8. As long as you get all 4 squads played, it opens up to your list to be able to play, your strongest matchups going into top 8. So, but we'll end up having to see what they choose. I'm gonna guess we're gonna see boss, and then one of the other squads there. So.
But yeah, super excited to be back. Yeah, sorry we just had to verify something. So Jim actually his bases are not official AMG bases, and we had to kind of pull up the rules because you know what, the rules state that you don't have to have official AMG. They just have to be the same size if there are modified bases. So there was just a conversation having with the head TO in regards to making sure we were legal.
Yeah, you just have to make sure you measure the bases and they are exactly the right size.
Exactly, and so that's where we were at, is just making sure that those were all the right size and everything along those lines. So
yeah, which is actually kind of nice that they don't require the official bases, allowing you to kind of get some more flavor in the looks of your miniatures.
Your face was right in front of the camera. I'm on the side camera right now.
We're on the thing camera. There you go. So, yeah, I do like seeing some of the stuff that people do with their miniatures and their bases. I know my brother has done some pretty cool stuff with his bases. He has, I know one for sure, Grand Inquisitor. He actually has it up on like a hilltop with lava, kind of like a Mustafar type theme going on. So it's really cool being able to see what people do, because the height of the model doesn't matter. So you're able to add a lot of stuff underneath it.
Yeah.
The only thing you have to avoid is making sure you don't make it too tall to where it doesn't fit under stuff.
Correct. Yeah, and that's one of the things that I like, because line of sight is not drawn from the head of the model, and like in some other games.
Yeah.
So you can sit there and adjust your base as needed, which is really cool because there's some really fun stuff that happens out there, and everything along those lines. So definitely. So yeah, I like I said, I already know for a fact that we are going to be seeing a little bit of the Hera Bodhi base and turret with Han Solo, Agent Kallus, and Rebel Commandos on Scott's side. Scott's very excited to play some off-meta stuff for sure, so we are pretty excited about that. I'm excited to see, that was like one of the things, so I got a chance to, he got here a little early this morning, so I got a chance to kind of like pick his brain, make sure that he was okay with being on stream and everything along those lines. I don't believe his family is here. That his family was able to join us last year and was kind of like his wife and daughter were here, not really understanding what was going on because he's got a little. The little didn't understand, but like, you know, being able to see dad on camera and dad, you know, doing something. The moment of it all was like really cool to see that. We're like a mother and daughter watching dad kind of like do his thing and kind of like excel in that moment was a really special thing for sure.
Yeah, her the daughter not really understanding how amazing her dad is at the game as the previous world champion. Right,
exactly. So I mean, I think it's cool. It's like, it's really kind of fun to have those other special moments that kind of come along with it. Is really kind of cool. So it's like I'm excited that to see that. I'm hoping that they're not going to be switching sides on us because they're kind of already getting set up. So I'm kind of getting everything kind of set up as far as where everyone is going to be and everything along those lines. So it's, but yeah, super excited for sure. I mean, what are you excited to see today?
So I'm excited to see a lot of this off-meta stuff. Now, you'll see a lot more of it in the qualifier just because of the lists that the more casual people will play. But being able to see some, competitive players coming in here at the top 64 playing off meta, actually being able to see Jim is not taking boss in this game, going Anakin Windu list.
Yes,
so
it makes it even better.
This entire game right now, top 64, game 1 on the table, no boss, no Cassian. This is, I couldn't ask for more. Actually, I could say some separatists on the table, but you know what?
We got that to end the day yesterday. You know?
Yes, that is true. And knowing that player did move on to the top 64, so there is a separatist table out there right now at top 64. So that is true.
Yeah, I mean, like it's that is one of the things that you should be we should be excited about.
Yeah.
I mean, we did see B1s are going to be getting a little bit of a tweak going forward.
Yeah.
We did get confirmation. Yes, you didn't see them at the reveal. Boss and Cassian are getting a touch.
Okay. Okay.
They are getting a touch. The identity and this town is going to blow are both getting touched on Cassian. That was confirmed by Schick and by Plummer. So I mean, like I said,
That's actually good, like really good news, because not a lot of people think that identities would get touched.
No, I mean that was one of the things definitely that they get to talk about and everything along those lines. So yeah, I'm excited that they did confirm. It was one of those, like, it was kind of a funny conversation for sure about you guys didn't show us these, so obviously you weren't thinking about it, and that's not the truth. I mean, like there's a lot going on. One of the things, like I mean, after we got off camera, I did have them here for a few more minutes, and we did kind of talk about the way that we absorb information versus the way that information we intend it to actually go out. Sometimes it's not always the same, and then that's one of the things that, like, I think we kind of have to keep in mind is that not everyone communicates the same way for sure.
Yeah, exactly. But it is good to hear that, they know that, Boss and Cassian are a little bit too abundant in the meta, and that they're going to do... the thing is you can't over nerf them or tweak them, because then you just put them in a spot where they're never played.
Right.
But a lot of times, especially in Shatterpoint, when it comes to the meta, the slightest tweak can make it to where those units are still good, and they're still going to be brought, especially by players that enjoy that play style or those units specifically.
Exactly.
But they're not going to be overpowered meta. I mean, you just look at the item meta that we got rid of, and all it was just saying that, Hask's dice don't go towards Iden. And, you still see Iden playing in the top. I mean, Iden was still the winner of LVO, but she's not overpowered to the point where she's brought by everybody.
Right. So kind of just taking a look here at the table, we are getting ready. It looks like they're drawing up some missions and everything along those lines, really kind of getting ready to take a look at what everyone is playing. So again, kind of to break down exactly what everyone here is playing. So we do have the reigning world champ, Scott. He's going to be on the left-hand side of your screen, kind of getting everything set up. They're kind of just getting all set up. But we do know that he is going to be playing Hera with Bodhi Rook, Bazin Chirrut with Han Solo, the general that he is, and it is Bodhi Rook, the pilot. And then with Agent Callus, because Scott was saying that he hasn't had a chance to really play with anything doing reroll, so he's really excited for that piece of it. And then we have the Rebel Commandos, which is a staple. So like some pretty staple supports there.
Yeah, I mean, but when it comes to the Rebels, there's not really too much variety when it comes to the supports, just because of how good Bazin Chirrut and Rebel Commandos are. Though those are the general picks that you're going to see.
Right, exactly. I mean, then looking at the other side over on Jim's side, what he's looking at is Anakin with Crosshair, and I do love me some Crosshair. We do have the 501st under Anakin, very flavorful right there. And then Mace Windu with Cody instead of as a support, which is a very interesting one, and Phil's clones.
Yeah, I do like actually seeing this list here. Now you have Anakin's squad, which definitely is a very aggressive squad. Crosshair being able to pink a damage real easy in the beginning, and having some really good offensive expertise and damage, as well as obviously Anakin getting the double attack. 501st definitely aren't chumps when it comes to aggression. Being able to do that coordinated fire strain. But then you look at the other side with Mace Windu. Mace Windu generally is a little bit of I would just say a little bit more of a control unit. Mm-hmm. As well as Cody, Cody usually doesn't shine too much when it comes to offense. And then Phil's clones being able to give that supporting fire recover, which may help out the team. So he's definitely going to be able to look on every attack and go, do I want the strain to pop out there, or do I want the recover? Which a lot of times you're attacking with a unit, it doesn't have any damage on it. So the Phil's clone supporting fire is not going to help out, but that coordinated fire strain is going to really start to put a damper on the Rebels.
It is. I mean, and we did see, especially Phil's clones were really fantastic yesterday under the Vader list, which is
Yeah.
something we saw a lot of. Interesting to see here. I mean, I was wondering why no Rex. He has Rex in his premier list.
Yeah.
Rex is actually under Obi. So I think...
Which definitely makes sense.
Yeah, it does. I think not having Rex all the time, he's just such a good open for you that it's hard to sit there and say what is the way that we're going to be... What do you do what is your ideal open in a case like this? So,
on this team, I actually don't know if I really see a unit where I would say this is like the ideal first pull.
Right. And I don't think there is in that case. It's for Jim's side, it's there. I don't think there really is like one where you're like, oh, I have to have him go first. Because you really, and the thing is about Cody, I like having a way to move him up without him going out of activation move to move him up. I loved having him with Rex because Rex can put him forward so that he can really get his active ability going, and you don't have that here. So it's going to be interesting to see kind of how this gets played. I mean, I'm not going to doubt it. Jim made top 64. So Jim definitely has a way to sit there and go about doing it and everything along those lines. So definitely happy to see what he has to do here. I'm excited to see it. As far as like I said about Scott's side, he has the rerolls, he has the pretty standard supports. General Solo, I mean, we've seen him quite a few times now. He seems to be the kind of the staple. Having Hera is a decision. I'm excited to see what he does with this.
Yeah, Hera's ability to heal. Because her heal, she does have an ability that's just towards specters, I do believe.
Yeah.
But a lot of her kit is pointed towards rebels. So her being able to use her ability in her kit. Now, Bodhi's going to be able to come out here and give that really nice bubble that honestly kind of catches people by surprise.
Right.
You don't really realize that, all of a sudden now I can't do a lot to this unit because it is on a point with Bodhi.
Yeah, no, I get it. Yeah, I mean, well, keep in mind, so yes, her Phoenix Leader ability, it just gets better if you use Spectres. It's not only Spectres. It's just, the Rebels get a dash, but if it's Spectres, they actually get a full advance. So it's... You can take her anywhere. It's just it gets a little bit better as you play her. Is kind of the thing.
Yeah, and I mean, her biggest thing is obviously Crew of the Ghost, giving that cover to everyone that's within 4 of her. So if you get her in a really good position, defensively, you're going to be able to stand up pretty well. And then the insane ability that she has is the We Have Hope, which is basically if you Shatterpoint her, you can use it for free and just heal everybody up.
Right. Yeah, it's interesting because it's like, I mean, coming from the Marvel side, there's something that like we call the double bubble based off of like different units that you can bring, and you're kind of getting a little bit of that going on with Bodhi and with Hera with a double bubble going on, like giving that bubble, that steadfast bubble. Because I don't believe there's any others. Well, there might be some spies in here. I can't remember how the tags work for Callus, because of like
Callus is a spy when he is a rebel.
So yeah, so I mean, so he's gonna have his bubble is pretty exciting actually there, because like for Callus, he's gonna have immune to pin, or immune to expose and steadfast. But so you're gonna at least have everybody here is gonna have that steadfast bubble, and you're gonna have the Hera bubble as well.
No, sorry, he as a rebel, he's a scoundrel and a specter.
Yeah, I didn't think
scoundrel.
Yeah, I thought he was a spy as an Empire. So it's
Yeah.
like, so that's that. I mean, like I said, very interesting though that that you kind of have this. The positioning is going to be very important here. The positioning is going to be very important here because it's based off of like being able to really maximize that bubble that you have and everything along those lines, making sure that maybe getting as many people into having that double bubble and everything along those lines.
Yeah.
So looks like Scott has set up on both of his models at this point in time. If we look at the screen, Scott has gone ahead and put. It looks like Solo is down at the bottom of the screen with Hera on the top of the screen. At this point, we still haven't seen the Mace Squad getting deployed. Let me take a look at something. I'm wondering, has the round started? doesn't look like they've actually started the round at this point. Oh, no? No, it doesn't look like they've started the round quite yet. I don't see the round timer running on Longshanks. It did yesterday. They might have made that change as well. But yeah, so now Mace going down with Cody and the Phil's clones on the bottom side of your screen as well. Yeah, not seeing too much here. I mean, our side views, our side camera view is probably not going to be utilized as much at the beginning here just because of where people are located. But yeah, here comes the handshake, and honor has been put intact, is still intact. Here we go right out the gate. And what mission are we playing on?
Never tell.
Yeah, I was about to say, it looks like at range 2 there, Neville, of the side from the bottom there, so it looks, yeah, Never Tell. Have we seen Never Tell yet on stream? I don't know.
I don't think we have. We've seen sabotage, strategic positions, and first contact, and then maybe shifting. I can't remember.
I don't think we've seen shifting either, so I'm glad we're getting to see some of that. Oh, you know what? Let's change.
Yeah. Oh, look at, I mean, fantastic here with the Rebel Commandos on Scott's side. He's able to get that extra deployment, actually allowing him to get that his back middle point right away. That is the one thing with Never Tell, is that if you don't have a way of getting a person on every single point, you have that chance where you start your turn without having your 2 points.
Correct. So now the poll was Callus. So an interesting play here of where you're going to go. I mean, usually your first turn is a just move, take cover type of a thing. Oh yeah, Callus. So Callus does have his tactic dash.
Yeah, we'll take cover, and then he's got a nice move action to...
And now he's just kind of looking at wanting to get himself as far forward as possible to be within... Yep.
Yeah, giving himself that line of sight cover there.
And got to be basically within range 2 of that back point as well. But again, wanting Callus to be as far forward as possible. Again, because positioning, as always, is going to be super, super important here, and how it's utilized is going to be very important as well. Being because, you know what? Hey, let's see. The nice thing is his reroll bubble is not actual bubble; it's global.
Yeah, but the one thing is you want Callus up there to be able to do stuff when he activates, but if he goes too far forward and gets wounded, that reroll starts to become, not worth the force cost.
Yeah, no, I'm really excited that we have something that's not the normal meta. And that was one of the conversations I was having. As soon as Scott told me that he was playing off-meta stuff, I was like, no, I'm definitely having you on stream today.
Yeah, and then we were able to luck out with his opponent also bringing a off-meta list.
Right.
So,
and it looks like Cody is the draw here. Yep. And just resolving Cody's tactic to start with. So, and for those that are not familiar, his tactic is we've got a big problem. At the start of his activation, choose an active objective. One character in this unit may jump towards a chosen objective, and then the chosen enemy character within 3 is contesting objective. They gain expose. That's one of the things where you really kind of want to have him a little farther forward early. Like that's why I like pairing him with Rex, because that way he can jump and be within range 3. Because if he was already moved forward, he might have been able to sit there and get closer to somebody. And you kind of want him. You don't want him as a first activation because of that. But again, force is a finite resource. You don't want to sit there and use it. But to be fair, Jim's bringing Anakin, and he's bringing Mace. He's bringing 8 force to the party.
Yeah, force is not really going to be a problem for him for a while. An 8 force pool is kind of insane.
Right. So basically, he does have his jump from his tactic, a move action. He's going to defensive maneuver here, so he can get on that active point there at the bottom of your screen. That's really kind of what he's looking at, is making sure that he gets within range 2 of that, and still staying. Yeah, and then he's going to move, take cover, put himself right behind that building, so you can't really see where they are and everything like that. If you look here, he's kind of just hanging out behind the building over here. So Scott was not the first to score here. So I mean, again, as the first going as the first player, but pretty exciting to see kind of what we got going on here. That is scoring 3 points for Jim. We are going to move back to Scott's side and see what the pull is here. And it is Hera. So an interesting pull there. Not who he wants right now, so he's going to spend the force to reserve Hera. And much better pull for him here. It is the Rebel Commandos.
Yeah. Yeah, especially now that Cody has been moved up, Rebel Commandos are going to be able to come in and do some work.
Yeah, I mean, there is a hunker on him. I don't think they're going to probably end up putting some shots into him for sure. So there is just to start out with a move action. We're probably going to see some commando doctrines as well.
Yeah, I could definitely see where one of them moves forward enough to be able to remove that hunker token.
Yeah, no, I can see that as well. So yeah. All right, so yeah, just kind of moving forward, kind of like looking to get that that line of sight over there on Cody, which it looks like he still should be able to have line of sight. Looking from above here. And again, measuring so he doesn't get within range 2 of Cody when he makes that commando doctrine. So they can go ahead and use a ranged attack in there. But I'm... Okay, so he actually is moving with the intention to get rid of those hunker tokens, because you definitely don't want to have those hunker tokens on him as well.
Yeah, the commando is not really wanting to do a melee. One of them is going to be able to shoot, but the extra hunker defensive dice is just going to be bad.
Correct. So, what's going to happen here? I mean, only 2 blocks on Jim's side. Looks like we're going to have quite a few successes coming through. So one thing to keep in mind is they're shooting first, and if you can get enough shove to push him back, now he's being able to shoot again. So full tree here by the commandos. Oh, sorry, 4 down the tree.
Yeah. So yeah, he'll be able to get this shove in here, which will be able to shove Cody back, getting him out of 2. So he was able to move in, get the hunkers off of Cody, and then still be able to get the 2 shots in.
Correct. So what's going to happen is 5 disarm, pin, shove.
Wow.
And a reposition on the tree. So we'll see, and then there's going to be a second attack going into Cody. Cody might just be going down here.
Yeah, the commandos don't disappoint. So following up on the shove, getting within 2 of the points, and now he's got 2 on it.
Yeah, definitely fantastic as with everything going on here. Definitely love it. Scott kind of just looking at like where he's going to be able to put everybody and what's going to happen next, because he still does have that reposition. So he did the shove, and now he's resolving the reposition. Really kind of looking at, was he going to put the commandos pretty far back or not? All right, yeah, and so, yeah, still kind of looking at where does he want to reposition to and what he wants to do there. Looking to see, oh yeah, so he basically was repositioning so he can get on that ladder, kind of go up top. Yeah, positioning off the egress. So yeah, looks like he's in pretty good shape. Now here comes the second shot finally. Going into Cody.
Yeah, so he may be able to take 2 points here. Oh, pretty good offensive roll again here. Looks like 3 blocks going in.
But we got a couple of crits there, so still going 3 down the tree. Probably going to be enough to put Cody down here. Needs to do 4. And with conditions,
Yeah, double stacking conditions will probably get
another
the
5
in.
damage. That is going to be a wound. Yeah, definitely the wound. I mean, so for Scott, definitely a really good first activation there. I mean, and again, adding on all of these conditions, pin, disarm, it's not exactly what Jim was wanting to start out here for sure. Yeah, so I mean, with that wound happening there, what do you think? Like now, the next ideal play is for Jim on his side. Do you think what are we looking at? Like him, like his plan is now that he's already have a secondary wounded.
I mean, yeah, I think he's definitely going to need to look at going in and taking out the Rebel Commandos, especially with the Rebel Commandos' coordinated fire damage. With how far forward they are, he'll easily be able to get over to them and get that wound. Putting a little force tax onto the Rebels. Also, right now with the Rebel Commandos, he took 1 point and is putting pressure on another. So, yeah, the Republic's definitely going to need to come in and kind of deal with them just to help out the board state on their side. Now, I definitely going for because going across the board over to Scott's side is going to be a lot more challenging to take his back points because he does have Callus sitting in a really nice spot, backed up against a building, blocking line of sight from a lot of views. And then the other side having the entire Hera squad sitting on top. So taking those points is going to be a lot more difficult than taking the point from the Rebel Commandos.
Right. And here comes the flip knife going back to Jim. And he pulls his Shatterpoint card. I mean, it's pretty ideal right here now that the Commandos are a pretty juicy target. I mean, Mace can come up and kind of slap somebody around a little bit. You could, I don't think you really want to go with Phil's clones. I mean, they do, at this point in time, I don't think that's the right play. But you can get Mace up there. Then you can get your coordinated fire, or I'm sorry, your supporting fire. But no, he's going to decide to go and put that into reserve.
Yeah, the one thing too is if he did Shatterpoint, Mace does have a Shatterpoint ability that he can utilize here too.
I thought that would be a pretty good target to do that. I mean, something like that would have been ideal. But yeah, I think it looks like he's going the other direction. Then the card that he does flip from that is and it's a 5-0 first.
5-0 first, okay.
So that's going to be on the north side of the board here.
Yeah, so this play may be going more towards Callus, just with how far up the board
and so,
on the top they are.
Right, and he just automatically spent the force so he doesn't have to come to the other side of the table, knowing that he's going to be using the defensive maneuver. He is not necessarily going to be doing that right off the bat, but basically said, yeah, I'm gonna just go ahead and pre-spend this so that you know, kind of early communication.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of times when it comes to the defensive maneuver and your move action, you really just need to order it based off of if you're looking to hit some ladders. You know,
right.
if you can get to the ladder with just that dash from the defensive maneuver, you get that first, and now you're up at the top with a full advance still left. But yeah, so looks like he's going to dash both of them forward, get that hunker, and now taking a look at where he wants to move them. Okay, he's actually positioning them going more towards Hera's squad here.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be able to they're going to be able to get a shot into anybody. They don't really make it farther past the midline. But they are going to be able to get like, 2 hunkers on them by basically being the defensive maneuver, move, take cover. So I mean, they are going to be pretty freed up from any type of a shot. Oh wait, no, he is going to be able to get in range of Callus. I forgot that he was kind of right behind the
Yeah.
right behind that building, like kind of in the center of the screen underneath that gantry, you can kind of see like where Scott's actually pushing or pointing down. Right below that finger of his is going to be where those are. So it looks like we are going to see an attack into Callus.
Yeah, so more than likely not going to be taking the point from Callus because they're not going to be able to get over to it, but they should be able to put a lot of damage into him and get him off the point.
And Jim had a fantastic, look at that, fantastic offense and fantastic defensive roll, just the crits going through.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Fantastic on the defensive side, and getting a good offensive roll against that good defense is definitely good to see.
So yeah, I mean, and here comes the next attack.
Wow, one miss on the offense again. Defense not looking as good. Probably going to be 3 blocks here.
Yep. So, and yeah, so now we're looking at the 3 crits going through, but the first one did 3 damage and a pin. We're going to look at what's going on to Callus next. So then that's going to looks like it's going to be 4 damage on there. So it's going to be a total of 7 and a pin, and we're going to see if there's anything else added on top of that. All right, and they're going to add a strain to that. So it's going to be a total of 7. Yep. So 7 damage, pin, strain with 2 health remaining is what we're looking at right now. Sitting on Callus right there on the midline. So we'll see what happens with that for sure. It's going to be Callus is in a little bit of danger.
Well, and especially with that strain and what Callus is sitting at, he's not going to be able to use that dice reroll until he deals with that strain, unless he just wants to kill Callus.
And I mean, depending on the situation, it might be worthwhile just to sit there and do that as well.
Yeah.
Just to kind of, you know what, like sometimes you might want to save somebody's healthy just to give them the, like. All right, and Scott pulls a Shatterpoint card here, so pretty interesting early stuff going on there.
Yeah, so Scott taking a look at what his options are when it comes to the Shatterpoint, especially at this type of high-level play. It's you need to really pick the best Shatterpoint option you can.
And he's decided to go with Solo with that Shatterpoint.
Yeah, I like Solo as a choice. I mean, Solo can do a good amount of stuff on his turn, and then getting him up the board for his revenge, being a lot more capable of getting the shot off, is going to help out a lot in the future.
Yeah, I intentionally picked that. They actually have this as their Mustafar map. I intentionally asked that. I intentionally asked for him to bring that up. So yeah, moving Hera up with the tactic. Yeah, I intentionally asked for this Mustafar map inspired board. It's this is the new painted terrain from the spray team. This is one of the new paint schemes that they had went with. And so I really like this terrain set and the paint job that the spray team here at AdeptiCon put together on the amazing AMG terrain that we get to see every day here. All right, so Scott basically is going to go ahead and just keep on moving forward. Looks like he probably can get Han in range to maybe take a shot at Phil's clones. Being pretty aggressive with this list, I really like it.
Yeah, it's not a lot of times you see that with the Rebel plays is moving up the board very aggressively. But yeah, he's sending everything over to his opponent's side, really gunning in for some wounds. Yeah, gonna do that coordinated fire damage from the Rebel commandos.
Yep, so coordinated fire, so 1 damage onto those Phil clones already. Yeah, really just flying up the board here just to sit there and maybe put some aside. So it's like, yeah, Scott over there showing that army mentality and just running forward and shooting some people.
Yep.
All right, still pretty good rolls again on both sides. 2 fails for Scott this time. All no expertise, just 5 hits. I mean, it looks like it's going to be maybe a couple down the tree, but probably not exactly ideal for what Scott was looking for into those clones.
Yeah, he is going to be able to take a look and say, do I want to get any rerolls here?
Yeah, I mean, and is it going to be worth it? Because he's right now only has 2 going through. Probably, even with the rerolls, probably not going to be enough. So 3 damage and a shove, that's going to go up to 4 damage basically onto them. Push them back a little bit with that shove as well. So that's what he's going to go ahead and take a look at right now, is where we're going to get to with that piece of it. I'm probably going to shove him right back into mace if he can. I don't know if like the shove angles are not the best. He's going to just, yeah, shoves right back into mace.
Yeah, it looks like he is just on the point too. Yeah, remeasuring the point because it looks like it may have gotten moved. So they are looking to move the point back to where it's supposed to be. A very important thing, especially in a competitive scene here, is making sure that as the points get moved, you may need to remeasure them. That way one side isn't getting an advantage because the point is in the incorrect position.
Yep, yeah, definitely. I mean, that's something I think in any game, maybe casual games you don't need to do that as much, but it is something definitely to take in mind. And challenging the odds is going to be your secondaries here.
Yeah. Yeah, it is the one nice thing with some of the maps that have the position, the objectives already on the mat.
Mm-hmm.
It makes it a lot easier to quickly move the objectives back to where they're supposed to be in case they get moved around.
Absolutely. So Anakin in reserves for Jim. You have Hera in reserves on Scott's side. The pull is Crosshair. Crosshair basically is going to put a plink of damage into Hera.
Okay.
And he is going to find the shot because that's what Crosshair is really good at doing. Kind of come up on top of this bridge here. This looks like where he's going to go ahead and put him. See, kind of measuring that out right now where he wants to go with it.
Well, it looks like he forgoes the climb.
No, that's fine. Find the shot. You're still moving him. You don't have to. You don't.
Oh, it's the only time that the climb wouldn't happen is if he was engaged with it, because then
Correct.
technically he's not climbing.
Correct.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because a climb is ending at any elevation, including the one you're currently on.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was one thing that I originally would mess up is I thought it was like mandatory to change elevations, and it's really not necessary to change an elevation.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just the only time is if they're engaged, it's just a dash because the engagement would say, well, you can't climb, so you are just dashing.
Just going to take cover. It doesn't look like well, he could end up putting in another attack into Callus and just putting him down for the count.
Yeah, just giving himself a hunker and then going in and taking a shot. Oh, no, he looks like he's going for someone else maybe.
There is Hera's. He did move a little farther forward, so it might be looking like he's just going to try and put Hera down. Hera's kind of underneath that gantry on the top side, so a little hard to see where she is for sure, right? Because she's kind of right underneath that gantry over the top. Oh. Yeah, so the measurement actually is coming up a little shy of range to hit Hera. So basically he just moves back to stay on the point, so just wasn't a pretty lackluster with Crosshair. Might have been ideal to just go ahead and reserve him if it wasn't for Anakin.
Yeah, just takes the 1 point.
Just the 1 point. Stays on Scott's side. This is I think this just gave an opening to Scott that Jim really didn't want to do. So Scott really can really take advantage of this and steal struggle one pretty quickly here now.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's the one thing with these plays is sometimes you're looking at the measurement and it looks like you should be able to get it, and then when all things come forward, you're just short.
So it looks like we're going to have back-to-back solo activations here because when she Shatterpointed solo into pulling solo off the top of the deck, keeping Hera in reserve still.
Yeah, I mean, right now he's not sitting at a point where he needs to Shatterpoint Hera to get that free ability because all of his units are looking decently healthy.
Right.
And honestly, Solo is such a good Shatterpoint with just how much he can do on his turn.
Right, exactly. Solo tactic, his tactic ability, using that on base.
Look at that. Getting bays up the board, which is definitely a useful thing. I mean, getting them up to a position that once they activate, they're going to be able to do a lot is definitely the look towards. And right now, Scott's sitting with the board advantage. it opens him up to be a little bit more leisure with what he's doing and just more moving people for future positionings. Yeah, so his tactic is he just moved forward just enough to get within range 5 of Phil's clones to take an attack. So dice roll goes out here. Looking pretty good on both sides. Oh yeah, I mean, looks like just the expertise is gonna maybe get through here.
Yeah, I mean, he's
going for the reroll.
Yep, that is a little bit better at that point in time. So now he has 2 crits going through. A little bit better, not ideal, not really what he was looking to do there.
Did Callus still have the strain on him?
Yeah, 1 damage pin strain. So that's going to be 5 pin strain on Phil's clones now.
Yeah, I mean, Han's activation looking good. Both times being able to do a lot of work with Han, getting the board state moved up and looking good, getting some damage pinked into some people, and, finishing off. Looks like he still has his move action, so he's taking a look to see where he might want to move.
Yeah, looking at where he wants to move is going to be kind of difficult. He's also looking at, does he need to switch sides of his card before he ends his activation, so really kind of taking a few moments to sit there and take a look at what's going on there. And like I said, again, when you're playing against Scott, he thinks through a lot of what he is doing. You really need to play a perfect game against him. At the end of the day, he's not going to...
Oh, look at that. After taking it, he is just 1 away on the struggle tracker of winning the round.
And the card flip is Mace Windu. Pretty exciting to see kind of what's happening here. I'm excited to see kind of what's going to be overall what the gentlemen here are going to be thinking.
Yeah, just measuring out here his tactic. Going to start moving Mace forward. Now, getting Mace up is going to be honestly really important because that bubble is going to come in handy here really soon. Now, getting Mace up, getting him engaged and creating that 5 bubble is going to really help to start turning the tide for Jim's team.
Yeah, and the nice thing for Jim here overall, Jim is looking really kind of at positioning. He used Mace tactics to move himself up and Anakin up, so going into Struggle 2 is going to really have quite a bit of game going forward. Because he still has Anakin in the deck. He still has our Anakin in reserves. He still has a Shatterpoint in the deck. Along with the Phil's clones, and along with his he used Crosshair. He still has Cody. Cody Crosshair went, so it's 504 and 501st went as well. So it's Phil's clones and Shatterpoint and Anakin in reserve. So he's still got a couple of some good options going into Struggle 3 because I don't think he's going to be able to pull this one out quite yet. So, I mean, what would your play? Would you be looking to go to just positioning moving forward, or would you be looking at trying to pull the struggle back at this point in time?
And I mean, honestly, at this point where Scott's sitting being 1 away, there's not really much you can do unless you can really turn the tides massively on this turn. So I would definitely be looking at more getting my stuff spread out for Struggle 2 and potentially getting a wound to open up Struggle 2, putting a damper on Scott's team. I don't know how much you could take Struggle 1 back right now for Jim.
Exactly. So yeah, we're going to see what they're going to do. But again, this is the defending world champion. I mean, he's not necessarily going to, he might not be playing meta stuff, but that doesn't mean he is not an amazing player and doesn't know exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, so it looks like, he's going into deep into thinking here on what he wants to do.
So first action actually is a recover, removing the strength, and then he's going to throw his lightsaber.
There we go.
Supporting fire heal is going to also be taking place here. All right, still thinking. Okay, so they are going back into the tank a little bit about making sure that that's what they're going to want to do. Because again, it might not be the right play as he's looking to go into struggle 2. One tie from tempered aggression is what the thought process was there. All right, so again, overall not too bad. Only one fail, 3 strikes, 1 crit, 2 expertise. Scott having 3 blocks, so those 3 blocks is just going to be the crit and the 2 expertise going through. So it is 3 down the tree into the Commandos.
That is really good. The Commandos currently sitting in a spot where we could end up getting more than likely not the wound with only 3 results, but could put them in a spot where we could start shutting them down.
Right, they don't have any damage on them yet, so shoving them off the point for sure.
Yep. Yeah, so doing the shoves, working together to make sure the shoves go well and getting them in the right position. Now, especially with the way the terrain is in this game, sometimes you do need the help from your opponent to move stuff around. So getting the shove, looks like they're going to be adding some damage here.
Yeah, so it's going to be 4 damage. They did double shove them. They are also going to be exposed. So definitely putting the Commandos in a position to where they are going to possibly be able to be taken down on the next activation. But this would be going straight into Scott being able to take this activation here.
Yeah.
Still deciding whether he wants to go with Hera. Yeah, no matter what he's pulling the struggle here, he's just trying to decide whether he wants to keep on leaving Hera in reserve or not. So he has already gone with Callus, Commando, Shatterpoint, Solo, Hera in reserve. He still has Bodhi, Rook, and Bazin Turret in there. Yeah, and he does flip into Bazin Turret.
Yeah, the only thing is now that this is a, what I call a free activation, where you've won the struggle. This activation, you just get to do whatever you want. I don't know how much I like Bazin Turret going, although if you do know Struggle 2 well enough on this mission pack, you have a very good idea on what objectives may be popping up. So you can move both units separately onto different objectives, so that way once the flip happens on your opponent's side, you're contesting as much as possible.
Absolutely. So yeah, and again, Bazin Turret, there's enough people far enough forward where they can probably, so that they are down up on the north side of the board here. So again, not ideally, they can just go in there and punch them 501st boys pretty good.
Yeah.
I think they have enough movement where they can definitely get there, and maybe, and they do have the firepower to put the 501st down for sure.
Yeah, the 501st are really close to them, and if you're going to do anything on this turn, not needing to flip any points, getting in there, getting a wound, although you don't get that momentum going into Struggle 2, now he's looking at having less units viable for that flip. So it's one of those things where you lose out on the momentum, but you get yourself into a better situation going into Struggle 2, especially with Jim being the first turn in Struggle 2.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, and especially he's the first turn in Struggle 2. He still has Anakin in reserve. He still has the Shatterpoint to come. He's still in absolute great shape.
Yeah.
But yeah, so definitely in good shape to go into that. We definitely can see that. But yeah, still kind of looking at what he's going to do with Baze and Chirrut. It looks like he's definitely going.
Yeah, he's moving them up to be within range 2 of 2 different points while still being within range to make an attack.
Yeah. Again, masterclass in positioning, masterclass in playing Shatterpoint. Scott is amazing.
Yeah.
It's going to be, again, I like that he is bringing unique lists and he's going to showcase how you can win without playing what everyone is thinking the de facto best thing to play is.
Yeah. Yeah, the one thing I could really hope for here at this Worlds is that the winner actually doesn't have Boss or Cassian in the list. I know everyone's a little bit of a doomsayer when it comes to the meta, including myself. I know I play up against them and it's rough, but if you can see that, look, you don't need to play them to win, you just need to be a good player, will definitely change some minds on what the state of the game's at.
Correct. I mean, it's not just plug and play, you win the game.
Yeah.
You know,
No, definitely not.
That is not the case. You do have to put the work in. You still have to have the practice. I mean, we do know that Scott puts the work in. You talk to, you listen to other podcasts, you listen to people talk about him. He puts in the work to sit there and make sure that he is good at this game.
Yeah. Yeah, especially when it comes to playing up against like Callus. Callus takes a lot of thought and positioning.
I love Jim's pointer, sorry.
I just noticed that.
And he keeps it in, he puts it in his belt like he's holstering it. So he has like a little, like he holsters his pointer and then he uses that to push. Sorry to interrupt. But his little finger pointer is fantastic.
Yeah, I don't want to reach over the table and hit terrain. I'm going to use this pointer.
Right, so Chirrut is going to be going
with
an attack here. Oh, that is a lot of dice.
They had a lot. They have hunkers and they're underneath terrain.
Right. So it only turns into 3 blocks. I mean, so Baze and Chirrut, of course, rolling like crazy. There's 3 crits. I mean, it's still going 4 down the tree with Chirrut with Baze still to attack.
Yeah.
This is going to be 4 in a pin. 4 steps and the pin on the expertise.
Oh, okay.
So automatically going to be pinned.
Wow. Yeah, this result's definitely going to hit into him. And still being able to have another attack.
4 damage exposed, disarm, pin. So this next attack yeah, Baze is going to go in and it's going to be into an exposed 501st at this point in time. So here comes your second attack roll.
Yeah, getting a lot of extra dice still, but the one block.
1 block after all said and done. That's the end of the 501st. Even with those 3 fails on Scott's side, there's two crits in there. So yeah, that is going to be the end of the 501st one way or the other.
Yeah, this is definitely a very good Struggle 1 flip for Scott, setting up the board for Struggle 2 not looking great for Jim unless the flip just works out really good.
Right, yeah, so they are already pinned, disarmed. They already have the 4 damage on them, just need to do 4 more to put them down. Reapplying expose. Yeah, re-exposing. So that is 501st going down.
Yeah. Yeah, most of the time you see Baze and Chirrut making an attack, especially if they're attacking into the same unit. It's almost a guarantee they're going to get the wound. They do a lot of work with their easy-to-get focus and Sharpshooter 2 or Impact 2. They put in some damage.
Yep, and Han's trigger goes off, who is basically doing a little bit of movement shenanigans as he does.
Yeah, getting himself positioned for another point flip here.
Of course, that is the struggle, so Scott goes ahead and claims struggle 1.
Yeah, so secondary units are going to get the bonus for this. If secondary units make the wound.
Yeah, secondaries are going to be the challenging our odds.
Challenging the odds. Thank you. I could not think of what that word's were. I knew what it did. Forgot it was called.
They get a bonus. We'll call it that we're good enough with that for sure.
Secondaries wound, they get bonus.
Right.
So it looks like he...
So that middle point closer to Scott's side is going to be the active objective bottom right for Jim. I don't see, and it looks like the one underneath that top gantry as well that you can see there. So like, I'll go ahead and give you another view.
Yeah, so the one that Crosshair is sitting at up at the top right is going to be active there.
So again, still to come. Callus is currently standing on the priority point. That was not where Jim wanted. You still have Anakin. He is going to go ahead and flip into the Shatterpoint card. So again, Shatterpoint there, you are going to have to go with it because Anakin is still in reserves. What that means is that Phil's Clones is going to be the bottom card.
Yeah, but honestly, Shatterpoint is not a bad option here. Needing to take turn 1 of Struggle 2 and making a big impact. So Shatterpoint's going to be a great option for him to be able to make the best play possible.
All right, so the Shatterpoint trigger happens. He refreshes 2 force, heals 3 damage off of Phil's Clones. Now they are sitting on, I believe, 2. So that is also pretty ideal right there because now Phil's Clones, yes, they're still pinned, but they're still in pretty good shape.
Yeah, if you get a decent defensive roll on them, you could survive 1 attack now that they're only at 2 damage.
Exactly. And you can have Mace here really kind of just run up and slap Callus and take that priority point. Is probably what he is thinking at this point in time.
Yeah. Yeah, Callus sitting at such low health, it would be a pretty easy way to get up there and guarantee the point.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And you can see down there, like, where trying to look at where you can put Windu on that tactic, because, yeah, you're definitely going to be able to get up, and he can probably position himself to where he can go ahead and smack Callus a little bit around, just thinking about those days when he worked for the Empire and decided not to be a spy. That Force Ghost time when he was thinking about that with his one arm.
Yep.
He does get to the egress to help him move a little bit more because they're right there. So he's going to move forward a little bit more just with his tactic ability up on top of that bridge there. And then he's going to be able to go ahead and just fly forward. And he is going to move the Phil's Clones up there as well. Must have removed the pin off of them at some point in time that we were not aware of.
That may have been part of, like a recover, something that they did there.
All right, so now that tactics resolved, he still has 2 actions, looking like he's getting ready to move, and he's going to be able to get right up in the face of Callus, as you can see right there. So kind of helping each other out there, making sure that they're not. He only has 2 hands, can't pull out the pointer and tell him exactly where he wants to go, but they have a good idea there.
There we go. Yep. Being able to land right on the point, right next to Callus.
And he's going to have the angle to do shoves if he really wants to. If he doesn't get but he should be able to get the wound here pretty easily, because if we look at Callus is already sitting on 7 damage, so
yeah,
this should be the end of Callus.
Mace does some pretty decent damage, even early on in the tree, so.
All right, yeah, and again, so he's spending for tempered aggression. And it looks like you were going to have that attack here coming into. And here we're looking at going into Callus. This should, like I said, should be pretty. I think he's just not holding back, going to make sure that he definitely gets this wound here.
Yeah.
Spending for coordinated fire strain as well.
Oh, you know what? He did put the strain on Callus, so he was able to get the strain off of Callus earlier.
Must have been a heal there. Only 2 blocks. A lot of fails A lot of fails. Oh my goodness! Actually, that was a really disappointing Mace attack because of all of those fails. He didn't get a single one through.
Yeah,
that is pretty disappointing for Jim. I think that's like the dice not doing what. Yeah. That was extremely unfortunate.
Yeah, only scoring. Looks like, is that 2?
Yeah. At this point in time, everything's coming up evil Houdini.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean he might just end up being able to pull out the 2-0 out right here, simply because of just like that really bad activation by, and it wasn't even a bad activation by Jim. He didn't do anything wrong there. He did exactly what he was supposed to.
Yeah.
The dice just kind of just ignored what they wanted him to do.
Yeah, and he didn't even he wasn't even playing, conservative and not spending the force for being able to do more. He really went all out, and still it's just the dice rolls rolling that many misses. There's nothing you can do about it.
And he only needed one. He only needed to go one down the tree.
Yeah,
like one success when what would sit there and do that flip point, and we're looking at a very, very different game, because at that point in time,
then he'd be scoring 4, holding all 3 points. That's a big spot to be sitting in.
Pulling Hera out of reserve because you already have the point there. Hera can go up and potentially take that crosshair point. The bottom point on the bottom right is definitely still going to be staying with Jim, but scoring 3 here, bringing it back to Scott's side of the board, putting the pressure back on Jim is really going to be kind of brutal.
Yep.
So again, Hera's on top of the board. And really, like I said, kind of looking at what to do next here. You're going to start with her Phoenix Leader tactic ability and determining who she's going to move. Looks like she's looking at moving Baze up on that center point, kind of bringing him down, which is ideal because now you're getting 2 people onto that point.
Yeah, and especially with Callus being so close to being wounded, you need to have a fresh unit on there, so that way it's not, you get that one result and wound them, and you can take the point. But now with Baze sitting there, it's going to be a lot harder to take that.
Right, Baze coming right down. I mean, of course that does also. And of course, the one thing to keep in mind is now that Mace is right there in the middle of the battlefield, he is actually 100% ready to go ahead and do the
5 bubble there.
His bubble. Yeah, his bubble's in play at this point in time. There's so many bubbles going on in this game.
There are. All we need is a Bodhi out there.
Right.
Just add another bubble,
Yeah, Bodhi's been sitting in the back, just kind of chilling.
Yeah.
So he is going to be the last card in Scott's deck. So it really is. I think Jim going into this next activation. Yeah, I'm thinking a little ahead here, but going into the next activation, Jim definitely will be going with Anakin. I don't see any reason why he wouldn't. All right, now range attack going into Mr. Maced Windu, maybe trying to push him off the point to make sure he's securing that objective. Pretty good dice actually overall there. You got 3 and 1 expertise on Jim's side. Scott overall, so just 3 blocks. Oh yeah, he was exposed, if I believe.
Yep. Yeah, being exposed there definitely lowers the amount of blocks that he's capable of getting, but still rolling 3 blocks while exposed.
He shouldn't have been exposed. He was perfectly healthy. But 3 blocks.
Oh, okay.
3 down the tree for Scott, trying to figure out what he's going to do there. But he does get the 1 shove, and that's really ideally what he was looking for more than anything, is getting him off of that point, because that 1 shove should be enough to kind of push him back off of the point. Now, with 2 bodies on there, it's going to be very difficult for Jim to flip that point back in his favor.
Yeah.
Eric.
Yeah, Hera.
1 damage, 1 shove, 4 recovers from Hera. So again, Mace is overall in pretty good shape. But now pushing him back, I think he's still going to be engaged at that point in time with Baze, it looks like. Oh, he's still on the point, but not going to be on the point. But you have a lot of bodies on there. It looks like Hera did move forward, so she is also going to be on the point as well. Going to find out where those recovers went here for you. Where are the recovers going?
Yeah, Callus getting a lot of those recovers from her.
So all the conditions and some damage going off of Callus. So yeah, those conditions coming off of Callus. He's only got that 7 damage at this point in time. So that's pretty good, just removing all of those conditions off of Callus. Just working to keep him alive.
Yeah.
What is Hera looking like? Hera, what does Hera's look like?
She's got, looks like Hera has nothing on her here.
Yep.
Yeah, the only units on Scott's side that have any conditions or damage is going to be Callus and the Rebel Commandos.
Yeah, so overall in pretty good shape on Scott's side. Still no wounds. And that's, I think, the biggest thing there is the wound count is very much really favoring Scott, because he just is, we're in the second struggle and he doesn't have anybody with a wound on him.
Yeah. So measuring out what he wants to do here.
Yeah, definitely looking. Yeah, so right now Jim is trying to make a decision whether he wants to go with Anakin or not. I don't think the play is not to go with Anakin, but that's, again, I am not playing in the top 64 at World, so I really... Yeah, so she did have 2 shoves, but the protection steadfast really is from being engaged, so he only got 1 shove out of it.
Yeah, because you were able to see she did shove herself forward and then shove Mace, which means the first shove was just to her, and then the second shove was able to go through.
Yeah, so she was able to shove herself forward twice, but only able to move Mace once because of the steadfast level. Because it does apply to him, it's not other.
Yeah.
Yeah, so really going pretty deep in the tank here on what he wants to do. I mean, again, this means a lot to Jim here at this point in time, because everything going forward is important for him. He has to really make the most out of these activations.
Yeah. Now Scott only being able to pull it back to the center on that one.
Gave each one a momentum.
Definitely still leaves Jim in a good spot.
Right.
That first turn, taking 4, really helped him out.
So it looks like they are just out of range of Baze and Church at this point in time. Now, I do not see a lot of Phil's clones in my time, because you know what, I don't play those filthy rebels. So let me just go ahead and really quick double check if they. I don't believe
those traitors.
Right, they don't have they do have a defensive maneuver at least, so they can sit there and move themselves forward if they need to without utilizing an action. Just going to be the one force for them because they are still healthy. They're spending a lot of time talking through, making sure that each one understands the intent of what they are going to be doing. So I like the sportsmanship that they have going on here at this point in time.
Yeah. Yeah, good communication between opponents is very important. Making sure that they both understand what they are trying to do.
Right. Really a big. Maybe he is within range. So it says he's going to be taking a shot. So it looks like he might be. He definitely is going to be in range to go ahead and take these shots.
Yeah, both players
base.
agreed that range was correct. May have just been touching the base there.
Yeah, so they get to reroll because of the range that they have on Cody. There is going to be a reroll that's going to potentially happen here.
Yeah,
those 2 fails are going to be able to get rerolled,
and he is going to get Scott's going to get an extra defensive dice because of Hera's cover.
Correct. So a lot of expertise when it comes to your supports, which is you're not always excited to see that. It just turns into a crit and 1. So it looks like
just 1 crit going through.
Yeah, it looks like it's just going to be the.
Well, possibly not actually.
I think there should be 2 blocks out of those.
Yeah, so maybe 2 results. Oh,
downgrading, but it still isn't going to matter. Well, he's going to spend for the Callus reroll.
Yeah, being able to use Hera's recover to take off the strain from Callus.
Oh, into 2 fails.
Just rolls 2 fails out of it.
1 going through. He was trying to just prevent everything from going through. What a move there. That's sometimes the. So only 1 damage into base. Here comes the second attack roll.
Much better.
Yeah, a little bit better. 3 strikes there. A little bit about the same for Scott. Not a whole lot there. So basically, it looks like it's going to be just 5 down the tree. 5 down the tree here into base and turret. So we're going to see a total of what's going to happen with all of that damage. Kind of just making the decision of what he wants to do there total.
Yeah, it looks like the Rebel Commandos are wounded from this attack.
5 damage, dash, recover, strain. Oh, and that was into the Commandos.
Yeah, that's into the Commandos there. So getting the wound on the Commandos.
Yeah, wound on the Commandos. Getting that first wound of the ball game is definitely a way to go. So yeah, a total of 9 damage and a strain going on to them as well. Absolutely bringing him kind of back into the game for sure. Because they were exposed on that one. That does knock the expose off, but those 3 expertise meant absolutely nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, definitely an important move here to finally get the wound out onto the Rebel team.
Right.
To give him that advantage.
All right, and the Phil's clones claiming that objective that they just claimed is going to be the priority.
Yeah, scoring out 3.
And here comes Bodhi Rook. So yeah, overall looking pretty good. Scott, basically, it's going to be pretty standard here. There's not really a whole lot going on and everything along those lines.
Not really as bad as Aubrey about it.
Yeah, so Bodhi moving up onto the top of that gantry, looking to set up to probably get over onto that point, and honestly just creating another bubble.
Yeah, they did. I believe, no, Callus got, he recovered from that. Did I not update the thing? Because Callus was healed that strain off from Hera. I don't believe he would have gotten that. Because of the, I believe Hera moved up before he did the rerolls and did this and removed that strain with her when she did her attack there, CJ. Yeah, I'm not sure. There might have. So Bodie's going to shoot some Phil's clones over here, moving forward and beating up on a little bit of Phil's clones. So this is going to be an interesting attack. The pilot himself attacking. Yeah, I mean overall pretty good. 3 blocks. The pilot.
Wow.
The pilot just.
That's rough on the attack there.
He has some expertise, but I don't think that's going to be anything going through there.
He might have a crit on there.
He
That's
might
4
have
expertise. I hope you have a crit.
Yeah, I would hope so.
Oh, he's going to spend the force to re-roll the 2
Last
misses.
force for Callus re-rolls. I mean, it's fine. We're into the day here.
Yeah, adding a hit, which isn't going to do anything.
Yeah, really fishing for crits there is really kind of what Scott was doing. So that is going to turn into 2 crits, I believe.
Yeah, the thing is this is the last card in the deck, so spending that last force on the reroll is worth it, because you might
as well. Yeah, I mean, you can't take it with you.
Yeah, and then if you were lucky enough to roll at least 1 crit on that would change a lot for you.
All right, and yeah, I guess. What is Phil's clones looking like? What was it again? So Phil's clones basically are going to change to, after that attack, just 3 damage and a pin on them.
Yeah, not enough to do anything there. Just scoring the 1 point. Leaving it 2 on Jim's side. Yeah, it definitely looks like Jim could actually take struggle 2 on this turn.
I mean, and who better to take the struggle with than Anakin? So, that's really what's going on there.
Yeah, I mean, only needing to get a wound or flip a point to win it, because he's 4 away from his current momentum. So definitely Anakin should be able to close this struggle out.
I mean, Anakin being able to just run forward, slap Callus is going to sit there and win the struggle, because Callus still should have been dead a while ago anyway.
Yep. Yeah, so finishing off Callus, getting the wound, and then potentially just, I mean, being able to swing into, Baze, potentially doing some work into him, or even swinging into Bodhi for his second attack. He could potentially pull out 2 wounds on this turn. So, yeah, looks like he's putting in the think on what he wants to do exactly. Callus being the easiest option on guaranteeing the wound, guaranteeing the struggle win. But yeah, if he's the one nice thing, especially here, Anakin being the last activation of the struggle, he's going to be able to wound a secondary, which will give him that movement at the end of the turn. So that way he can spread out his units to all the different points for the struggle 3 flip. So spending a force to jump Anakin. So yeah, gotta jump him over. Yeah, he's going over there. He's getting in the mess. All right, yeah. So yeah, what he's gonna be trying to do here is he's down to 1 force because of the jump. So he's gonna go in, try to get that wound on the first attack, which will refresh 1 force, giving him 2, so then he can go in and do the double attack, the second attack afterwards. So this attack, Anakin, I believe, going into Callus here. Not a great roll from Anakin, but also really bad defensive roll there with only 1 expertise. So he's going to get the results he needs to get the wound.
Yep, and that's going to be able to take the win here for sure.
Yeah.
Really ideal. I mean, not the most ideal result, but again, and he's going to use some Callus rerolls because he did refresh his deck.
Yeah, he refreshed, had the force.
Still not going to be enough because Anakin with 2 crits,
Yeah.
definitely doing what he needs to do.
Yeah, if there was the best point to use the Callus rerolls, it was in that moment to try to see if he could shut down Anakin's attack. Now, the only thing is I don't know if...
So actually went into Hera
That
there.
went into Hera.
Yeah, that actually went into Hera, not into Callus.
So he doesn't
get a wound.
win the struggle.
Yeah, I'm not sure on that one. That was an interesting play. I'm not sure. So let me recap on that one. Give me 1 second here. What was that? So just 4 damage into Hera. Did he just not have the range on Callus for some reason? Was he?
No, he definitely has the range. Callus is the closest person to him. You know what I might think have happened? I don't know if he can see Callus.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. If there's like just not a way to get the line of sight wasn't there for some reason.
Well, I mean, the line of sight on Anakin to Callus is there, but I wonder if Jim himself actually just can't see the miniature behind that building.
Oh.
Because he's tucked right up against it to where I don't know if he could see it, and he may have forgotten that Callus has been there this whole time. So definitely one of those things where sometimes you do need to make sure that you walk to the side of the table to make sure you can see every option that's out there.
Right. I mean, it's unfortunate there, I think, but I mean, he's still going to probably be able to pull this struggle the next time because he did get a refresh there and everything along those lines. I don't think this is going to cost him the struggle by any means, but could have been moving forward with a fresh deck.
Yeah, it's just going to delay Struggle 3, which, could potentially impact him a little bit more. But at the same time, it could make it so that with what Scott pulls here in Struggle 2, kind of almost going to a waste because Struggle 2 should be going to Jim. So it could actually help Jim potentially in Struggle 3 if Scott pulls all the useful units right now.
Right. And I mean, the first pull was Base Insurance by Scott. I mean, it's something that you probably would have wanted them going into Struggle 3.
Yeah.
But Base Insurance can do some work here, too. So we'll definitely take a look. I mean, able to soften up Crosshair a little bit. I mean, getting Crosshair hurt. Maybe taking down Phil's clones at this point in time, getting them to a wound. There's a lot that can be done so that if you're having 3 wounded units going into the struggle, you're probably pretty good here.
Yeah.
So Baze is going into Phil's clones here.
Yeah, if he could take out Phil's clones, that's definitely going to give him the number advantage.
Again, a lot of fails, unfortunately, for Scott. His dice have really turned on him here.
Yeah. Yeah, so he may go for the rerolls here. There's 3 blocks, so he's only getting that expertise results through.
Yeah, only the expertise going through at this point in time is kind of brutal.
Yeah.
And you can see Scott's kind of like really going into the tank here on what he wants to do. He has his dice turned on him for sure.
Yeah, the one thing is whatever he rerolls, whatever results he gets from the rerolls will go through.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the first activation of the deck. You already have Base Insurance for the Force Refresh. Man, do you really want to spend your Force this early on rerolls?
Yeah. Yeah, he is going to do it, though.
He is going to do it. Yeah, he is going to do it. So he's going to go ahead and reroll
2 dice.
Rerolling 2 of those fails here.
That's a hit and an expertise. I don't know if that expertise gives him extra, but the 1 hit for sure giving him an extra result.
Yeah, that's ideal.
Yeah, that's 3 hits through.
3 hits through now. Much better. And that is exactly what he needed because that is 5 damage going into the clones. That is going to go ahead and wound them.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely one of those moments where the Callus reroll comes in handy, giving him the result he wants, and he still has an attack from Churret or Baze, one of the 2, to attack into something else.
Yep, and now, and of course that is with that wound, that is a Han trigger going off. Now here comes the turret attack. Turret's going into who?
That is a much better roll on Scott's side. Lots of expertise, 3 or 4 expertise, not the greatest, but no fails.
Going into crosshair too.
Yeah, those expertise turning into 2 crits.
One going down with the crosshair
4
expertise. Still 4 results into crosshair.
Yeah.
I mean, and crosshair is the type of person who wants to be sitting in the back and taking shots, not being up in the mix.
Yeah, so this will be a big play into crosshair here.
Looks like we got a couple shoves coming his way too. Yeah, Yeah, 5 damage for sure going on to crosshair. Yeah, 5 damage strain and expose going on to crosshair on the back line, making him a pretty easy target going forward to be taken down. So next attack into him can very easily, especially into a strained and exposed crosshair.
Yeah.
Really can do some work.
Yeah, it's the one thing to remember when you're going in for your attacks. You're going into a fresh unit that has no damage. Getting, half or over half of their life pool of damage on them, even though in the moment it doesn't do much, it sets them up in the future to be able to easily take them down when it's needed.
So here's the big one. Scott scored 4 points there. He basically flipped 2 points.
Yeah.
So that is gigantic for him.
Yeah, that's huge.
Especially with all that momentum he just keeps on getting, because it didn't get it all the way to his side, gaining another momentum, got the momentum for the wound. There was two momentum and scoring 4 points.
Yeah, that's a huge play. That's an insane play. I mean, that's a Bazin Turret play right there, for sure. Bazin Turret being able to take 2 points and getting a wound, setting up Crosshair for another wound. This is actually looking really good for Scott. Yeah, both players kind of looking at the board and talking, both thinking about what's going on and what they're going to do. This is definitely the point in the game where you really need to pay attention and get the most out of your turns, because as we saw earlier on the last on that Anakin activation, a mistake can be devastating to your game.
Alrighty. Yeah, so really kind of just going to the tank here. The pull looks like we got the Phil's clones into reserve. 5-0 first into reserve, and Crosshair was your pull. So with Crosshair going, I mean, that's going to see what he's going to do there. Let's see. Crosshair does have, again, that strain on him.
Yeah.
So I think it's going to be a recover. Yeah. And then find the shot into a shot. It'd probably be the line of play that I would call.
Yeah,
what do you think?
Yeah, he's going to need to get that strain off of him before he does anything, because of the fact that he's already at 5 damage. So leaving that strain on him and doing anything before. Now the thing is I don't believe the tactic is going to trigger the strain, because it is a tactic and not a reactive, and the model itself isn't moving or doing anything like that. He should still be able to plink the 1 damage and remove any hunkers without popping the strain. Next action, though, definitely going to need to be a recover. He still has his ability to give him that dash or climb and get an attack off. So Crosshair having the strain isn't going to shut down his activation, but it's definitely going to slow it down just a little bit. So he actually goes and takes the damage from the strain.
Okay.
He pops the strain, taking the damage.
Interesting line of play there.
Now Crosshair sits at 9 health.
Yeah, so he's got alive on 1 and exposed.
Alive on 1 exposed. So he's definitely going for a big play. Now he has to. This activation, he needs to do something.
Right. I mean, but now you're making Crosshair a really easy target to get another momentum, easier than before.
Yeah.
But I guess he's wanting to sit there. I mean, you can definitely, you get some movement out of him as well.
Yeah. Yeah, that is true. Getting the extra movement might be what he's looking for. Getting over to the point to take it.
So he's basically moving to get out of range of Chirrut, with finding the shot, basically going to get a shot, and then he still will have his move action after his attack action.
Yeah, the only downside is he's not taking the priority point. He is just taking 1 point for the turn. So definitely needs to maximize what he does. But if he doesn't take a single point, he is guaranteed the loss. So he's giving everything he can to hold on to struggle 2 here.
I mean, he's got to do everything he can. You have to at this point in time. There's no waiting to see type of a thing. So yeah, they were thinking about going for an attack, and then he's going back to the card just to kind of read it. I mean, because these next couple of activations for Jim are very important. He's got to make the right plays. All right, here comes that attack. There's a lot of dice getting shaken up by Jim, so he wants to make sure he's doing everything he needs to.
And that is the mission critical call.
That might be, wow. Scott,
that's a lot.
That is a lot. Scott also only having 3 fails in that attack roll is not ideal. I think this is going to be a wound just because it is crosshair. Crosshair just does a lot of damage.
Yeah, it does a lot of damage, and only having the 3 misses, so 1 expertise turning into a block, I believe. So having 2 blocks there, he's gonna full tree.
Right. I mean, that's full tree is what it is, man. It's definitely it's the way to go.
Yeah, full tree. There's nothing really you can do about that. Yeah, you kind of just go, well, yeah, my guy's dead. Okay.
Right. Oh, right.
Okay, so he is going. Scott's going for the reroll.
Yeah, I think he wants to keep him alive if possible.
Yeah.
Basically, just to not.
Yes, he gets the extra block on that.
And that was really that. He needed that extra block to keep him alive.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's one thing with Callus is you have to look at your opponent's results, do the math, and figure out, is this worth it? Because the chance of getting an additional block on a reroll with only 2 dice is pretty slim.
Right.
But yeah, this is going to be a huge swing for Scott here, holding on to life with Baze and Chirrut.
Yeah, I mean, I love it. I love it. It's
so pushing out the shoves here.
Right. And how much total are they going to have on that? So 6 damage total. It's going to, after that 5 damage from this attack, they are going to be pinned. There's only going to be 2 shoves because of the steadfast bubble on them. So overall, pretty fantastic that for Scott here being able to hold on, keep Baze and Chirrut alive. I think that might be all that Scott needed to keep himself from losing at this point in time, losing this struggle. I mean, he's hanging in there. The heart of those rerolls. I mean, that was one of the things he told me before we started the game here that he wanted to play the rerolls. He was going to put a lot of focus into it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I know a lot of people say that based on the math, the rerolls are not worth it. But there are some situations that come up that are key plays where the rerolls can come in handy, like in this situation here. Without that reroll, Baze and Chirrut get wounded, and it turns the game a lot right there.
It does. So
yeah, so Scott
right now
flipping the Rebel Commandos.
Yeah, got the Rebel Commandos. He's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 away from.
He gets the free.
He's going to get a momentum. If he gets a wound and scores all 4 points, he can pull the struggle here.
And that will be the game.
Commandos go into reserve. He's pulling Hera. So Let's take a look and see what he does here. There is it's feasible to get a win. I don't know. I don't see the line yet. Do you see a line for him here?
Man, with Hera, I don't know. I know he was looking at the Rebel Commandos being too far away from that point he needs to take, and so that's why he forgoed going with them. But Hera also isn't looking great. She needs to be able to get over, shove. I mean, the thing is, she's going to wound Crosshair.
Right. And
Crosshair's sitting on 1.
Yeah, and then she just needs to get on that point, really.
So that's all she needs to do.
Because Scott holds the red is red, right? So he already has 2 points.
Yeah, he has the bottom right point,
and
he has that center left.
He just needs to flip 1 point.
Yeah,
and
he needs to do 1 damage and move on top of that point with Hera, and that's it, and that's the game.
At the end of it all, I think not seeing Callus is really what hurt Jim here. Just not taking that moment to step to the side, unfortunately.
Yeah,
and you can't blame him.
Yeah, in this type of a matchup here in the top 64, you are nervous.
And so here's just what happened. She also has the tactic ability. You know what that tactic ability does? It dashes somebody. He just dashed Turret onto the point. Just need to wound Crosshair.
So he actually only needs to shoot Crosshair and do 1 damage.
Yeah.
So even easier to take the game here.
Right. It's just just Dice not doing anything, and you still have Callus rerolls. I mean, I say what you will, Callus rerolls are going to sit there and help you out there. I think are the fills.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of curious. I'm seeing he's doing a lot of measurements with Hera here. I think he might have been measuring out if he's engaged with anyone to not be able to get that the full advance.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, like I said, you are right. I mean, there's not really an excuse to not attack Callus. Like I said, sometimes in the heat of the moment, you kind of forget things like that too.
Yeah, especially because there was a lot in between the last time he attacked Callus, to where it is pretty easy to forget where a lot of the miniatures go, especially if you can't see them at all with the buildings.
Right. I mean, like I said, I mean. You're playing the top 64 of worlds. I'm not going to sit there and say that he's, it's not. Oh, Hera's shooting Mace Windu. Okay. No, like shooting Anakin. I'm not quite sure why.
He might not be able to get within range of Crosshair to take a shot.
Yeah, it might not be.
Not an amazing attack roll there. 3 misses, 2 expertise, 2 hits. He should go for the reroll here.
Damage recover.
No, he's just going to go ahead and go with what he got.
Yeah. And there was a deflect there as well. So overall, I mean, like I said, we might have missed something. I don't think he might have been able to get the range on him, or might not have line of sight from what we can see there, because he is underneath that building. Might have put Crosshair in the perfect position. Still going to be able to score 3 points, get the momentum as well. So really kind of pulling it to Scott's side, putting Jim in a pretty precarious situation.
Yeah, he's looking at what he has left in. He's currently looking at, I have 2 force. What do I have left? If I spend this to use her ability,
right,
what is going to get hurt by that?
Yeah, really what they're trying to figure out is why is his force where it's at, and it's like he's used Callus rerolls twice.
Yeah, he probably just kind of forgot that he did use the reroll before his first deck activation of the round.
Yeah, so Scott's 2 away. Like I said, the wound and the flipping was the path, didn't quite get there. But again, now we're looking at going back to Jim's side.
If Jim gets a wound and takes all the points, he could take the struggle.
Yeah, I mean, that's an uphill battle, but we'll see.
Yeah.
5-0 first in reserve, so it really is going to rely on whatever this flip is here. because you don't. I don't think 501st is not the play to sit there and do that at all. I think here.
He did
but
not
he is
have
thinking
the force to
Shatterpoint.
attack again.
Shatterpoint is again. Yeah, Shatterpoint on the card pull is like ideally is the best option he can. Now he can just sit there and really kind of think about what's going to be the best thing for him.
Yeah. In a situation like this, pulling Shatterpoint's the best. You don't have to rely on the chance of the deck getting what you need. You can sit, look at every single option on the board, and figure out what's going to give you the best chance to score out as much as possible. So, yeah, no, on that Anakin attack where he attacked into Hera, he only had 1 force, so he wasn't able to do the double attack. So that is why he did not do a second.
Exactly.
So it looks like some tables are finishing up, so we'll be able to start seeing some results coming in.
Yeah, I mean, we should start seeing some results here fairly quickly. And pretty exciting about that, definitely. I'm pretty excited to see kind of where we go with this, and who's basically on their way to being undefeated going into the top 8.
Yep, so right now, being able to see, a lot of results actually coming in. It looks like we currently have 16 players at 1-0.
So that's about half the game's done.
Yeah, so, players 33 through 64 are currently playing. So being able to see a lot of results popping up, go ahead and take a look, find your favorite players, and see where they're currently sitting at on the table.
And you are correct, CJ. It is going to be Anakin. I mean, he's going to spend some force to go do a forced jump. And jumping right up in there, ready to sit there and have some fun.
He pointed at Callus.
Yeah.
So
remembered Callus this time.
Yep.
Definitely going into Callus at this point in time. Gonna get that wound. Put the taxing that you need to on those Callus rerolls. No, going into Hera. I mean, and that makes sense. She's pretty.
She has 5 damage on her right now, so she's looking pretty juicy.
Yep, and he is going to focus attack here.
Yeah. Now, I am not currently in the seat of the top 64. I feel like I'd personally go for Callus first and then Hera.
Yeah, I mean, it might have been that it was intentional not to go into Callus. Not a single fail in that attack roll. That is, I don't see how that's not going to win.
6 hits, 2 crits. That is fantastic.
Right. I don't see how we're not doing that at all. So 3 blocks. That's going to be a total of 5 down the tree.
Yeah.
On Anakin, that's going to be kind of brutal.
Yeah.
That should be about the end of Hera, I think.
Yeah, Hera's going to get wounded here. He's going to be able to do the second attack into Callus, get 2 wounds on 1 turn, flip that objective. This is going to be a fantastic activation for Jim.
Yeah, Anakin being able to double attack, it is the way to go here. This is, and a strain and a pin on her. Going to resolve this.
Yeah, I think this actually should take the struggle due to Anakin's ability to move the struggle tracker 1 towards him,
right?
Because he got that primary.
Right, strain pin on that as well. She had to recover on her expertise there, so she will recover that pin, just leaving the strain, so that she's only going to have the 1. So yeah, I definitely think that's the play there. Anakin again now is going to be able to move everybody at the end of his activation as well. Going into Callus here is.
Yeah, he hasn't quite chosen what he's going to do though. He is at full force. He has 8 force available.
Did he do an attack with the Callus to see if he can get the wound on Callus, or is he going to do a second attack instead? Has he done a second attack with Anakin yet?
Oh no, he ended.
And he's not going to do it?
he ended his activation. He is currently moving.
And just resolving the wound trigger.
Oh, that was the wound trigger. Okay, yeah.
And now comes the
Now
second
he's going to be
attack.
going into that second. Yep. Really good attack roll there, and actually a really good defense roll
And
too.
this should be going into Callus, so that should be enough to put him down. There's 3 crits there, so I mean,
Yeah.
again, Anakin hits like a truck.
Yeah, 3 results, blasting a lot of damage, getting the wound. So yeah, he's going to get the double wound there. He's going to get 1 force back from the 2 he just spent.
Right. So this is going to go ahead and wound Callus.
Yeah, and he's going to take this struggle. So yeah, Jim takes struggle 2.
That also is going to throw a strain onto him. Pulls out, Jim pulling it out, man. I love it. I love to see it. You love to see it, Chuck.
Yep. Yeah. That struggle was pretty great because both players had plays where they could have taken struggle 2, and it went back and forth where it almost looked guaranteed for both players at one moment,
Right.
and then Jim being able to take it back again to finish out the struggle.
Now going into this one here, we are already in mission critical.
Yeah. Sitting in mission critical, pretty late into mission critical. It looks like they need to definitely start working faster on their turns, or else they may be going into time.
Yeah, it's entirely possible, but you know what? I mean, at the end of the day, you can sit there and get this into struggles depending on, is Scott what he does, what he pulls.
Yeah, especially with all the wounds that are currently out there, you can very easily take all the points and score up pretty quickly. And I mean, Han Solo and Bodhi sitting at 0 damage right now, and Bazin Churret sitting at 6 with a pin. All the units are looking pretty good that are currently up. So Bodhi's actually on top of one of the points.
And he did pull Bodhi. I don't think this was exactly what he was looking for, though.
Yeah, it does look like are the 212th currently wounded? Or sorry, not the 212th. That's Cody.
Cody is wounded.
Yeah, so I think actually right now Scott's looking at sitting on 2 of the points and just needs to move over to 1 of them.
Yeah, with Cody's wounded still. 501st is wounded still. So yeah, there is a path for sure for him to sit there and do that. It's like, and he's really kind of looking at it. He has used a lot of his force at this point in time, though, too.
Yeah, the force economy is going to be very rough for him here.
And rerolls are kind of offline at this point in time because he has got a wounded Callus.
Yeah, so he pulls Bodhi. So looking at what he can do, the only issue with Bodhi here is Bodhi's on a point that he wants. So he needs to not. He can't leave that point with Bodhi.
Yeah, I think because Anakin's going to take that. So here's going to become the attack, though. Bodhi with a pretty good attack roll with 2 crits in there.
Only two blocks. This is going to get the wound on Crosshair here.
And I think that was ideally what he was looking for, was getting that wound for sure.
Yeah, not being able to go and take all the points due to Bodhi being the one currently trying to take the middle point. He still went out, got the shot off to get the wound, and will take 2 of the points, including the priority, so scoring 3 out.
But he is going to have the priority point here, so that is going to be awesome for him as well.
Oh, actually, it looks like with Han's thing, he might be looking at the potential. No.
Yeah, Han's win more ability.
Yeah. So Han was going to be capable of moving over and get within 2 of that middle point, but Bodhi himself wasn't going to be able to get over to that top left point there. So he keeps Bodhi on that point and just scores out the 3.
Yep. Yeah, just you move, he basically used his tactic to sit there and move forward to get in range to do the attack. Now using his move action to go back, basically scoring 3 points because he takes those 2 points for sure. So a wound, momentum, as well as the mission critical.
Yeah, now the priority moving over to that top left point. No one is currently on it, which means Jim will have an easy time as long as he can get a unit over there to take it.
Right. Now look, with that momentum that he gained, I mean, Scott may have... Right. So it looks like he's going to activate the 5-0 first so he can get them onto that point, which is the priority point. Scoring 2 there, probably, unless he can sit there and wound...
He could potentially shove Bodhi off that middle point and maybe take it as well.
All right, so waking up 5-0 first. Waking up the 5-0 first, leaving the disarm, or leaving the disarm on there and opting to get rid of the expose. All right, so they're going to go into turret with their first attack. So 2 crits. They were disarmed, so only the 2 crits going through at this point in time. So I mean, but now that...
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna have 2 attacks there.
Right.
It looks like he got the wound.
He did. But
Yeah.
they do, because basically Baze and Turret were pretty hurting already.
Yeah. Sitting at 6 damage to begin with, that's pretty easy to be able to swing in the wound there.
So yeah, I mean, a lot of momentum going on there. Isn't going to have a second attack, but basically all of the conditions now have been removed from the 5-0 first, as he woke them up and then did that attack. But it was enough to sit there and get the wound in, even though that wasn't the best of attacks.
Yeah, so moving over, getting the wound, scoring 2, getting the momentum. The only thing I see here is the struggle tracker is still going to be in favor of Scott, because he's not going to make it back to his side on that struggle tracker.
Right, yeah. I mean, it's about the best that could have happened there, but it's, still, and we'll take a look here after the fact.
So on this turn here, Scott just needs to score all 4 points or get a wound.
Well, he is going to get the mission.
Because with the mission critical, if he scores 4, he wins, or if he gets a wound and he scores 3, he wins it.
Right, and the middle point is going to be your priority.
Yeah, which is the one he already has, so he's looking good here.
He's already scoring 3 points.
Yeah, he's scoring 3. Now, I mean, is there an easy target on that side right now?
At this point in time, no.
Yeah, I mean, I would say you probably go into the 5-0 first and try to get that wound, if you can get that attack off.
He did pull Callus, so I don't know if he's going to be doing that. So let's see. So that's going to be 1 momentum, 3 points, which would put him 1 short, from winning this one out.
Yeah, so he just... It looks like he's going to go in and try to get that wound. I mean, Callus, I think...
It's the line of play that you have. It is the right line.
He might be able to do it here.
3 blocks.
Yeah.
4 blocks. Yeah, not a whole heck of a lot coming from Callus. It might be just looking to try and get that shove to get that point at this point.
But you know what? Even if Scott isn't able to take the game this turn, he's still going to be so close to his side and so far away from Jim's that he could potentially just take it in the next one.
2 damage, 3 shoves is the play here, though.
So he'll definitely get one of those 5-0 firsts off the point.
Right. And that's, I mean, yeah, shove tool actually gets used on stream. Look at you go. So again, going back here, it's 1 away from Scott's side at this point in time. Scott's still having 2 points. Now on the wound point, so
It's the one that he has right now.
Going back to this already owned, and it's Phil's clones.
Yeah, the only thing here is that if you only take 1 point away from Scott scoring out 3, then Scott just needs to take a point back and have the priority and win the game.
Right. So it's looking okay for Scott at this point in time. It really kind of is, but we'll have to wait and see kind of like how this term.
Yeah.
All right, waking up Phil's clones is going to be the play here. That removes all of their conditions and their damage.
Spending 2 for their active ability to, I believe it's a defensive maneuver, so they'll be able to get a dash here, get a hunker. Yeah, it looks like he is looking to just get them over and on to that point.
Right.
Or at least getting them. It looks like he might be just trying to move them out of engagement, possibly, to try to just.
Well,
take
he's trying to get a
shots.
defensive maneuver. Yeah, you're gonna have to get. You might have to move defensive maneuver just to be able to get the shots.
Well, because he's currently doing the defensive maneuver. So just trying to see where exactly he's moving.
Right.
Yeah, so he moves one of them over to go to the ladder. The only thing is...
There's not many targets on Scott's side, is I think the other piece of it.
Yeah.
Wow, 3 crits. 4 crits. My goodness.
The re-roll that he got there is insane.
Yeah, the Cody re-roll's coming up clutch right here.
Yeah. Yeah, he re-rolled 2 and got 2 crits. That is the best you could ask for on a re-roll like that. And then Scott's sitting there with 2 misses and 2 expertise.
3 damage shove recovered.
Yeah, so he's going to be able to get a second shot into Han there.
Yeah, going into Han again. Going into Han a second time. A little bit better of a defensive roll on the Han side.
Oh my gosh, 2 more hits on the re-roll. Those Cody
re-rolls
re-rolls.
have been fantastic.
Wow,
Now
yeah.
it's 4 blocks, so so only 2 through. A little bit better for Han there.
Yeah, Han should still be alive after this attack. He did take him off the point, but
What's going to be the total damage?
he is going to be able to take that point now here. All right, now the roll here from Scott is going to be really important to see where this priority is. So the priority is the point that just got taken from him. The rebel commandos get woken up. He says, I'm just going to walk forward and take it.
Yeah, looking to see. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it was basically activate them, move forward, basically take the point. That is the win for Scott. Yeah, looking to see if we can get the win for tiebreakers, I think is what they're looking at here, because it will be a seeded top 8.
Yeah, so he is going to go through with the attacks without moving anything, just to see if the attacks would wound. Yeah, so Scott ends up taking the game here. All he had to do was move the guys onto the point, which they easily could do, and then he takes it.
Yeah, so it's just going to be a fun, just to be obligatory just to see if it happens. Yeah, quite. 3 blocks. There's a bunch of crits in there. Don't think it's going to be enough. 4 down the tree. I don't think that's going to be quite enough. 5 pin disarm.
Yeah, and a lot of times what players forget is even though you have the win easily without having to attack, you want to make sure you try to see if you can get that wound.
It's for the tiebreakers.
Yeah, for the tiebreakers, especially if there's not a revenge on the other side. There's no threat to you for getting the wound.
Right.
2 blocks.
Yeah. Yeah, so it won't end up getting the wound there at the end of the day. Okay. Right. Okay, so this was not for real. They were just going to play it out, see what happened, but that's basically what they were saying here. So yeah, no, overall a good big win here for the defending champ, coming back and winning the game there. Ideally a fantastic game.
Yeah.
To see what happened.
Yeah, I mean that results was honestly amazing. Seeing Scott being able to pull it out there. Yeah, a lot of interesting plays. So, yeah, there was a lot of interesting plays on that game where us over here on the desk kind of saw different lines of play than the players, and they kind of ended up choosing to do some different things that may or may not have been the best choice. But you know what? Sometimes when you're not the one playing the game, you don't always get to fully understand exactly what it's currently like in there, so that those decisions may not look great to you, but it might be what they believe is the best play.
Yeah, I mean, since I was floating over the table and taking in the information that they were saying, most of the lines of play that they were coming up with is stuff that I saw. I do remember there was one point where that Jim here had Anakin in reserve and had a play where Callus only had like 2 health.
Yeah,
and he could walk up, swing, refresh the force, and be able to make the second swing into Hera, flipping stances, get the shoves, and he would have been able to claim the point. But because he decided to wait on that reserve, Scott got to refresh his deck and then get rerolls, which get force enough for Callus rerolls that actually saved him from being able to make that play with Anakin. So had he decided to do that play a little bit earlier, he would have been able to claim that objective much earlier.
Well, I think the first time he activated Anakin, which was from the reserve, he did use the rerolls, but it was on Hera. He actually did the first swing into Hera and didn't attack Callus, which would have been the easy kill.
Right, and I think it was just not him not fully processing that since Anakin got reworked in May. I actually just relearned this looking at his cards just now on the table there. It's if he wounds anything, he gets a force refresh.
Yes.
So he walks up, all he has to do is get 1 down the tree, he wounds Callus, and then, again, had he activated him 1 turn earlier, he wouldn't have had to worry about those Callus rerolls because he was out of force for the project. He wouldn't have been able to make the swing.
Yeah. Well, and I think right there, too, that was a big moment for Jim because that was the very end of the struggle.
Yeah.
He was taking the struggle that turn. If he would have been able to get the wound on Callus, refresh the force so that he had the 2 to swing again on Hera, he would have been able to move everything around the board to prep for struggle 3 going into it, which would have given him a really good board state position for all the flips.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, we were kind of sitting here thinking that he may have just not seen Callus behind that building because he is blocked from his view.
Yeah, it's potential, but I think that's as part of when you are playing a game like this with this much like terrain, it's always best to ask like, hey, what are you seeing that I'm not seeing? And I typically, when I'm playing the game, even though I know it would be detrimental to my game plan, I like to remind my opponents like, hey, by the way, you've got this guy here, he's got this on him, this is an easy target for you. Not trying to influence your decision making, I'm just being like sportsmanlike. I just want to be like, this guy's here, don't forget.
Yeah. Well, and especially kind of in that moment too, when he jumps forward with Anakin and then says he's going to swing into Hera, you kind of maybe go like, hey, Callus is right here.
Yeah.
Because there is that chance that he just doesn't see him. And so, you want to give that opportunity to your opponent to where, getting I won't say that, obviously Scott was purposely getting a gotcha, but there is that potential that it's kind of like a gotcha moment, like, you didn't see him, and now I get the advantage because of it.
Yeah. Well, when you are at Worlds, you do got to keep in mind every factor, and there's a lot of stress on the table, especially when you know that Mission Critical could be arriving at any moment, and once it arrives, then you start moving a little bit faster. So, with that said, we are going to take a brief break while everybody gets set up for round 2. We will come back with round 2 opponents ready to go. Thank you guys for being here for this stream, and we will be right back.
Hello, my friends. We are back. So we went from the defending world champion to the 2025 runner-up is going to be on stream next. I didn't choose him intentionally. It just was a
Just the luck of the draw,
just
if
the
you
luck
will.
of the draw, because my intention is to at least have one list that doesn't have Cassian and Boss, which is going to be very difficult after this round. We're going forward with undefeated players. But that was my intention. So you know who we have across from Matt Bronson is going to be Grand Moff Eric, who definitely is, very well known for his Thrawn list.
Oh, does he play Empire?
He does play Empire.
With a name with Grand Moff in it?
Shocking, I know.
I am surprised. While we were taking a little bit of our break, they've already decided which primaries they're going to play, so I'm sure we'll get run through on what their lists are going to be soon. I did hear them say they were setting up Nevertell, so we'll get the information to you guys soon, what their lists look like, but they are setting up the board as we speak.
Yeah, I mean, so off camera as they were waiting. Off camera, the previous game was cleaning up. They were definitely already figuring out everything that they were doing, everything that they were going to be playing, so that they could just jump onto the board or jump onto the table and start setting up. As the previous game was kind of going through the motions and everything along those lines. So here we are, ready to rock and roll with our friends for another game. And it's getting tight now up at the tables. I mean, we went from 64 and we only have 32 undefeated players left at this point in time. It's going to get tight. It's going to get really, really tight going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. So I am seeing on the table at the moment, I believe Grand Moff Eric is looking at a Thrawn Moff Gideon play right now.
And that's what I would expect with Grand Moff Eric. I mean, I don't expect him to not be playing that. That's just his play.
Bread and butter.
Yeah, it's his bread and butter. It's what he knows. I mean, he could go Iden, but yeah, it's gonna be Thrawn. It's gonna be Boba. It's gonna be ISB, Moff Gideon, Death Trooper, DTE, and the Republic. Fifth Brother, I should say. Looks like they have chosen their sides as well already.
And we're just getting our show notes set up here for a second, but yeah, they are working on setting up the map. I'm really excited for this match. I remember being eyes in the sky from Matt. If I'm not mistaken, the 2 times that he was on stream last year, I was eyes and helping communicate their intention over. Super, super nice guy. You can tell he knows everything there is to know about this game, and he thinks about this game's strategy quite often. So I'm excited to see how this matchup works out, especially because a lot of the time when I was floating as eyes, he would know what their options are before the player who was playing the pieces would know their options.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I mean, yes, we watch a lot of this game for sure. And everything along those lines. But at the end of the day, these guys probably are putting a lot more reps in than we are. And they are going to know this backwards and forwards better than we are as well. So, pretty exciting stuff overall to see kind of what these guys are going to be doing and what they're going to be playing. We are going to be taking a lunch break after this round because it is only 4 rounds today. So, yeah, definitely going to be having a little bit of a break. I think the players are going to need that, especially the ones that have been hitting the games that are undefeated. I think they're going to need to take a few minutes to take a breather because they hit it hot and heavy.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I'm going to take a step away from the desk here for a couple minutes just so I can figure out what their rosters are looking like, and then that way I can transfer this information over to you guys and let you know what you're looking at for the match ahead.
Right.
So I'm going to step away.
Again, I'm really excited to see the Grand Moff Eric over here playing the actual the models and characters that he has chosen to play, because he isn't playing any of the meta stuff that we know of. So excited. What about you guys out there in chat? Anything exciting to about this match? I mean, I know like a lot of us are really excited to not see the same old again, and that's really what we're trying to bring you with a lot of these guys, is just a little bit more variety that's one of the things I definitely like about some of the players is they are bringing something other than the norm, other than what everyone is used to seeing all of the time. So I mean, and I love Moff Gideon. I love the taxing of the ability to use the reserve. DTE, I think, is still one of the better units out in the game. Still solid. Still doing all of the things that he does. Yes, he got tapped down a little bit, but I don't think that really was an overall big loss for him at all. I think he's still doing good things. I think he's still viable in the meta. And I know one thing, I'm also very excited to see what's going to be happening. Fifth Brother Force Repulse, yeah, I am excited to see that as well. The Force Repulse, I mean, I think I said it when that card was spoiled. I mean, Fifth Brother is probably one of the best supports in the game. I think he still is. Takes a step. They do take a step back, of course, to Baze and Churret right now, who might need a little bit of a tap down. I'm not sure. I mean, but we'll see overall what's going to happen with everybody here. I'm excited to kind of see where we're going to be with everything along those lines as well. So yeah, exciting to see kind of where we're going to go with all of this and what's going to happen for sure. Right, and everybody here kind of just getting ready to get settled in, getting ready to get it set up. They're putting getting the models out ready to go. So yeah, exciting to see kind of where we're going to go with this.
Yeah, I just got a second to chat with them and see what our lists are looking like for the day. They are going to be playing Nevertell. They both brought that as their mission pack today. On Eric's side, we have Thrawn, Boba Fett, and the ISB, Moff, Gideon, Death Trooper escorts, and a Fifth Brother, and of course your Shatterpoint card sitting in there somewhere as well. On Matt's side, we are looking at Cassian, Ezra, Baze and Chirrut, Kanan, Sabine, and the Rebel Commandos.
Yeah, fantastic, both lists. I mean, Cassian, Kanan, kind of what we would expect. I mean, Sabine is also in that list, is kind of really shining. I think that's one of the things that is nice to see, is that she is shining pretty good here at this point in time.
Yeah, I mean, I like to see her on the table because she's able to provide a little bit of extra movement that you're normally not seeing secondary rebels doing. So she's providing a non-selfish movement, which is really helpful for the team. She's able to provide that to someone like Ezra or Cassian, who could definitely use a little extra speed. Your Rebel Commando's always going to be reliable, especially when you're fighting with Cassian, as well as Baze and Chirrut under their wing. This looks like a fun list to put together, especially you've got 3 Spectres on the table here with Kanan on there, meaning that you've got 3 options as far as hitting the clapback. But you're always going to be getting a little extra movement because of Cassian here. And I like to see the Cassian-Kanan pairing because you can use Cassian's Revenge trigger before you use Kanan's, allowing you to move Kanan around and get him a little extra mobility and potentially toss an attack into a target that is not expecting it.
Yeah, that's ideal right there, is actually being able to really take advantage of those Revenge triggers, stack them in whichever way you want. So yeah, very, very cool to sit there and see all of this that's happening as well.
Yeah. And as far as Eric's side, I personally don't play a whole lot of Empire, but I love seeing the strategy that Thrawn gets on the table, giving you those 2 extra cards in your order deck to function and figure out how you want to mess around with the gameplay. I love seeing what he's able to provide in extra mobility for his team, or causing a little extra detriment to the other side. Really pushing you to the Empire's limits is what Thrawn's going to be able to provide. And as force conscious as the Rebels want to be, it's nice to see that he has Moff Gideon on his side, causing a little tax and putting stuff in reserve. So you have to kind of act with what you got in a lot of the situations. Causing 2 force to be able to put something in reserve is definitely going to put a damper on their situation. Setting up with Boba Fett on the table, this is something that I was also talking about yesterday. I do enjoy seeing him on the table. It's nice to see that model because we haven't seen him as often as we should. I think he's kind of fitting some niche play styles, but I do think he is truly the best bounty hunter we got out of that unit box. I do think that initially people were not too excited with what he could provide. Much like his father, he was only going about 2-3 down the tree, and you weren't getting much out of him. But I think people are finally starting to see the value in what he can provide for your team. So seeing Boba Fett on the table, I'm very excited to have him get more utility here. Now we're just going through baseline deployment for both the teams, getting set up on who they want in current positions. Now, setting up for Never Tell is always difficult unless you have your infiltrator units. So Eric is taking his time to figure out what's going to be the best placement. Where can I place my units so that way I will be contesting both of those objectives at the beginning and making sure that you're not wasting any potential. So we are going to continue with setup, and we're going to see where deployment takes us. Seems like Matt Bronson is all set up, and we are just waiting for Eric to finish his last squad, which is, again, Moff Gideon, Death Trooper Escort, and Fifth Brother. Having a tiebreaker on that Empire side is going to be helpful to counteract Ezra play on Matt's side. Day 2 here of AdeptiCon. Worlds, day 3 of the convention in general. It's exciting to be here. It is exciting to be here and see these players playing to the best of their ability, a lot of which were playing yesterday as well just to make it into today. And after today, we're going to go from 64 down to 32 to 16 to 8. And tomorrow in the top 8, we will play 3 rounds and claim the World Championship for 2026. So, high stakes, high stress, but they're doing their best to stay on top of the situation. Just finishing the last of setup here. Here's the handshake, and they are ready to go.
Good to go there. Sorry about that. Yeah, thank you very much for the pointing out that we needed to update a couple people. So yeah, DT and secondaries are going to be challenging the odds. Looks like Kanan is the pull for Matt's side right off the bat. All right, and starting right off the bat, it looks like he might decide to go with him and not put him into reserve. All right, gonna go ahead and start with his jump. Looks like he's going to be end up moving Sabine forward to start that up. Yeah, the idea that he would have to reserve and spend 2 to put Moff Gideon into reserve really is the reason not to do that. So he's going to go ahead and move Sabine forward, and then he's going to go ahead and with that jump, and then look at what he's going to do with himself. Because he did jump himself forward as well.
Yeah, and something to consider here is that he put Ezra in the other squad. So if Kanan is able to properly measure his move action, he can get a free jump on Ezra as well, having that Force user tag trigger for Ezra.
And then Boba gets resolved, goes ahead and jumps forward because it is a primary that did act at his activation.
Yep. Sounds like we're going to go ahead and put Thrawn in reserve for free, but he's going to spend the Force for the reposition. Now, a quick reminder for those not aware, when you are playing Thrawn in your Empire list, you do get to reserve all Empire for free, but you do get to pay 1 Force to get a reposition if you would like. Having Thrawn at the ready, knowing he can get a good activation out of him later, is probably what Eric wants to have here.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking at what's going to happen here, basically trying to get up onto that active point again with Fifth Brother.
Yeah, it looks like a move and a Force jump.
And then probably going to end up move.
Probably just
Force
going
jump,
to take cover.
take cover. I mean, that's basically what you're looking at doing.
Yeah, easy little setup for what we've got going here.
Yeah.
These first turns are usually a little inactive, pretty easy to figure out what you want to get going here.
And so yeah, basically Matt's basically, I think the idea of using Grand Moff or Moff Gideon is really kind of putting Matt into a position he doesn't want. This is the second time he's going with the unit he doesn't want. He's actually vocalized that.
Yeah.
'Cause he had to go with Kanan and now going into Ezra.
Yeah, I mean, as someone who plays some Rebels here and there, I really enjoy usually saving my Kanan activation for the time that's right. And if he's the first card flip, yeah, I can get a little extra mobility, but I want to save him for a point where he can get some work done. And if I am getting that Moff tax, that's the one thing that usually does not help my case.
Right.
We're going to go ahead and take a shot into Thrawn here. Now, the good thing about attacking here with Ezra is you can pretty early on the tree get a jump and or a reposition. So looking for a good result here, get a little extra mobility, move the tiebreaker onto the enemy side of the map, and steal a point pretty early.
Yeah, and only one going through, so it's 1 damage and a shove.
Not quite what we're looking for here.
Right, not at all.
And to give you guys a current look at the Force statistics, they are both bringing 5 Force on the table. Only Matt Bronson having an ability to refresh his Force. The reason Thrawn doesn't bring any Force refresh into his squad is because he has the ability to just refresh his deck whenever he would like. So, well, not exactly whenever he would like. Whenever a primary unit is wounded on his side, he can choose to refresh the deck, and you have no reason to refresh Force when you can refresh the entire deck. On the card flip, it sounds like it's going to be the Death Trooper Escort, so he's going to go ahead and move Fifth Brother, see if he can get him in that back line. Does the pre-measure, is not quite sure if he can make it.
Yep, tiebreaker goes through, takes that point.
Ideally. They're just going to remeasure the point to make sure it's properly there, so that way they know for a fact Fifth Brother can get there. And that's what the measuring is going on right there.
Absolutely.
Seems like it's a mutual agreement that it's likely not going to be able to make it, so he's opting to figure out where the dash is going to go. He's just going to move a little bit, gain a couple inches there, but not focus on trying to get him all the way to the point.
Yep. Now DTE going to go ahead and do his own dash.
That tactical advance going to give you a dash and a focus, so he's definitely setting up for a nice strike here. He's going to go ahead and take the ladder. I'm likely going to take a shot at Ezra. You know, if you have that tiebreaker on the field, you want to get him off the field as quick as possible.
Absolutely. I mean, and now that, especially having Ezra right there in the main, in your backfield, I mean, he is a very juicy target to begin with, and having him right in front of everybody, being a tiebreaker, you want to take him out as soon as you possibly can. DTE is pretty good at putting damage on people.
Yep. Very consistent effort as well. Looks like he's going to walk up and get the melee attack here.
Yeah, and Matt's just Eric's just going to give it a thought on what he's going to do here.
Focus plus Moth dice.
Yeah, so because
Wow.
he does have Moff Gideon.
Moff Gideon. Yeah, I forgot. Depending on the way that the map is set up, if your enemy is contesting an active objective and controlling it, that you are not, when you make that melee attack, you get a bonus dice. So he's throwing 9 dice at Ezra here. This could be a pretty beefy hit.
And he does get full tree.
Full tree. If I'm Matt Bronson, that's not what I want to be hearing as the second activation.
Right. Yeah. So 5 damage, pin, disarm, 2 shoves, reposition. It's
That's what I call a little bit of all reliable.
right. That was just about not ideal for Matt Bronson, especially right now. I mean, because Ezra hurting pretty bad already in the deployment. I mean, he was already not happy about going with him. Yeah, definitely getting him off the point to be able to claim that point back. But again, getting Ezra in a position to where he's going to be the first wound of the game, probably very easily the next activation.
Yeah, opting to put that shove toward his own back line. He knows he's going to be setting Ezra up for a rough time later down the road. Death Trooper Escort going to follow up on that shove, hopefully take that point for himself.
Yeah. So engage with Thrawn, potentially with ISB being in the back right there. Not quite sure, but pretty close enough to where it might mean something. But Thrawn is in reserve as well if Thrawn wanted to sit there and kind of finish off Ezra, which would be very thematic.
Yeah.
All right. And now Cassian is the pull. So the primary is going early here on Matt's side, I think, is something that might be a little frustrating, I think, for Matt, especially with only 5 force, not wanting to spend 2.
Yeah, I agree. And something that I was talking to Austin about in the pre-show is that with Cassian, you're not really looking at what he can provide on his activation. You're looking at what he can provide for the rest of the team, for the rest of the game. He's going to have he's going to provide extra value for that Shatterpoint card. So what you're really looking for is an active, proper use of your Shatterpoint card. I'm actually okay with Cassian going early in this situation if I'm in Matt's shoes.
Right. So Cassian moving forward, taking that egress to kind of get the high ground.
Yeah, the other thing to consider is Cassian is a spy himself, so if he's using his revenge trigger on himself, that advance is actually going to turn into a reposition, so setting him up in a perfect spot to where he could potentially take a point on a revenge trigger is what you want to be looking for.
Yeah, and he did use the ability there to get rid of that pin on Ezra.
Sure.
Going into fifth brother with Cassian. Just 2 down the tree. So 2 damage and a disarm just due to the protection. It's not ideal, not an ideal outcome again for Matt. I don't think he was. And again, resolving Boba jump. Boba's getting all the way up the field here.
Yeah, I think that's the other thing that you don't want those early primary activations. So though you are happy with Cassian having an early activation, getting both of your primaries out of the way that quickly is going to be more detrimental to his cause, considering Boba's able to get that extra movement up the field. That way, once his card is flipped, he could potentially get 2 attacks onto one of those primary units, taking him out.
Right. And basically, they working together to get that action going, and then just dumps him a little farther forward. But yeah, really getting Boba into a good position at this point in time. Eric kind of looking over everything before he goes ahead and does his flip. Yep. Looks like he's trying to decide whether he wants to go with Thrawn.
I did see a card flip.
No, I think he just picked up Thrawn and then set him back down. He
Understood.
He didn't flip anything quite yet. He was just kind of looking at. He was thinking about it, and then he's like looking at what the other options are as well. So he is going to go with Thrawn out of reserve. Kind of makes sense to me. I mean, Thrawn can
get that wound early on, get the tiebreaker out of the way, setting him up for a better situation down the road, making that tiebreaker a little less threatening, but it looks like he is just going to walk straight past him.
Yeah, just walk. And now he's going to go ahead and shoot. Yeah, reposition walk.
Go ahead and take a punch at the commandos, or a shot at the commandos. You know, that's another person that you want to get off the table as quick as possible. Talking about that Shatterpoint activation in a Cassian list, you have 2 targets that are going to be prime choice here, which are the commandos and Bazin Chirrut. So him opting to take the shot at the commandos is going to be a great choice for him.
Yeah, pretty average roll here. Just 2 blocks, 2 fails, 3 expertise. Just going 2 down the tree. Two damage dash and a heal is basically going to be pretty good here. That is going to be able to take that 1 damage off of Thrawn there. So now he's going to be 100% healthy.
Nice. Did seem like on the bit of the defense side there that they did get the reposition on the expertise, so they're getting a little extra mobility here.
Yeah, absolutely. Not a lot of damage, but I mean, again, they are not known for all of that damage. Or Thrawn's not known to be putting out a lot of damage anyway.
What Thrawn provides is not what he does on his activation. What Thrawn provides is those cards in the deck that are going to give him extra value that the opponent is not ready for, because it's almost like you're getting 2 activations in one when you pull one of those.
Absolutely. All right. Does get Sabine, dashes Ezra back onto the point.
Yeah, that's that mobility I was telling you about earlier. Especially even mentioned that being able to move Ezra, your tiebreaker, is going to be a great choice here. So having that extra mobility, having it be global, Sabine is going to go ahead and make her activation, and we will see what target she's going to go to here. She went ahead and spent for the fireworks jump.
Right.
And it looks like she will be using the ability to explode.
9 dice range attack and a 5th brother going on first. Because she used her 4 crits. And the disarm from the expertise.
I mean, that's what happens when you get 4 crits.
Yeah, exactly. Cool. Well, she did have the focus from that move action ending within 2 of Kanan.
That is good.
3 crits and not the disarm. He mislooked at his expertise.
3 damage due to first shove is stopped by stealth. But he did follow.
All right. So basically, he does have 3 damage down to 2 onto Fifth Brother, resolving some shoves. So first shove goes down. And then going to use another shove. Walking him back, but it looks like they're going to have 2 bodies on here now. And that's going to, so the 2 bodies, there's no longer
Cassie
a tie.
and Sabine there, so he's going to go ahead and take that point.
Scoring 4 points.
Huge activation out of Sabine.
So yeah, again, Sabine in this list is fantastic. Fifth Brother now standing at 4 damage. Pulls ISB, puts him into reserve. And Moff Gideon. And I think Gideon, at this point in time, is going to try and move forward and see what he can do to get one of those bodies off of the point. Unfortunately, moving him where another tiebreaker is probably wasn't exactly what he had in mind here, but I think that's kind of going to have to be what he has to do, unfortunately. And Moff Eric really, again, just trying to figure out, what the best line to play is. Really kind of being as tactical and thoughtful about this as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. And part of that is when you're playing against Rebels, they're working off the back foot most of the time. So a lot of their gameplay is off the reaction triggers. And when you're playing something like Thrawn and Moff Gideon, you need to be thinking about your options and making a calculated choice before you do something. So you see the 2 bits of gameplay going on here, 2 sides of the same coin, one person reacting, one person making you make the answer.
Correct. Yeah. So moving forward basically to kind of get within range 2 of the point, but not within range 2 of Sabine, so we can put a shot into Cassian, because Cassian, one shove gets him off of the point.
Yeah. So, I would do something similar in this situation. You probably don't want both your tie-breaking units on the same objective, but like I said before, Thrawn has those tactic cards that can move people around the board. So what you're going to be looking at here is getting them off the board and setting up for a play that can be made later.
Yeah, now he's just trying to think about if he wants to change his stances or not, depending on what he can do here with that. So, yeah, basically staying on the side he's on because he is on the side that gives a little more dice when shooting. So here comes the attack. Three blocks and a heal. At least 3 going down the tree. Offensive pin.
Pretty good shot here. We will see how much gets done in just a moment.
So at least a pin, 3 down the tree.
Probably just deliberating his options. Yeah, I know Moff Gideon has one of those trees where you start with one option guaranteed, and then you've got 3 branches to choose from. So there's a lot of options to consider here, and he wants to make sure he makes the best decision possible.
Yep. So basically it's going to be 3 damage, double shove, and he has the pin. Defensive expertise is going to heal the pin, so it's going to end up being 3 damage and a shove going on to Cassian.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the ideal activation that you want right there.
Right. I mean, so as we kind of move into the mid game here a little bit, it's really kind of looking at what is Eric's his game plan, because you don't want to do a lot of wounds, but he has units that can do a lot of wounds.
Yeah, I mean, when you're walking into one of these double revenge rebel lists, you really have to make sure that the wounds you make are a calculated decision and not an accident. So setting up a lot of people for a wound before knocking them down is your best decision. So hopefully you can get someone with one of those activations that gets you 2 wounds in one activation. If that's possible, then you're going to be walking away with a better benefit, because Cassian, his revenge trigger only works once per turn. So you're going to be looking at options and trying your best to make sure that one of your supporting units can, take down 2 people in one activation.
Yeah, and that's, I think, why you have Boba here, because he can do double wounds in some situations if you kind of put a couple damage early on to people.
Yeah, absolutely.
The draw here is base and turret, and that's really kind of what he's looking at, what he's going to do with them. So he's going to basically regen the force off of their tactic ability. Going to go ahead and do some moving and shaking with base and turret, going kind of forward because they have so much movement as it is. And getting all the way up forward. Of course, they're going to be doing some flips. Yeah, so getting just outside of 2 so they can have that ranged attack, because they are going to be flipping and getting a sharpshooter.
Yeah, looking for the sharpshooter option here is going to be their best. And staying out of the engagement range to make those shots is what you are looking for in this situation. Yeah.
Yep. First attack here going into ISB. Basically 4 down the tree here. A pin, 4 damage, 2 shoves onto the ISB. So again, yeah, a lot of just kind of softening up of characters.
That second shot is looking like it's going to go into Moff Gideon here.
Going into Moff Gideon with the attack. 4 fails, 2 expertise is not exactly what Eric was looking for. Yeah, 1 block is what he's going to get there on Moff Gideon. Full tree going into him.
Yeah.
With base and turret.
Very detrimental roll there. And this is what I was talking about before, is you have those tactic cards from Moff sitting somewhere in the deck. So this isn't going to push you back too far to start off, especially since the struggle tracker is looking more on Eric's side at the moment. Give it a little more time, and we might be able to see him turn this back around. He's not happy about that for sure.
No, not at all. 6 damage and a pin going on to Moff Gideon here. Again, scoring those 4 points. So it's been kind of an uphill battle for Eric at this point in time. We see a lot of momentum going because of just the back and forth and landing on 0. Let's take a look. Really kind of taking a look. So the first tactic card comes up. Eric kind of thinking of what he wants to do here.
Yeah, and something to take note is that Eric is all out of force. So he's hoping that one of his primaries gets wounded so he can refresh the deck.
Right. Yeah, really looking for a primary to get wounded if possible for the refresh, like you were saying there. Definitely get that force refresh when you get to refresh your deck. So we'll see what happens. With ISB sitting in reserves, he can choose to sit there and pull them out of reserve with his tactic card. It's probably not exactly the way he's thinking of going on.
A lot of decisions to be made here for sure.
Yeah, that's one of the things about playing a Thrawn list is you got to think a little bit more.
You have to consider every option that you have at your whim, and you have to consider the, when you're playing someone like the Rebels and folk.
So yeah, going to go with the ISBs out of reserve here. And really kind of looking at what he has left, Mandos and Shatterpoint left in the deck on Matt's side.
Not a big deal.
Yeah, just thinking about like what options you have on the table here. You don't want to be thinking about your odds too much when you're playing something like a reactive team. But when you're playing something with like Moff Gideon and Thrawn on your team, you have to consider every single option that you might have before you make one of these full decisions. So taking the time to figure out which card you want to have show up is something you really have to consider. Having the most ideal choice in your reserve slot is very important here.
I have that. Yeah, apparently there was a little bit of walking back needs to happen because there was a pin on ISB that Eric kind of missed, and so there was a little bit of a conversation.
Got it.
There.
Yeah, and that's something that you really appreciate when you're at events like this is people are going to have a discussion, talk about that between each other, make sure that they're at a mutual understanding, and they will come to a mutual decision to make sure that what plans they're trying to do comes to fruition. Nobody wants to sit here and say gotcha. Nobody wants to sit here and say like that they're helping each other cheat. They just want to make sure that both of them are trying to play the best game possible, especially when you have to make a 3-1 score to make it into tomorrow's games. They want to make sure they're playing the most honest game possible.
So reckless gambit going on there, and utilizing that tactic. Eric is going to end up getting 3 damage on Thrawn from that.
Day 3 at the con, and it is a Saturday, so the weekend has arrived, and you can tell it here. This is the busiest day that I've seen the convention. There is a lot of people, a lot of voices, and a lot of stimulus going on around us. So I can only imagine what the players are going through as they're trying to make these tactical decisions that take a lot of thought. I can only imagine how much pressure is on their shoulders at some times.
So Shatterpoint was the pull from Bronson. He decided to shuffle that back in. So he using his last 2 force and then going with Republic Commandos, saving that Shatterpoint for last. Basically kind of moving them around here at this point in time. Looks like probably a Commando Doctrine. No, he wasn't able to do a Commando Doctrine because he used the last of his force. Looking at an attack coming in, going into Boba Fett. Three blocks, just the crits going through. So 2 crits, 2 down the tree with those commandos into Boba. Looks like they are going to get that shove. What's the condition? Never mind.
I just floated away for 2 seconds just to double check what we're looking for as far as what's left in our decks here. Now, Grand Moff Eric is sitting here with Boba and the Shatterpoint left in his deck, as well as one of Thrawn's tactic cards. So being low on force at the moment, not the most detrimental thing to him, but something that might be detrimental is thinking about how both teams are fully out of force, but one of them can refresh.
That is very true. So 3 damage, and it looks like a pin going onto Boba Fett here. And a pin is pretty brutal.
Seems like they want to get a judge for the call that's going on right here. So yeah, sometimes in these situations you want to get that unbiased third-party opinion and call over a judge just to make sure that something's happening the proper way. So it looks like they're just trying to get what the proper shove angle is for this situation.
Yeah, a lot of thoughts going on here, what they're going to do and everything along those lines. So really kind of just making sure that they get that angle just right.
Yeah. And no shame in calling over a judge. They just want to make sure that they get this correct and that they're having the most even and sportsmanlike game possible. This is a very close shove angle.
Yeah, and it's with the way those gantries are kind of set up, it's trying to figure out where if that base is going to hit and everything along those lines. So, yeah, the judge. This is a tough one for the judge.
He's just doing what he can to make this as even as possible.
Yeah, so such a difficult call here. I mean,
Yeah.
even the judge is like really going into it.
Both sides want to be right, and that's why we call in the judge.
Right. All right, and basically looks like he got it resolved there. And the determination was that he cannot clear that gantry, looks like. So.
Wow. Down to the millimeter.
Yeah. That was a
very
rough one.
close.
That was a rough one.
Doesn't matter which side you were on, that was rough.
Two damage and a pin. So that's going to be a total of 5 damage and a pin now on the Thrawn.
When you're coming up to these level of games, it is a lot to deal with when you want to make the most precise moves possible and the board just does not want to work with you. Trying to get that single shove off and it truly just not being enough to knock someone down can be so detrimental to your game plan.
Right. Scoring 3, moving that back. I mean, basically, here we go. Shatterpoint is the pull for Eric.
It's probably just imagining the different situations he wants to go through. He does not have any force left to put that thing back in the deck, so he does have to commit to this Shatterpoint card.
Looks like he's going to go with Gideon here. I mean, and it's pretty interesting play because now here you can try and move one of the units off with an attack if you can get the shoves that you need to move maybe Baze or Cassian off of that point, or Kanan off of that point. Dashing himself removes the pin. And then dashes fifth brother as well, staying within 2 of that point.
Seems like they're going to get a judge call over as well, just to make sure something is in the proper range.
Yeah. So basically kind of looking just to make sure where they're going to go. Yeah, so he does do the move, doesn't make it within range of the ladder.
Just short on a couple of things here. But at least we know if we're calling over the judge, it is affecting both sides here. Matt Bronson wanted to get that shove off, was not able to get the shove, and now he wanted to be able to hit the ladder, and it's not working for him. So this is why you call it a judge. It's not biased to any party, and it is just going to be, up to them how the fate of their game goes.
Absolutely. All right, and yeah, Eric kind of thinking, yeah, looks
half
like
of the units on Eric's side being pinned at the moment is also making this quite a difficult choice for Gideon on this activation.
Right.
Part of it is that, he was only close enough to Fifth Brother to get that pin, the dash off on him, but having that much mobility taken away from you in future activations is definitely going to hurt.
So Gideon moves forward, going to do a move up forward, and then he's going to do a melee into Sabine. Not controlling that point basically means that he is going to be able to go ahead and have the additional Moff Gideon guys.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. This is round 2. All right, blocking 3 on Matt's side. Looks like there's a crit, 3 hits, 3 strikes. Really, 2 auto damage and 2 crits going through.
3 damage, straight, shove.
3 damage, pin, shove, due to protection. Recap on the total damage under her then?
That's it. She had an attack.
When you are at a tournament with this level of the game, every decision is paramount, and it is a requirement that you think everything through. So you can definitely see the gears turning on Matt Bronson's side, figuring out who and what he wants to activate. The last card in his deck was Shatterpoint, and it does look like he's going to activate Baze and Chirrut. I do see the force refresh, so they will have enough force for their abilities.
Yeah, Baze and Chirrut doing the melee attack in first action here.
Last thing in Grand Moff Eric's deck is going to be Boba Fett.
going 3 down the tree.
Bays and Cheer have a lot of options. So going 3 down the tree is going to give you a couple choices to make, but usually it ends up in condition stacking, which is what you want to be doing in this moment.
Yeah, 4 pin and a shove basically into 5th brother.
Because
So
of
that's
the
gonna be 8
ruling
total.
of that movement earlier, he wasn't able to get to the ladder. He no longer has protection steadfast, so he is going to take the full brunt of that attack.
Next attack going into ISB. 2 blocks. That is going to be brutal. 5 down the tree on the ISBs here. So that's 6 damage into ISB. It's going to be a total of 10. Yeah, so adding the disarm in onto them along with that pin, they are going to be wounded with 10 damage on them.
That is a wound. Not thinking it's the first one of the game, is it?
I believe it is. Yeah, I mean, so if we look at it, like right now, there's only 1 wound on the ISB, and then nothing yet on Matt's side, because we haven't seen a revenge trigger.
Yeah, it has to have been very intentional. You know, when you're fighting against the rebellion, a lot of revenge triggers on that side of the board, so you always want to be heavily considering all your options before you decide to take a shot at them and wound them. So them committing to this makes a lot of sense. I think we are going to see that force spend for the dashes.
Well, they did. Just their second action was a move action, so that's
okay.
the first part of what they're doing here. Yeah, challenging the odds now is secondaries, so that was one of the things that they were looking at as well.
Yep. It was just a discussion happening. Eric brought it up and wanted to make sure that he wanted to make sure that Matt wanted to challenge the odds or not, and it's secondaries, so he's not able to do so with that attack, but looking like he's just going to get some movement going.
He scores all 5 points here. That wins the struggle. Matt really kind of just taking it there. It's
And after all that, this town is ready to blow.
yeah, win more here.
Yeah. You can say that again.
Win more here.
Yeah, you can say that again.
Win more.
Well, you could.
Starting with fraud. Go slowly go down the damage. All right, basically going to take a look here at what's.
I'm going to take a second to get the full damage values after that bomb going off. So we'll get you an update on the damage in just a moment while decisions are being made on which map we want to continue the game with. Especially to consider the last thing that Eric has to activate in his deck is Boba Fett, so he wants to make sure that this map is going to benefit that activation for sure. I think a decision has been made on which map we're choosing.
Yeah, we're basically kind of just figuring it all out and everything along those lines, and trying to which way they want to go with that. totally, yeah, just kind of resetting the board going into the. Now here goes the crucial turn for Eric. Secondaries are challenging the odds again. And the draw is the battle tactics for Thrawn. Does draw the shatter, so it does do that. We're trying to look and see what he wants to do here. Expertise is going to be the roll for them to go ahead and get the priority point. That's going to be the one on the top right side, being Matt's side. Looks like there is a commando on that point, and Thrawn is probably within range of that point as well. So definitely gonna just kind of like go into the tank of what he wants to do with this battle tactic of Thrawn's.
Yeah, I mean, you have a lot of options to consider because the best thing that you could do right now is to pick a unit that isn't going to activate. So choosing something to move around, get set up for this struggle that is not Boba Fett is going to be the option that you want to look for right now.
Using the reposition from the battle tactic.
Using it on Moff Gideon gains a strain. I think that's going to be the best choice that you can make in this situation, considering you're moving a tiebreaker who is still alive. They do take the cost of having that strain, but we are ready for an activation from Boba Fett.
Absolutely, and that is going to be the last card of his deck, I believe, at this point in time.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, Boba's going to go ahead. So Boba's basically going to go ahead and make his jump again there, and his move, and then do a attack into. Yeah, so basically he could get within the egress of that ladder before doing the attack. So before moving forward, he's basically going to take that egress right back up to get into that ladder.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to get you that extra inch of movement to get you where you need to go.
Going into the Rebel Commandos. Blocking 5. What a amazing roll there. Probably just going to be the crits going through, and it looks like 3 failures.
3 damage and a disarm is a classic story for Boba Fett.
Yeah, 3 damage and a disarm. Basically, that's going to put them at 5 total. And the pull is Baze and Chirrut on the refresh deck for Matt Bronson.
He had his options, but nothing else happened. Clarifying John's identity that he could just refresh the
Yep, just communication happening between the players, making sure they get a full understanding of what their other characters' abilities can do. Matt Bronson was just confirming that if he were deciding to wound Moff Gideon at this moment, the only thing that Grand Moff Eric gets to do is just refresh his deck and nothing else happens. So now he feels like it's a good time to be able to wound Moff Gideon and get him out of the contention, so that way he doesn't have to worry too much about what the rest of that deck has to offer. Not wanting to deal with many revenge triggers, and the revenge trigger would not provide much since Grand Moff Eric did just refresh his deck.
Correct. Just 2 through on Gideon there, which isn't going to be enough to actually get that done. 3 damage and a disarm. Yeah. Yeah, so there was a coordinated fire on there. So yeah, that is actually going to be enough to wound Thrawn. Now shooting into Moth. Four going through here.
Another wound on the table.
Another wound, yeah. Now this is where he's just going full ham right now at this point in time, just really trying to sit there and pile on the wounds, finding that opportunity to do so. And stacking some conditions on as well. So at this point in time, it's a wound on Moff, along with a pin and a disarm and strain, along with that wound as well. It's really kind of brutal at this point in time.
Yeah, that's a solid activation out of Matt Bronson here. Kind of getting absolutely everything you want out of it.
Yeah, I mean, and at this point in time, it's what you got 3 damage, or 3 wounds on Eric's side, still none on Matt's side.
Yeah, I mean, what do you expect Bazin Chirrut to do?
Yeah, that is kind of the Bazin Chirrut way. I mean, 2 wounds and flipping some points. Refreshing twice, basically just going to shuffle up that deck. I mean, he is going to take. He's like I'm going to shuffle whether I'm going to do anything or not. I'm reshuffling my
and
deck.
don't forget to refresh your force as well.
And it was an ideal shuffle because you know what? That brings up the Shatterpoint card.
Shatterpoint top of the deck after the couple refreshes.
Right.
That's not what Matt wants to see.
Yeah, Matt basically did the whole no Vader roll, like scream at and they're basically seeing it.
He's not able to do that. He's playing the Rebellion, not the Empire.
Well, he's making Vader say no because he's playing the Rebels. He's just mimicking. He's just mocking
Todd, I'm
Vader.
starting to believe you're not evil. You're just contesting whatever I say.
That is very true.
Okay, got it. Glad we've got it live on camera.
Okay, yeah, gonna go ahead and use that on Gideon. He's still gonna be streamed and disarmed, removing the pin. Using the tactic to remove the pin.
I gotta go use the restroom real quick.
Alrighty. Yeah, and here we go. Basically, now it's good. What can we do with Gideon? Because he really has to sit there and kind of because he can't let Matt get away with this at this point in time. It like too much. Another bad activation here, and it's really going to be Matt's game.
Yeah. It's
you want to melee into Chirrut.
Yeah, it's one of those ones where you need to make sure you get the most out of this, or it's just over. Yeah, that struggle tracker sitting so far to his side.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, there was another condition on there that should have been taken out. Right. So he should have no conditions on him at this point in time. All right, here comes the dice roll. He did go ahead and take the get rid of the disarm as well as a recover action. Basically kind of just shoving Chirrut all over the place if possible.
Yeah, is it going to be enough to get him off the point?
I don't think it's going to. Which is only going to put 5 damage total on Bazin Chirrut. So they are still fairly healthy at this point in time.
You're fine with that. You're killing big brother, so I get momentum.
Yep, and there's multiple tiebreakers all over the place here, and how the tiebreakers work back and forth.
Yeah,
Scoring to getting a momentum. Yeah, this could be it, depending on how this works. Expertise is going to be the point.
Yeah, so I think looking at the board, so
Russ-
he's guaranteed 3 right now, I
He's
believe.
guaranteed 3. If he just flips the 1 point, he wins.
Yeah, flips 1 point or gets a wound, or I mean, we are getting pretty close to potential mission critical.
Yeah, I
Dashing Cassian with the tactic.
dashes Cassian with the tactic just to make sure he's got that on the point.
Jumping to the ingress point on the tower.
Yeah, jumping to the egress tower. Go ahead and come back down. Gets himself there. Can go ahead and move onto that point in the back. Scoring all 4, that's the ball game, folks. Yeah,
Wow.
and then that's the game.
What a time for me to step away, huh?
Yeah, that was wild. All he had to do was just basically move on to the point, and that's a 2-0 win for the
Wow.
the 2005 runner-up.
2005 runner-up. He's been doing this thing for 20 years.
Yeah, he has. He was playing Shatterpoint before it was Shatterpoint, baby.
He was playing Shatterpoint before the word even existed.
Exactly.
When did that novel come out?
It
Maybe that's an Aubrey question.
Yeah, but no, last year's runner-up basically gets the win here.
Proven he deserved that title.
Yeah, definitely. So basically, I think here we are going to go ahead and probably just take a quick break. Well, not a quick break. It is lunchtime at this point in time. So probably going to take a little bit of a time to step away from the
Step away from the action.
Step
if you
away from
will.
the action. Yeah, definitely take a look at what's going on and everything along those lines. Definitely want to take some time and everything along those lines. So pretty exciting stuff here.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a very close game for most of it. I had to step away for a couple minutes at that last little bit, but yeah, we're about to hit lunchtime here. Not sure when Mission Critical will be called, but we will be back with round 3 and maybe a little bit of pre-show before round 3 starts. But we'll be back in momentarily once that time arrives. So thank you guys for watching, and we will be back.
Definitely.
I just stopped and I was like,
Friends, how excited are we to be back here for round 3? We're in the last 2 rounds of the World Championship qualifier. No, this is the top cut. This is top 64. We're in the top 2 rounds here, last 2 rounds. This is kind of all where it's all going to come to a head and see who actually makes it into the top 8. Got a special treat for all of my friends as well, because we are going to be playing some more Shatterpoint. We have 2 pretty well-known players are going to be coming to the table today. We have Damio Matt, that you people might know out there. He does a little podcast called Rogue Support. And then there's another kind of natural podcast guest that we see kind of roaming around the interwebs from time to time. You know who that is? His name is Sarah Kroll. We like to call him Josh from time to time. That's what his real name is anyway. But you know, his true name, all of us that know him, one and all, are Sarah Kroll. So I'm excited to see that and see what we can get. And hopefully we can get a pretty good game out here. Well, I intentionally decided to go with Sarah Kroll in this particular matchup. He was requested specifically because of the list that he is playing. Again, as I've been saying, I am trying to get as many players that are not playing Boss, not playing Cassian. And of course, Sarah Kroll is known to just play Empire type of things. So that's why I'm not sure what he's going to be playing. Let's take a look. So far, he is not list locked at all. He has played a Thrawn Maul list that he has won in the first round, and he has also played a Vader Iden list, which he played in the second round. So he's not list locked. He's wide open to play at 2-0. He can play whatever he wants to into Damio Matt. So pretty excited to kind of see what he can do here and what he can end up playing. So I'm excited to sit there and see what he can do with all of that. So the one thing I would say is, so let's go kind of look at his total list that he has. He's going with Iden Versio with Gideon Husk and ISF. So basically the Iden Versio box. Lord Maul is going to have Jango Fett and Fifth Brother. And then he's going to have Grand Admiral Thrawn with DTE and the ISB, which is pretty standard there. I mean, I like putting the DTE in there as well. And then Darth Vader Jedi Hunter is going to be paired with the Stormtrooper Sergeant and the Dark Troopers. So again, pretty standard. He's running strategic positions as well. And then on the other side, we are going to be, let me see if I can find this matchup for everyone here. Again, I just put the link to the Longshanks in there. Am I a legend? Maybe I am. Maybe I'm not. I'm not sure about all that.
Oh yes, you are, Todd. Come on.
And then on the other side, let's see. I think it was table.
I definitely approve of that Lord Maul Jango Fifth Brother. That sounds so like it'd be so much fun to put onto the table. Oh boy, that's displacement for days.
Yeah, a lot of displacement going on with that list. I think it's going to be a pretty interesting list overall to play. I'm a little irritated with Sarah Kroll right now in regards to a couple of things here, because you know what? He beat up round 1. He beat up on an Arizona player. Round 2, he beat up on an Arizona player. So not exactly a happy man with this guy, because he's beating up on all my friends that we have here. So and then Damio Matt. It looks like they're already starting to put their mission out. Damio Matt is playing on Never Tell Me the Odds. He's playing a Cassian, Ezra Bridger, Baze, and Chirrut. Then he's also going to be playing Leia with Sabine Wren Rebel Commandos, and then Boss with Wolf and Seb Scorch, and then lastly Luminara with Fixer and the Commandos. So the list that they have chosen on Matt's side, who is going to be on the left side of your screen, is going to be playing PLC, Sabine Rebel Commandos with Cassian, Ezra, and Baze and Chirrut.
I agree, Donovan. Yeah, that looks super fun. And also, I just have to say that I'm very excited to have this matchup here. It's getting to see Damio Matt and Sarah Kroll duke it out. I feel weird though, because I of course live in Arizona. Phoenix metro area is my home, but I am I am from Nevada, so I feel like, even though Seracrul's been beating up on all of my compatriots, I also feel some camaraderie there. This is very difficult.
He's just one of our pretty much a local to us anyway. For all of our major events, he does travel down from Las Vegas to end up playing with us and everything along those lines. So yeah, I mean, it's not like he is not one of the local Arizona players. He's very much intertwined with us on the large scale events. He doesn't play like the local stuff or anything like that, but he's definitely here all the time. And then so on Josh Seracrul's side, he is going to be playing Vader with Stormtrooper Sergeant and the Darks, and then the Iden box, Iden, Hask, and ISF, I believe, right? Not ISBs.
I would think it's gotta be ISF. Where's the where?
ISF.
Yeah.
With the ISF. So and again, it should be under Vader. At least what he's got listed is DTE. No, Vader with Stormtrooper Sergeant and the Dark Troopers. Yep. So I mean, I like Dark Troopers under him. I mean, especially because you can put with Sergeant being a 3 threat, you can definitely put him there. So some more Empire. Unfortunately, like we saw last round, Empire definitely does not go well into Revenge list, and again we have the Revenge list with PLC Cassian. So we'll see what happens here.
I mean, but here's the thing. So I've played a lot of Damio Matt's list, and the thing is yes, the Revenge triggers can be scary, but you know what Cassian can't do is use wounded models to take objectives. So if Josh can Josh can just nuke some models, because that's what Iden and Vader 1 are capable of doing. I mean, it doesn't matter if you get a revenge trigger if everybody's dead, right?
Yeah, and I mean, one of the differences that we saw from Vader, or from what Seracrul is running here versus what we saw with the list that we saw Eric running last round, you didn't have that dominant dominant primary that you can have. Like Moff Gideon it can do some damage, but he can't one-shot something. Thrawn definitely can't one-shot something, and he kind of pillow fists a lot of times on his attacks. Where here, a primary activation, a Vader swing to do it can really kind of kill something up. So it's basically really looking into that piece of it for sure. So I think that's really kind of what you're missing, at least in that last matchup, where you can have that coming from with Seracrul. And the nice thing is going down the rest of the thing. He's already won his game with Thrawn. He's not list locked. He has already met his destiny and is able to move forward. So that, at this point in time, he can just run Vader Iden the rest of the way down the ship.
Yeah, and frankly, I know we talked about this on the podcast, but I am happy to see Vader. Oh wait, it wasn't our podcast. It was on Rogue. It was on Rogue Support. Whoopsies. Anyway, we talked about this on Rogue Support. I am happy to see that Vader 1 and Iden is doing as well as they are. I'm sorry, Donovan. Please don't be triggered every time we say the word Iden. It's okay. It's almost like it's almost like we're going back a year. Vader 1 Iden into amped up specters.
into a revenge list, I guess is probably a way to put it.
Yeah, I'm like almost a year ago.
Right. I mean, and it's good stuff. I mean, I'm pretty excited to kind of see how this ends up playing out with Matt and Josh. They're definitely getting ready to go. I mean, we have everybody kind of on the side. Looks like they've pulled everything out. They are playing on Never Tell Me the Odds, which I think does favor Matt a little bit here with his revenge list and the mobility that it has. Again, but the Vader Iden list does have mobility as well in a different way, so he can get to where he needs to go. And I think we're going to end up probably looking at going to the table side to kind of see what we can do with all of that.
Excellent.
And so we, like you can see, we got Jake there, table side, kind of calling back to us with what's going on with everything along those lines. And then looking from the top down, Josh is already starting to take a look at what he's like at deploying. It looks like I cannot tell if that's Vader or Iden on that side. It looks like it's Vader. I think I can see a cape kind of fluttering out from behind the building there.
Stormtrooper sergeant's over there. So
right.
yeah.
So he's looking at putting Vader over on that side. And the nice thing is, I mean, it also being on Never Tell, he does have ISF, which can sit there and deploy at what range is it that they deploy at, Aubrey?
I mean, it's within range 3, so you could choose to deploy them at range 1 if you are a pigeon.
Yeah, you could. I mean, it's up to. So you are not required to deploy any farther than range 3, but definitely within range 1. So anywhere within that range, 1, 2, 3, you can definitely deploy that.
I mean, you could just deploy them at table edge.
You could.
That's a legal move.
You can deploy them backwards too if you want. That is true. You don't have to go towards the center of the battlefield. You can definitely go backwards if you want. I don't think that's the right way to play this game. I mean, but some people can do that if they choose to do so.
I mean, there's a reason that I'm sitting at the table and not over at that table.
Fair enough. I mean, I don't think I would be sitting at that table either or anything along those lines. I do enjoy from time to time watching our friends sit there and play this game. I mean, especially these two guys are they've become over the last couple of years very good friends of ours, and I'm very excited to watch them play. I wish both of them could win. Unfortunately, only one of them is going to walk away a winner, but the nice thing is we are going to see a couple of we're only going to have four 3-0s at the end of the day, so we are going to have some 3-1s that are going to be able to get in depending on tiebreakers, and the tiebreakers should be pretty good for either one of these gentlemen since they are going to be losing to an eventual 4-0 person, a potentially 4-0 person, I guess I should say, at least a 3-1 at the worst. So yeah, I mean, your tiebreakers are looking good at this point in time, but that everyone's going to be running into that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And Donovan, I know you didn't play. You know what happened, Donovan? You didn't play the proper music. You know,
This is my phone.
Right. So you know, it's one of those. It's one of those things. You know, sometimes the dice giveth, and sometimes the dice taketh. Especially when going up against Iden Vader, for sure. All right, so we are almost done with deployment, everyone. Again, we are going to see a deploy at range 3, as discussed. Yeah, Damio's Matt's getting ready. I suspect there'll be a little bit more banter at this table at this time, and you know, yeah, I'm excited. I'm happy. Todd, is this my birthday present that I get to commentate this particular match?
I guess it's just a day late or so, but yes, it is. So, yeah, pretty excited. I want to say this to all of you people out there that are watching us and enjoying this stream. Tell your friends. Let's show everyone that Shatterpoint's not dead, and kind of get this stream popping off. So let's kind of I want to get the motivation back into Shatterpoint. Let's sit there and really kind of tell everyone that there's a really fun games going on. This is a fun game to actually watch on stream. Mm-hmm. So tell your friends, bring them on in. Let's talk a little bit. Let's have a good time talking about this game. So chat, let's get a little hyped over here. We're getting ready to get to the World Championships. We're gonna crown one tomorrow. Basically, roughly maybe about 24 to 32 hours from now, we'll be crowning the next world champion.
Are you trying to do math right now, Todd? No math. Don't do math right now.
Yeah. So I mean, but no, within I'd probably say within 30 hours or so, we're going to have a world champion. It could end up being a repeat world champion because Evil Houdini Scott, he's 2-0 right now, I believe, going into today. So yeah, I mean, we're in pretty good shape to see kind of what happens here, and I'm even more excited right now because it only took a couple of years, but one of our buddies that takes a lot of the pictures here for AdeptiCon, one of the official photographers, finally put together all of the pictures for us. So we will have access to the last 2 years and this year of AdeptiCon photos. So really excited to kind of see what he has and browse through those and hopefully put a bunch of those up for everyone and to kind of see what's going on here. I'm loving it very, very much.
Excellent. So I guess you could say, Todd, since we got that preview of Sabe, the queen is dead. Long live the queen.
It looks that way, and we did also see a picture of Amidala as well as getting the update. Schick and Plummer confirmed this morning. We might not have seen a picture of Boss. We may not have seen a picture of Cassian, but they are getting touched. They did say that Cassian is going to be touched at least 2 different ways. That sounds kind of weird, but I'm going to say it anyway. They are going to basically, they did clean up his identity a little bit, which we've heard they don't really want to touch identities, but they are doing that. And then they also are going to go ahead and touch this town is about to blow in some way. We don't know exactly what, but you know what? We're at the end of March, you got April, you got May, so at worst case scenario, 2 full months and we're done. I mean, let's not get excited and say, oh, it's May 1st, we're going to get that update. It might not be until the end of May. Sometime in May, we're going to get an update, though. So probably about 2 months away.
Right, exactly. And I mean, here's the thing. We all make mistakes. Game design is hard, and sometimes even if you don't want to mess with something, we have to acknowledge the impact that a choice you've made is having on a game, on a community, etc. So, it's just what you have to do.
All right.
And
so
Sheev,
we do have an activation here. It is going to be
here we go.
PLC is the poll, and he does not want to reserve them, so we are going to see a PLC activation on Matt Damio's side. Matt's side. Veer's just blanket adding defensive dice to all stormtroopers is pretty legit. Yeah, I think Veer's getting a little bit of love is going to be kind of nice. It'll be really cool to see what happens with that moving forward.
Mm-hmm.
And here goes Damio Matt moving some stuff forward.
Yep, looks like it's on Rebel. No, he's still.
I think that's the Commandos moving forward there. Yeah, definitely the Commandos moving forward, getting up the field a little bit more. Still not going to be quite in range 2 of that 1 point.
Yeah, looks like trying to.
And then he does. Yeah, what he did there with the other Commando is just move them up onto that point, so he's definitely contesting it.
Yep, there we go.
And here we go with PLC now. What is he going to do there? Looks like it's going to be an advance to go ahead and get within range of that egress point, kind of climb that ladder.
Absolutely.
And then take cover.
Hey, it's the first turn of Shatterpoint.
Yeah, a move take cover seems to be a pretty standardized way to go here. And then that was the tactic ability, and now here's going to be the advance. Get up onto that point, claim that point at the bottom of your screen.
And there we go.
So as we can see, yep, right there, we're going to have them right. And then use that ability to bring her friend with her.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I love PLC's abilities. One of my favorite models to play. Yeah, so there's going to be double hunkers because, again, PLC's ability gives a hunker, and of course they get they have their other hunker from their camouflage.
Correct, yeah. So there's basically they start with the hunker right off the bat where they're going to be and then just move forward. All right, so now here comes Circle Josh with his first activation. And kind of debating on whether what the flip was and what that's going to be. If he's going to decide to go ahead and move forward. Looks like he has decided.
We're just gonna wait and see. And
it is the Dark Troopers that he ended up pulling there.
There we go.
Gonna make a decision what to move with them. I mean, moving them up the board is not too bad. Pretty good. Pretty good overall decision to move forward with those guys. Do kind of like it.
Yeah. All right. So I did see you, Donovan. I'll have to give a riff speech later though, because I gotta focus.
They're trying to get the Prigin going off the rails. They drive the Adepticon bus kind of into downtown Milwaukee, and I don't think we want to quite do that.
Not yet.
All right, and the one thing with these guys, you can definitely move them very far forward with all of their abilities. The Dark Troopers can definitely do quite a bit to move forward, and it looks like that's kind of the case here. He is able to just really slingshot them to forward, using a force to sit there and do their jump boosts, getting all the way almost into the deployment that they have for. Almost into deployment, and working together here really well. As you can see, kind of on the top end here. they are working really well together to kind of just make sure he's getting within to that point, make sure the movement that they want is taking place. And Cyril opting to keep the other Dark kind of in the back line there so that he can score those different points as well. So really kind of just trying to make sure they have everybody. And as you can see, kind of just making sure that everyone has a firm understanding of exactly what's happening here.
Yeah, and yeah, Dion, we've been talking about that. I'm looking forward to see what AMG actually does do, but that's been something that a few people have brought up as an option.
Absolutely.
And we've got the flip from Matt.
Correct. I mean, and right now, I mean, that was a good turn for Cyril, being able to bring that all the way back his way. The flip for Matt is going to be, it looks like Sabine. So Sabine's a pretty good pool. Looks like, I mean, here's the one thing for Cyril, he's playing with 7 force, I should say, with Vader. So, I mean, he does have a lot of force to play with. On Matt's side, only has 5. So really going to be working on how he can 100% take care of that and how he can sit there and make sure that he's taking care and utilizing that force as good as possible. So here comes Sabine, kind of going in the tank on what he wants to do with her.
I have to say, not that I'm surprised, but I just am appreciating how much love Sabine has been getting at this event, because we kind of seen a lot more Callus in past months, and now it appears that the mobility of Sabine is reigning here at Worlds.
Yeah, again, Sabine and Boba, I think, are probably the two that we haven't seen we've seen a kind of a resurgence this weekend. Really exciting to see that. He does decide to take Sabine and actually put her into reserve. So that is a pretty interesting decision as well. So it goes from Sabine to Ezra.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Donovan, it's we can speculate, but come on, in a couple of months, we're just gonna know. We're just gonna know.
I'm all, blow up the town. It would be nice if it was like only only if you win the struggle, not every struggle.
If you lose the struggle, we don't want it.
Yeah.
We don't want it to be
the win more aspect of that really felt kind of brutal.
Yeah, exactly. So, and then Sheev, I tried to shout you out earlier, but we're keeping the game going. But hey, we're all here. Hi.
Yep, Sheev, wonderful to see you. Dion, thanks for coming and joining us in the chat. Definitely great to see all of you guys coming and joining us and having fun with us. We definitely appreciate all of you guys kind of tuning in and supporting the game still. I know there's a lot of talk about this game being dead, but you know what? There was 124 players total. They had 113 players for the qualifier, plus 11 automatically qualified. 124 players for a 3-year-old game event at the World Championship, I think, is absolutely fantastic.
Right, we're nipping at the heels of some far more established games with the sheer number of players that we've seen here.
Absolutely. I mean, so that's the one thing, and I know that there's some other numbers I kind of wanted to talk about. I mean, I can dabble those in here as we wait to see what's going to happen. Here comes an attack, though, by Ezra.
All right. Let's see that pesky Padawan and what he's up to. Just waiting to see.
So
the
basically,
results.
yeah, there's two blocks, then there's 2 crits. A lot of expertise on Matt's side. 3 fails, 3 expertise, only 1 strike. Not exactly the best that he's going to do. It looks like that's going to be 3 damage total.
Let's see.
This, of course, into the darks because they're all the way on that side of there as well. So 3 damage into the darks. Not exactly the best of what we were looking for in that. But hey, it is what it is.
Ooh, being 5 hours behind is hard. That's a lot. I'm struggling just with the 2-hour difference for me. Yeah. Having trouble getting to sleep. But hey, we're doing our best. All right. So we are just.
So one of the things I did want to point out, I mean, for a game that people were saying is not doing all that well, they had 19 players that came and did the Learn to Play yesterday. We had 24 Learn to Play players on Thursday as well. So over 40 players, brand new, unique players learning to play this game. still and now. So I'm loving it. There was a Battle of the Sands, had 14 on Thursday, 12 today. Looks like it's going to be Iden activation, which is fantastic for Josh here, getting to be able to move those guys up the field. What do you think?
Oh yeah, cue the Imperial March. I know it's not Vader, but I think we're allowed to play that theme music for Iden because I have a feeling she's probably going to do some work. It's Iden after all.
Annoying teenager is probably a good way to sit there and refer to Ezra, especially. I don't know, but now that he's been, Ahsoka 2, is he still an annoying teenager when we look at season 2 of Ahsoka, or is he just now an annoying Gen Xer, Gen Z? No, the millennial. I don't know. What is he?
I'm not sure. I don't think so.
You don't think so?
I don't know. Yeah. The Damio Matt, as usual, very colorful, very colorful. He's he's whispering sweet nothings into Jake's ear, I think.
And Jake's just staring at you blankly.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah, he could do that. It's fine.
So there's a lot of movement happening at this point in time. A lot of movement taking place. We're looking at kind of just trying to figure out where Josh is going to go. But look at all this movement he gets to do. All the things that he gets to do with that is kind of pretty amazing. And then he decides, you know what? I don't like gantries. They get in my way. I don't like them one bit. I'm going to throw them towards the camera. That was perfect timing to throw everything around.
Wow. Oh boy.
But you know what? Look what Iden gets to do because she goes everywhere. Looks like she's probably going to come up and say hello to her little commando friends.
Yeah. That's definitely what's going to happen here. But and then everybody was asking about the terrain. Was this the same terrain set up differently, or I thought we had a different? Didn't we have Scarif yesterday?
We do. We change this every day. This is the new Mustafar stuff that they did over at our wonderful friends here at Adepticon and their paint team. This is the stuff that they created and painted a new paint scheme for this year's Adepticon on their Mustafar table.
Oh yeah, now that we have access to some more pictures, you're definitely going to get to see these.
Wow!
Whoa! That's
that is a lot of crits. A lot of crits. So 4 crits. That's 5 down the tree. Josh Saracrul says, "I don't like any of those rebels, that rebel scum at all." I mean, and what we would 100% expect to see from Iden is still doing what Iden does best.
That's an Iden roll.
That is an Iden roll.
Wow. Todd, remind me why do we play these dice games?
For moments like this. 8 damage, expose, pin, and a shove. Iden says, "Get out of here!"
Yep. Oh boy. Oh wow. Sorry, chat. I'm gonna need a moment after watching that car accident happen right in front of me. Oh,
yeah,
boy.
So they do have the maintenance bay. They do have the outer rim outpost on other tables. Maintenance bay we had on stream at least Tuesday. I don't think we had it yesterday. We've had multiple times here now. We've had these tables that have 3 high ground towers, really to kind of see it. Yeah, I know, right, Josh? How can you just be so abusive to some people? He took Iden up the board there and just said, "I'm going to smack you around. You might be friends, but not right now."
No. They are in fact opponents in this game. Mm-hmm.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So we haven't had a table with the outer rim outpost yet, but again, it was on Thursday. I think the team event we were using the maintenance bay. So we change tables out every day. So we'll keep doing that.
Yeah, definitely going to keep working on it and making sure that we get everything going on. But yeah, that was pretty brutal. So we're going to have a couple of revenge triggers that are going to happen here with PLC and with Cassian, moving some stuff around. At least we're not going to end up having some stuff done or anything along those lines.
Yeah. Okay, so looks like just doing some measurement. My favorite thing to do in this situation is to use Cassian to shoot PLC across the board like a rocket and attack. Not that needs to happen here. I'm just I really am happy that I'm getting to talk about PLC because that's
We only have a double
so
X,
much fun.
single X,
Yeah.
and triple X at the
So
bottom.
chat,
No large, no
how do you
medium.
feel about what you have seen at Adepticon? Because
Sold out of those.
I have to say that this has been quite the experience. We've been seeing some extremely tight play from our competitors. People keep asking me how the games are going here on the stream, and I do not see that many mistakes happening. I mean, this is just there's just been some very tight play. A perfect doesn't really exist, everyone. Come on. But just astonished at seeing how everyone else is doing. Right, okay. Yeah, Sheev. Between Boba Fett and Sabine, we have had so much great Mando and Mando adjacent models on the table, making me happy.
And here comes Baze and Chirrut now. I mean, after all of the movements and shenanigans that they had here's going to come Baze and Chirrut. A pretty good activation, especially when you have the Darks all the way up on that side of the board, and you have Iden all the way on that side of the board. There's a lot of targets now for Baze and Chirrut to kind of do their thing and come back. So we're going to take a look and see what kind of happens here.
Mm-hmm, yeah, and Sheev, I feel like you summoned Baze and Chirrut right out of Matt's deck. Be careful with that power, okay? Ooh.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense. I mean, Baze and Chirrut. I mean, I think there was a couple of different ways that you were going to get Baze and Chirrut. I mean, even as a Shatterpoint, I think that would going to be an ideal pull if they did get the Shatterpoint. So I don't see a problem with going that. Looks like he's lining up on getting range on those Darks, trying to look at how can we probably put a wound into them because they already are softened up a little bit with the 3 damage on them.
Yep, that definitely makes sense. And Hondo. Hondo's one of those characters, not really my play style, but every model is somebody's favorite, as the AMG devs like to remind us. And he's definitely one of my favorite characters from the animated shows. It's hard not to like his greedy nature.
All right, so Chirrut is going to be going into Iden here. Here comes the attack roll.
Everything is proceeding as I have foreseen.
Again, I mean, Matt's dice, a couple of fails in there. No crits at this point in time, just strikes.
Yeah, strikes all the way down.
But only 2 damage at the end of the day into Iden. It was a little bit less of an attack than I think anybody else was hoping for. Take that back, 1 damage, it looks like.
Oof, yeah.
All right, here comes the next attack roll. There we go. That's the full tree.
Whoa, okay.
Bay says, well, you know what? I'm the big guns around here, so let's go ahead and get some big shots going. Yeah, definitely as 3 crits, 5 strikes? 4 strikes. Gonna go ahead and block the strikes, 3 down the tree.
Whew. Oh boy. I certainly hope that Hondo gets some love. We don't know who's gonna get touched up a little, but it's rebellions are built on hope.
They are indeed. So kind of just figuring out, and another 4 damage, a strain, and a shove. This is also into Iden. So that's going to be a total of 5 damage that's going to go into Iden here. Still standing up, but is able to shove her back. Looks like she is going to be able to get her completely off of the point. She did go ahead and recover that strain as well.
Yeah, it's gonna be a little tight, but I mean, either way, both Baze and Chirrut are definitely.
Yeah, going to be flipping that point no matter what. It would be ideal to get her off the point. That way, at some point, with one of those revenge triggers, you can move one of them if you need to. Now that you've completely taken that point.
Oh yeah, definitely. And we've got the flip from Sarah Kroll. And looks like he is reserving.
Yeah, it was Stormtrooper Sergeant. Stormtrooper Sergeant is a good one to go ahead and put into reserve.
We've had a few interviews. So we've been doing one a day since the start of the con?
One a day. Yeah, and we have Vader coming up. Yeah, Vader's going to be coming up, so Sarah Kroll is going to definitely do a little bit of shenanigans for sure. So yeah, yesterday during the team's event, we had Plumber come over and say hello to us and talk to us for a little while. Then yesterday we had Will Pagani who came over and talked to us on a little larger scale of the dev operations. and things along those lines, kind of his history a little bit because he's never been on our podcast or anything like that before. And then with the panel, or the reveal panel happening yesterday, we had Chick come over, and Chick wanted Plumber to come along just to make sure that we were covering all of the questions that were going to be coming up that I had about the reveal for sure.
Yeah, definitely an important conversation, and
Right.
and yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, the only buff was era changes, so we definitely it's
And here's the thing: a lot of people were I've heard a complaint right now about the era changes that we have for the eras of some of these boxes that are coming out. We might see other era changes coming in the update as well. I mean, they've shown that they've done that in the past, so we might see something like that. So Vader here is going to basically do run forward to be able to do some damage, take the point there. Then he's going to go ahead. It doesn't look like he's close enough to sit there and move into doing to do a melee attack at this point in time. So it looks like he's just going to be throwing a lightsaber at somebody.
hey, I mean that's what you got to do sometimes. I mean,
There is 2 damage in from the
Vader's Fury.
Vader's Fury. I'm not saying Fear. I was about to say Fear and Deadman. I'm like, no, that's not correct at all, Todd.
No, it's all right.
A lot of strikes. He has 5 strikes to their one expertise, a fail. So overall, not too bad. Going to turn into another strike. So basically just 2 down the tree when it's all said and done. A pretty good defensive roll on his side.
Yeah. I mean, that's the only downside is this isn't going to be quite as potent of attack because it's a range attack. But
Correct.
So be it.
Correct. So basically, like Vader's Fury is going to add 2 damage, and I believe it's going to be probably 3-4 more here. So maybe a total of 5 damage, depending on 5 or 6, depending on which way he's going to go. So 6 damage. He is also going to shove once.
Okay. There we go. Krennic was just wearing platform shoes. Come on now. That's all. It's straightforward.
So the one thing to keep in mind here is when you're standing amongst his achievements, he's going to stand taller than you.
Oh yes. Yeah. Just don't tell Vader that.
Fair enough. So Ezra takes 6 damage total on that attack, and we are going back to Matt here and taking a look at what he's going to do. Both these guys here really, I mean, this is you win this, you're pretty close to being in guaranteed in the top 8. So you're definitely going to want to take care of that. Looking at trying to check the range 5.
Oh yeah, because remember from earlier, PLC and Rebel Commandos did quite a bit of movement, but that does make you a target.
It does indeed. And this is the commandos that are activated. That's why we were checking ranges here. The commandos were the call that getting pulled. Looks like Damian Matt's going to be going straight forward with them.
And you are welcome, Artifice Ralph. You are welcome. We're doing our best.
So it does wake them up. They remove the expose. We'll get that removed from the table here in just a second, or from the stream. They will maintain that pin because one doesn't have to move. So both of those conditions are going to end up going away just because of that.
Dice are flying.
Dice are flying. Good defensive roll by Sarah Cool there. But we are going to have all the crits go through. It looks like just 2 crits, so overall not too bad.
Yeah. So Sheev, I don't believe we've had Vader 3 on the stream. I could be mistaken about that.
I haven't seen him yet.
But
no.
I have seen Vader 3 at different tables. At the very least, during Battle on the Sands, I played against Vader 3. It was Moff Gideon Vader 3 ISF. So, yeah. So,
this attack here was going into the ISF. It is going to be just 2 damage and a pin and a shove when it's all said and done with those 2 expertise. I mean, it is commandos, so they aren't doing a whole heck of a lot. So again, and it looks like we're going to be getting the second commando attack going into Iden. So it looks like, again, just the 2 crits going through into Iden. Iden already having 5 damage on it should not be enough to put her down at that point in time. So
yeah, no, not likely. But I mean, this damage is going to add up. It's going to add up.
Correct, it is. So that's going to be 3 damage and a shove going into Iden. That actually I think is going to be enough to wound her. Iden is a little kind of fragile, but I mean just enough to put her down.
Oh, wait, she's only 8.
Yeah, definitely enough to wound.
Oh, maybe. Okay then. Whoa, that's a little faster than I expected. All right. So, Todd, are you having fun?
Yeah, I mean always. I mean, how can you not have fun when you're at AdeptiCon? How can you not have fun when you're sitting here around all of your favorite nerds and all your favorite? Yeah, okay. That was once I had then it was 4 damage total. That's what it was. Okay, because she's got 9. I'm like about to say a primary with 8 doesn't make sense, but yeah.
Okay, I was like, wait a minute. I'm like, I don't always remember these things, but primaries. Anyway, moving on.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I mean, I would love to see some Vader 3 here on the board, but it isn't something that I don't think, but I don't think that's something for what people are going to be playing into the current meta. Vader 3 is not normally something that you're going to see because I think ideally you would probably see him with, say, a GI list, and I don't see GI getting played without Vader at this point in time.
Yeah, no, it's just tricky. I mean, this is kind of the same problem with with Anakin and Emperor's Servant. It's not that they're bad necessarily, but you can only run so many Vaders or
Exactly.
Anakins.
So yeah, it looks like the biggest thing that they were trying to check some range. Looks like we're going to do an attack here. Not the greatest of attack or defensive rolls by Matt here. Basically, 2 expertise and 1 block, 2 fails on that 5 dicer is not where he wants to be. Not what Seracrul wants to say either with those 3 fails that he's got going on. 2 strikes, 2 expertise. With the ISF into the commandos is not 100% what he's looking at. That does turn into 2 crits. So just the 2 crits going through into that attack here.
Yeah. Oh boy. You don't think GI is played enough? Which right.
So 2 damage and a pin is what we end up seeing. Here comes the next attack by the ISF. Looks a little bit better here with only the 2 fails this time. Again, 3 fails this time on Matt's side, not what he's wanting to see either. Again, you are going to get a crit because this is the wonderful ISF. So this time we're going 3 down the tree.
Yeah, and hey Donovan, I'm doing my part. I was playing with GI for a little bit there.
And there was a coordinated fire strain that went into this as well.
Ooh, okay.
So 5 damage there into the commandos from this particular attack. Was already had the pin on that as well. So we're looking at with a pin and a strain onto them with, I believe, a total of 7 damage.
Yes. Oh, all right. Very good. That Josh has got to be happy about that one.
Got to be happy. I mean, I think he'd want to have a couple more. Well, I mean, he would have liked to see the wound on him so he can sit there and get them off the board. Came up a little short on that. I think if he would have gotten that 1 more damage, I think he would have been very happy to get that. I mean, but putting the pin on them and straining them as well definitely makes it to where they can't do what they're wanting to do for sure.
So it's been a mix of both, Sheev. As long as the players have their own official dice, we've been allowing them to use them. But just to make sure that everything is copacetic, we have been providing dice and tokens throughout the day as needed.
Yeah, I mean, as long as they have their own official stuff, we'll go ahead and they definitely can utilize that and make sure that that's going to be something that they're going to want to use. But yeah, I mean, it definitely sees that. I love right now we're actually starting to get a little bit of a crowd going, which is really cool. We got people starting to stand around and kind of watch what's going on, see what everyone's playing and what everyone's doing there.
Yeah, people are finishing all of their various con activities and now checking out Shatterpoint here at AdeptiCon.
And you definitely should be checking out Shatterpoint at the AdeptiCon. I'm really excited about the announcement last night that they're going to start having the Star Wars having their own painting competition. So that's definitely going to be very exciting to see as well.
Oh yeah, I have already seen such talented sculpts. Like I'm thinking of that the 2003 Clone Wars, the Obi-Wan. Do you remember seeing that one? It was a while.
Yeah, it's been a while. I don't remember that one.
Yeah, it was so good. That's right. That fancy Pixie camera is doing a lot of work.
Yeah, we definitely tried to upgrade a little bit on the stream quality, give you guys something a little bit better to watch. I definitely do listen to the feedback, trying to sit there and make things a little more enjoyable. And definitely as we go through, when we're back here next year, because you know what, this game's not going away. Whether you want to listen to the people in the ether or not, this game's going to be here to stay for at least another year, if not longer. And I think it's going to be longer, as far as I'm concerned. But yeah, I mean, I think we're going to keep on improving, keep on making the quality of the content that you guys have.
Oh, I know.
And this is Bays and Churret, I should say. Sorry about that. Like, we definitely Bays and Churret again, going again with the Shatterpoint card here.
I mean, that is what you want to be doing right now. Shatterpointing Bays and Churret or Fixer and Scorch, right?
Right, yeah, those seem to be pretty good ones. And they're going to be going into Dark Troopers again. So here comes another attack. Oh, man, that is a horrible roll for Seracole. Only one block, 4 fails. I mean, this is...
That's tough.
Yeah, that's pretty brutal. I mean, that's 5 down the tree. I think with Bays and Churret pretty close to a full tree. They're definitely going to be... I don't see them surviving this one at all.
Ooh, good idea, Sheev. Good idea, Sheev. Looking at the rules for the Path of the Worthy, because that is it's a good model.
6 damage total. I mean, they are going to go down to 5. There is a pin. There is a disarm. There is an expose. They are wounded. There's a lot going on there. Here comes a second attack.
That was a massacre there. Ooh. Oh boy.
How are you doing?
All right.
What's up, buddy?
Todd stepped away for a moment because a couple of our friends, Dallas Kemp and Brandon, came over to check out the stream. So just going to. Oh.
Every time I see Dallas, I just want to run over and give him a hug. I couldn't stop myself. I had to go see him. He's such a wonderful human. Such a wonderful human. Uh-oh.
Oh, the fiance is in the chat. Oh, hang on. We got to switch cams. For a second.
Do have to switch cams. We're going to go right back to the desk here real quick, because you know what? I got a beautiful man right here behind me.
What's going on?
Well, you know what? This is a great game. These guys are both 2-0.
2-0?
They're both 2-0. They're going into whoever wins this is going to be 3-0 and pretty much a shoo-in to get to the top 8.
Wow.
So very, very exciting
and
stuff.
What's the factions? I can't see from here.
So if we look, we got
Rebels versus Empire.
Rebels versus Empire.
Yeah.
We got Vader
Classic.
over here with Iden.
Okay, I see Vader.
And then we have Princess Leia charming to the last with Cassian.
I mean, Princess Leia versus Vader.
Exactly.
That's fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
Some daddy-daughter drama going on.
Yeah. All right,
Yeah.
I'm going to let you be. Bye.
All right, brother.
Bye, Dallas.
I always love it when Dallas shows up.
Yeah. Yes, sorry, got a little distracted. Hi, fiance. Yes, the overlay is awesome. Fellow human beings that I can now see. I know. We're just bringing you Todd's sultry voice this time so that you can see all the fun stuff happening.
Okay, so a lot going on here. As you can see, the Dark Troopers are now wounded with 8 damage on them, exposed, pinned, disarmed. So there's now 2 wounds, and Iden is also wounded on that side. So some real bad damage going on. Looking on Matt's side, only one thing wounded. That's and there's going to be a judge call. That is going to be the commandos who are currently pinned and strained. Only 6 damage on Ezra. Judge call coming over here right now.
Yeah, we're just gonna see what's going on. Again,
Looks
call
like
the judge. There's your friends.
Looks like we're just going for a measurement, just making sure everything's good to go.
Yeah, nothing wrong with getting a neutral arbiter in your game.
Yeah, I mean that's what they're here for. They're here to sit there and make sure that there isn't a fight going on with anybody. It looks like there was the decision that was made, and everything seems to be good to go now. The judge team that they have here is fantastic. These guys are very professional in what they do.
They run a tight ship. I would say I aspire to do that someday, but I don't think I can. They do such a great job here.
They do. They are fantastic for sure.
Yeah. Yes. No. The overlay is working very well. I'm glad we're able to bring you the information. Very nice and clean. Good work, Todd. Good work.
All right. Well, like I said, always room for improvement.
Let's see. Okay. So.
So the ISFs were the poll here, basically, and Matt or Josh is kind of looking at what he wants to do with this.
Yeah.
No, I take that back. He was actually trying to decide whether he wants to go Stormtrooper Sergeant or whatever's next. And even I think it was the right call here. It is Shatterpoint.
Yeah. It's Shatterpoint time.
So, and we haven't really taken a look here recently. So let's take a look at kind of what's going on with the struggle tracker. I haven't really been talking about that. Right there in the middle again, because this was the end of the struggle.
So what happened was Dallas came over.
Okay.
Right when we were going over the scoring there. Dallas came over and was talking to us. So sorry, we're getting caught up here. So I think it was Matt.
Yeah, it was Matt who won the struggle.
Yes. So yeah, Matt did win. Matt did win the struggle here. So.
Yeah, Matt won the struggle. So now going back, I think so. For Sarah Kroll, it definitely wants to get out moving and shaking in the in struggle 2 to kind of even things back up for sure.
Yes. All right. So once again, Shatterpoint turn. So this is usually when players go into the tank for a minute. It's the start of a new struggle. You gotta really make sure that you make a good decision here, because this is the one time that you get everything.
Well, Sabine doesn't work for the Empire, Sheev, or else maybe it would be her turn. I know that's your boo.
Yeah. It's Josh's turn. Empire. Empire.
It is struggle 2 already.
I know Sabine was in the Empire for a very, very brief time, but not right now.
This is not the Sabine you're looking for, sir. This is the Sabine that Ezra and the crew of the Ghost are hanging out with. Okay. She did indeed. If you remember that she created some weapons that she was not very proud of at one point in time.
Yeah. There we go. Yeah.
That's what I just said.
Yeah.
Yeah. She is the creator of war crime weapons for sure.
Nerds.
Yes.
Oh wait, we're surrounded.
Yes.
They're everywhere. I have nerds everywhere. It's okay, Sheev. We love you. We wouldn't be messing with you if we didn't.
Yeah, I'll come. I'm still gonna give you a big hug next time I see you. But I kind of do that to everybody. I guess I am a bit of a hugger. So yeah, I mean, I think I'm not sure if Josh has actually made a decision on who he's going to go with.
Is it Dark?
It might be Darks. He's kind of looking at a movement he can make with them. I mean, Darks, multiple bodies, waking them up, getting rid of that disarm, kind of makes sense.
I mean, yeah, Sheev. Remember the meme. Chopper is canonically at Yavin base, so he's going to run up to Luke and give him a little smack for beating his kill count after that whole Death Star battle.
I mean, when you think about it, man, the Ghost of the Crew has a lot of war criminals.
Well, I mean,
a lot of war criminals.
When it's a crime to exist, Todd, you know, you have to commit a few crimes, you know. What's a few more crimes?
Yeah, I mean, really, like, and I think kind of where Josh is going into the tank quite a bit is, does he want to try and take 4 points, or does he want to try and get the 2 wounds? You know, because like where are you going with these Darks? It looks like he's definitely waking up the Darks no matter what.
Okay, so definitely that is the activation.
Yeah, definitely waking up the Darks and going forward. It looks like he's leaving the expose on them, which is kind of what I was assuming he was going to do there.
Yeah, that's generally the choice. Okay, so Yeah, no, Donovan, we're not talking about that part, okay? You know, you're confused when you're a teenager, okay? They settled into their sibling rivalry just fine.
Yeah. Depending on which storyline you want to read it, because you go into like some of the legend stuff, they actually did get married.
Wait,
There was a comic book run where they got married.
wait, what?
Yeah.
How-
That's why I said the two again in the cartoons. Yeah, yes, it was more of a brother sister type of relationship. But when you look at in the there was a comic book run where they yeah.
How do I
it's
not
all
know
legend,
this?
It's all legend stuff. I know. I'm lore dropping you, I guess.
Oh, okay then. That's fascinating. All right,
Yeah,
all right,
it's
all right.
I don't think it's canon by any means.
All right, I'm just gonna move on. I'm moving on.
What is a few war crimes between friends? I mean, that's why you're friends with me. We just don't talk about those types of things that
No. So
What?
Josh is still working on. He's doing some measuring.
I mean,
and
this is a kind of an important activation here. Yes, it's only the first activation of round 2, struggle 2, I should say, but it is a very important one because depending on what happens here, really does kind of dictate what's going to be taking place with him in the overall in this going forward. I mean, you really want to get the win out of here. You don't want to walk away without it. So Josh definitely gonna, and they have the time to sit there and go into the tank on this one.
well, right, they're already in struggle 2. I mean, this is a very key turn.
So he does decide to move, kind of moving down closer to it. I don't know if he quite got into range of one of that ladder to sit there and kind of go down.
Looks a little far to
I
me.
don't know if he wants to be engaged. Yeah, it does look like he's got a little bit too far distance.
Yeah, looking at the top down.
Okay, and it looks like it was probably just for the tactic ability though.
Okay.
Because now he's got the next one. Again, yeah, really kind of thinking about what he wants to do here. Oh, maybe this was the move actually, because now he's going for the other dart.
Yeah, no, he was engaged with the annoying teenager. So
That was true.
yeah, so that was just he had to dash instead of advance is all. Yeah, so hey, look at that.
Gee, you've also
Good.
do more work, not fun. Check you later, my friend.
Aw,
Thank you for stopping in and saying hi to us, my friend.
Hi, bye, hi. Look at that. Good guy Matt helping out his opponent there. This game can be hard to navigate around the terrain as we saw earlier.
All right, and okay, it does look like he did be able to make it down that ladder was the decision.
Yeah, it could be hard to see these measurements from here, so all right, makes sense.
Yeah, I thought there was enough room. I wasn't sure, but it looks like there definitely was enough room for that.
It's okay, Donovan. We're still here for you, along with everyone else that's tuning in. Everybody, say hi to us in chat. I hope you're having fun watching Shatterpoint at AdeptiCon.
All right, so now they are going to go ahead, and he did go to the 4-point route, not worrying about the attacks or anything along those lines, really kind of just wanting to make sure he gets the points. I think that's probably the best move because of the revenge triggers and everything along those lines. So now we are going to kind of go back to Matt's side.
All right, here we go.
Yeah, rolling for priority to sit there which one he's going to go with.
Thank you, Chad. All right.
All right, and with the expertise being the active point, I mean, that's going to be exactly kind of where he's going to want to go for sure.
Oh, yeah. No, that extra point is what's going to decide these games.
Without a doubt.
Okay. So, just getting a little more information from the table. Yeah.
Okay, so it actually was just 3 points because the commandos were alive. They thought they were dead.
Oh, right. Because remember, they were left on.
Oh yeah, because they were left on 7.
Yeah,
not
they
8.
were left on 1.
Alive on 1.
Yeah. No, we expected them to go down and they didn't.
Right.
Yeah. Hey everybody, it's Saturday. It's the 3rd round. We're getting a little tired here.
Look, and Sheev left just in time for the Sabine activation.
I
out of
know,
reserve.
Sheev, you're gonna have to come back and watch later. Oh, but Donovan, Todd is the
Is that Donovan or is
bestest.
that Donovan's dad?
No, it's he said earlier, even though he's using his dad's account, but it's
okay.
Donovan. It's
I mean, I get it. I mean, the pigeon is much more exciting than I am.
Todd's just a little tired from all the work he's been doing. Remember, everyone, I get to be the fun one, and he has to be the dad. It's not, I'm the fun, silly uncle of the podcast, which is weird because I'm an only child. I don't know about that. It's okay. All right. I'm excited to see some Sabine action. I think I am going to have to try out Damio Matt's list. I'm going to make that change from Callus to Sabine and see how it goes.
I know you're joking. Donovan.
It's okay, Donovan.
All right, so Sabine basically just taking a trip up up the tower herself and saying hello. Oh no, it was a jump. So she used Ezra's tactic and then she jumps.
Yeah. She used her tactic on Ezra.
Sorry, yes.
Yeah, no. We got you, Todd. And now doing her explosives, and then it looks like we're going to see a move. That is looking to be quite the skirmish there in the middle of the table, Todd.
Right. I think he's actually trying to get a little farther than that even.
Oh, no. Oh, I see. He's trying to get all the way to the...
Yeah, I think he's trying to get all the way to the back line.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's looking at it like, can I get 2 down the tree with the sharpshooter to get exactly what I'm looking for? So maybe not the move. He hasn't moved quite yet. I was thinking about making a move action, but definitely did not. And that's really kind of what we're looking at. Like, he's looking to what can I do next?
Yeah. So it looks like just going to do the attack, or...
Yeah, I mean, he's got sharpshooter, and he could just focus shoot and hope that he gets where he's going to. And I think that might be the play here, is what he's looking to do is just focus shoot.
Yeah. That is the thing about this mixed Spectre list, is it's not nearly as easy to get her free focus. Sometimes got to do what you got to do.
I mean, because you really don't have a lot of the Spectre synergies because it's only Ezra and Sabine.
Right. That's the one downside of not bringing Kane in.
Right. So it is a focus shoot here. A lot of expertise on Josh's side, but there are a lot of crits there going on. So I mean. Ooh. 6 down the tree.
Wow.
Not really what he was hoping for.
Wow, that's Sabine chose violence. So come on, Donovan. Tell me what have you been playing? You still on Riff? Or are you doing something else?
So this is 7 damage and a wound basically into the darts.
Wow. Yeah. Sometimes you got to blow up a robot.
Yeah, I definitely did that.
Yeah. Oh boy. Yeah. And as usual, we've got some.
Oh wait, undecided at this point in time. He's pulling it back and trying to make sure decide which way he wants to go with it.
Oh. Well, he put a momentum on, so maybe he's just changing where he's going on the tree.
So yeah, he did kind of change. He decided to go with 8 damage. Still going to wound him, but then it does strain and expose them as well.
Oh, I like that because most likely, unless some healing happens on the Empire side, you're gonna leave an expose on them when they wake back up.
Exactly. You definitely want to keep on leaving those conditions not going away. I think is kind of the important piece of what he's looking for.
All right.
That is going to be the second wound on them. So the next time that the Darks wake up, they actually are going to leave the board after their next activation.
Yeah, I think this we're going to see a couple models leave potentially because remember the Rebel Commandos are pretty close to their second wound as well.
Yeah, I mean you kind of need to put them down. I mean, and this is kind of where the problem is for Josh is. This is what we've seen with these Rebel lists so far. The last 2 matches is. They're not getting wounded. And the other thing is, if you're not going to wound them, you really need to condition stack them, and he's not condition stacking them either.
Yeah, well, I mean, the Rebel Commandos do have a strain and a pin on them right now, so it's.
Yeah, but that's just, I mean, and that, like, but then you put one more wound on him. Okay, cool. Like you haven't conditioned down anything else. I mean, and it's you're not. It's not Kanan here. You don't have the Kanan where he's going to heal stuff and everything like that. So I think that's the issue that we're running into here.
Ooh, Donovan, you're playing Empire. What? Come on, talk to me. What kind of Empire? Lots of Empire? All the Empire all day long?
So yeah, here we got the players kind of walking around looking and seeing what they're going to do with everything like that. A lot of players, like I said, kind of getting busy in the hall. It is Saturday here in Milwaukee, so a lot of people that may not have been able to be here for the entire week are definitely into town and doing some fun stuff for sure.
And also Riff, Freedom Fighter Leia. What's going on there, Donovan?
I mean, why not Freedom Fighter Leia is really the question that everyone should be asking you, Aubrey.
Well, I mean, I like Freedom Fighter Leia. Remember, I played an anchor list with Ahsoka that featured her.
Yeah, no, I get it. And look at this, we're still sitting just back there at 0 with a whole lot of nothing going on.
Yeah.
All right, and so now Josh is going back into the tank here, deciding whether he wants, because he's all out of force. He's trying to decide if he wants to go with Sergeant or not, or if he wants to go with his last card in the deck. And to be fair, I'm not 100% sure what the last card in the deck is with what he's going. And like Sergeant's always kind of like an activation that you're not sure whether you're going to go with him or not. But again, really important activation for him. So it was Matt scored the other 3 again with that wound, giving himself a little bit more momentum.
That's all right. We'll get some information from the table in a moment because
it is going to be getting Hask.
Yeah, Hask. I was just thinking. I was like, I'm looking at that model right there, but he's got the helmets on. I don't know who it is with the helmets on.
I mean, just like someone who's going to be coming to us from the future who never took her helmet off throughout an entire movie.
Yeah, wait, from the...
Zori.
Zori Hill. Oh, my word. From the sequels.
From the sequel trilogy who we're going to be seeing pretty soon.
Right. It's odd. That's, anyway. I mean, I am excited for Ray and Finn. That's going to be...
Finn as the primary is pretty interesting.
Right?
I was pretty interested to see that. But I mean, I guess I can see that for the lore. Finn kind of was the leader, so to speak, of the time with the plan to go to Starkiller Base.
Yeah, no. I mean, I will say, Todd, Star Wars is Star Wars. I really enjoyed Force Awakens. It was a redux of A New Hope, and everyone loves A New Hope. Come on.
Yeah. So yeah, Josh still. All right, so now we have Hask looking to do an attack here.
That's a lot of defense.
It is going to be a focus into base and turret.
But that roll. You see that roll, Todd?
Yeah, poor Matt here with 5 fails, only blocking 1. There is a damage in the pin. So there's only 3 down the tree though, unfortunately, because there was a lot of fails on Josh's side as well.
Yeah. Ezra, Lando, Bartu, and Riff and Company. Okay.
So
right,
6 damage off of that because there was one from the expertise, it looks like. So 6 damage strain into base and turret isn't going to be quite enough to sit there and get it done. Because they were completely healthy. There was no damage, no conditions on them. So yeah, 6 damage and a strain. Yeah, I mean, still, like, at least you're softening them up a little bit. There's a couple more people softened up with Ezra. Ezra hasn't been touched since the beginning of the game, though.
Yeah, I mean, this is what Empire does like to do is chunks of damage, a strain, and then make their opponent have difficult activations.
Yep, and now Matt ends up ripping Cassian right off the top here.
Ooh, okay, all right, Mr. I have friends everywhere needs to join this party. All right. So he is just taking a look, doing some measuring there on the table. Everyone trying to trying to figure out. I think he's looking at his coordinated fire, or maybe just seeing if he can get Cassian in range. Because remember, Cassian does have the range 4, range 5, depending on what side that you're on. So, you know, and shooting into that giant skirmish in the middle of the table. Dear viewers, I hope you're seeing that, because sometimes this happens with Shatterpoint. A lot of models just end up right there in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, especially once you get down to like the middle of the game, it kind of really turns into that whole quagmire, as you like to call it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, hey, I like that word. Yeah, it's
Giggity?
fun to say.
Oh, yes.
No, quag. Oh. I'm using it as an adjective.
Yes, I understand.
Or a noun.
Yeah.
Little Q.
Did you know that Cassian has friends everywhere, though?
I just made that joke, Todd. You walked away for a second.
There was a family over there playing Shatterpoint together, and I was very excited to say hi to them.
Oh, that's very nice of you, Todd. Very nice of you.
No, it's like, and that's one of the things I like. I think gets lost in all of the doom and gloom lately, is that this is still a great game that people play with their families together. It's a very bonding Star Warsy game, and I think that's like one of the things that you get to see here at AdeptiCon is like the families that come and play the game together. Like there was a father and son on the other side of this playing MCP yesterday, so there's a lot of stuff like that. Looks like Cassian does not like the ISF, the Imperial Special Forces, and is probably going to sit there and did an attack right into them.
Oh, yeah, no, makes perfect sense. No, Todd, the shirt I'm wearing today, there was a dad and his son here, and they had to stop me because they were wearing matching shirts, and it was my shirt.
That's hilarious.
Lots of fun.
But again, 3 crits by Matt here.
I think that's 4. Is that 4?
Is that 4 crits? It is 4 crits. I missed one of those.
Whoa.
Yeah, 6 damage pin strain onto the ISF.
Ooh. Oh boy. There's a lot of damage getting slung around this table.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely a lot of damage. It's pretty brutal. ISF basically are going to be.
Yeah, we're just confirming the total amount.
Yeah, 6 damage into them.
All right.
They recovered on the last activation.
They recovered on their last activation was the problem. So like they had 2 damage on them, but they had that damage removed, putting it back up to 6. So that is not going to put them down, thankfully. It was a pretty smooth move by the wonderful Josh to keep them alive.
Okay. Hey, you got to remember that recover action is important.
And it's interesting that he did the recover to take off damage, not to remove the pin or the string.
Well, it worked.
It did.
Right?
It did. That was like, it's a pretty high level play by Josh. It would have been. I don't think that would have been a high level play that I would have made.
No.
I would have been like, oh no, I want to get rid of these conditions. No, he wanted to get rid of the damage, and like that was a smart move on his part.
Mm-hmm.
Smarter move than I probably would have made. But now after that activation, Matt has the momentum tracker one side on the 1 for his side. So Josh really trying to pull that back, and this is kind of where we're at right now, is the struggle to pull that back his way.
Would you call it a momentous struggle?
It is pretty momentous. So now the only person left for Josh to go with is the Stormtrooper Sergeant.
Yeah, and this is we'll see, because without any force, I mean,
Yeah, going into base and turret here is the attack. Let's see. Again, a lot of fails by Josh, man. A lot. It's been pretty hurting pretty bad. I mean, there's enough blocks there to block pretty much all the ones that we see up. Only 1 expertise turns into a block. It looks like just 1 down the tree, though. I mean, at least it's
there's
something.
a lot of fails on each side.
A lot of fails on each side again. That's not going to be enough to put Base and turret down.
No. Too many fails on that attack. So.
Yeah. 1 damage and a pin, basically going to be put that pin on there, take them up to 7 damage, looks like.
And get it back to the middle, so they each get a momentum. Yeah,
they do get a recover action off of this, the Sergeant does. Looks like he's going to focus Oh, he did focus to add the 1 dice by side. Oh, 1 damage, I should say.
Oh, locked in oh. So Bronson will be list locked in round 4. Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, makes sense. I mean, but if he's 3-0, did he win the one? I didn't even get to see.
Yeah. We're watching our game, Dion. You got to give us more information. Tell us what happened. Tell us what happened. And yes, Donovan, so many fails. Ugh. Hey, Donovan, tell me about this GI list. I'm curious what you were doing.
Yeah, so Bronson did win. He is 3-0 going into it. It looks like he is the only person that has finished his round so far. So that makes sense. Yeah, there's the dice are not being kind in this match at all. All right, and Bazin Churret is the pull from Matt over here.
Right, here we go. Everybody's favorite support.
Yeah, and he did end up just scoring 1 on Sarah Kroll's side, unfortunately, from all of that. So if he can score 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. If he can score 4, get a wound, and challenging the odds, there is a path to win. It's a long shot, but he can get there. The wound is really, I think, an important piece to the puzzle here, because basically moving that, adding more momentum is definitely a way to go.
Yeah, it's slim, but it is there.
So yeah, they're going to go ahead and do a recover with Bazin Churret. Looks like they're going to remove 1 damage and probably the strain.
Presumably the strain. You would need to.
1 damage and the strain from the recover.
Yeah, so 1 damage in the strain getting removed here for sure. That's going to take them down to 6 and have a pin on them. But they have enough mobility where that might not hurt them too much. Overall, definitely liking what he's doing there. Oh, they decided to remove the pin instead. So I don't know what they're going to do with that. That was the game. That they did do enough to basically get all 4 points, get the wound, challenging the odds to sit there and win the game. Decided to remove the strain so that they could. Yeah, didn't remove the strain and the pin because that was going to sit there and basically be able to do a shot and win the game. Matt 2-0ing Sarah Kroll. A lot of 2-0s we've seen on the table so far. A pretty brutal one right there. I think, I think that's pretty amazing stuff here overall with the game and everything along those lines. I'm very shocked of everything that they had going on. I can't believe that was kind of the end to the game here. So I think what we're going to end up doing, is maybe go ahead and bring in our Eyes in the Skies from over in the table side and have him kind of talk about what he was seeing there on the side of the table and everything that was going on there. My friend, Jake.
Yeah.
That was quite the game.
Yeah. It's tough because this really just felt like, for lack of a better term, like a beer and cheese pretzels. Like, this is what they set up on a random Thursday night kind of game. They're talking through their plans. This is very friendly, very common way of treating the game. Like, you kind of forget that we're at the World's Tournament right now.
Right. With
the way that they were acting at the table. And right now, they're still sitting at the desk discussing what could have gone better, what could have gone worse. There is a love for this game. They're not thinking about, what stakes are being had right now. They're just talking about the game that they love. So, yeah, there's a bit of discussion happening right now.
Yeah, and that's going to happen quite a bit and everything along those lines. I'm going to have Aubrey kind of jump in and kind of talk about like what you guys are watching and go from there.
Cool. Game's over. Game's over, yeah. Step away for 2 minutes, you miss what happens.
Jeez. Okay. Well,
so,
what happened?
Yeah. Did you miss the last activation?
Yeah,
Is that what happened?
I was gone for 90 seconds.
Well, no. So you witnessed the last piece. Like you stepped away for 2 seconds, like as they were scoring.
Oh.
So exactly what happened is Baze and Chariot got that final wound. We're playing challenging the odds.
Yeah, no,
Support
they flipped Baze and Chariot, and then I stepped away.
Got it. So Baze and Chariot got the wound on Dark Troopers. They were able to move around. Supporting units are challenging the odds, so he spent the force, challenged the odds, and claimed the struggle.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Yep. All right. Now I'm caught up. I'm like,
Yep.
they flipped Baze and Chariot, and I'm like, what happened?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah. That's.
I mean, that'll
that's
do it. It's and the way that they're talking about the game, they're still talking about the game. Like I was just saying to Todd, there is a true love for this game and the way that they approach it. That like when I was out there, it really just felt like we were all just having like a beer and pretzels like game on a Thursday night. Like this is just what they wanted to do to relax for their week. But they're not even thinking about what stakes there are here. It's just another game.
Yeah. It helps that obviously they are good friends. But wow, I don't know if I could have kept that cool under pressure, which is yet again why I'm over here.
I feel like I probably would have stressed myself out and locked myself out of like list chicken and stuff like that. These guys know exactly what they're doing, and yeah, it's just you hate to see competitors get like knocked down a peg, but it is a good thing to remind you guys that after the 4 rounds of today, there will be 4 undefeated players, and there will also be 4 more X and 1 players that make it tomorrow.
Yes.
That said, if you are going to lose a game, you want to do your best to take a struggle. And at this moment, it's going to be rough for Saracrol because he wasn't able to take a struggle out on this one.
Yeah. The strength of schedule here is unfortunately going to be a problem. I'm feeling for Josh a little bit, but I am happy for Matt. Again, this is one of those ones where I was like, oh, I get to be happy no matter the outcome here. All right. Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, we do need to set up for coverage of Game 4. I think we're going to let this play out for a little bit, let Josh and Matt get some time to rest, let ourselves get some time to rest. So we're going to go ahead and get set up for Round 4. We will see you guys then. Not exactly sure on the timing of that at the moment, but if you guys stick around, we will be here when Game 4 is ready. So thank you guys for watching, and we will be back in a minute.
Bye.
Hey everybody, I just wanted to kind of hang out and talk because that round went a little faster than I think we were kind of expecting. So I want to kind of hang out and talk with chat, see how you guys are feeling, what you're thinking. Before we ended up finishing the round, I decided to run over and see if I could talk to some of the people at Atomic Mass, see if I could get a little bit of swag from here at Adepticon so you can have a little bit of swag back home. Unfortunately, the shipping is going to be on me, and shipping is not the easiest, unfortunately. So the giveaways that I'm going to be doing, and this is going to be throughout the course of the day. You're not going to get everything from there, but it's going to be. I'm going to do 3 different things today, and then I'm going to do 3 in the top 8, 2 in the top 4, and then 3 for the championship round. Of different things that we have from the prize wall. So definitely going to be, yep, I'm back. So we're basically going to do some giveaway stuff, but you do have to be in North America just for shipping purposes because it gets expensive to ship to our friends over in Europe and overseas and everything along those lines. So definitely going to be doing that. So at some point in time, you're going to have to be here during the stream for this giveaway. I do have a full set of the Spectre foil cards from the wanted poster ones. I have a full set of those. Going to be giving those away. And then I do have 2 sets of these that I'll be doing. These are the foil order cards. Or not foil, I'm sorry. These are the plastic card for Hunter, of course. We have Morgan Elspeth. And we have Shin Hati. They're order cards, very plastic. They're very, very, very full. So plastic cards that I will be giving away 2 sets of those, and included in those sets are going to be a couple of these acrylic damage tokens. You got 1, 5, and 4 1s. So, I mean, they're pretty cool. Not a full set by any means, but going to be giving 2 sets of those away during round 4 of today, and then tomorrow we'll go in. We'll have another set of the foil cards from the Spectres. I then also have 2 sets of the other foil order cards with Wrecker, Krennic, Morgan, Crosshair, and Morgan's secondary. Can't think of the name off the top of my head all of a sudden. I do have 2 dice packs that are going to have some damage tokens with them as well. The dice packs are going to be in 6 of each dice of the black and the attack and of the defensive dice, so 6 of each of those. So I'll give away 2 packs of those along with some damage tokens. Doing that tomorrow. Going to have 1 set of range tools and 1 tracker. Those will be giving as separates as well. And then also I'm going to have a big bundle that's going to have your struggle tracker, your range tools, and another set of the acrylics damage tokens. Going to put all of those into different giveaways. So I'm going to be giving away 11 different packages, 11 chances to win different things, basically. And then you can just kind of, we'll touch base in the Discord or through Facebook after the fact. So reach out to me and we'll definitely work on getting those out to you post Adepticon. I'll be sending them myself this time. There's a little bit of logistical stuff that happened. The range tools do look amazing. I love those with the original trilogy stuff. But I'll be shipping those out myself, so make sure I can get those out hopefully next week when I get home. But it is going to be something of it's usually a mad dash to kind of recover. So it might take me another week, but I will definitely get them out at the latest mid-April. Because again, as soon as we get home, we're running a GT for one of the local stores in Arizona. If you are in the Arizona area, by all means, stop by, say hi to me. So there's a lot going on, but I want to make sure we get some of these cool swag things that they have out there. Because if you don't have a GT in your area, or you're not able to get out here to do Adepticon, I want you guys to hopefully get us some of the cool swag that we have, and definitely give that out to all of you guys out there. So how's everybody doing? I know that for some the vibe wasn't the greatest. I'm still optimistic. I mean, especially having Plummer, having Pagani, having Schick on throughout the week, having conversations. I know not everybody is going to take them at what they're saying. They always feel genuine to me about their love for the game. They always feel genuine to me about, what they're trying to do with the game. I mean, but it's, not everyone can do exactly what they want. I mean, they are restricted, just like we are restricted in things that we do within our lives. So I think that's, I think they want the best for what our community is with everything they can. You don't have any GTs in my schedule until late summer. Ugh. Yeah, that's rough. That is rough. I know, like I said, we have one. It was actually from last year's season, so we have a GT that's going to be next month in like 3 weeks, I think, locally in Arizona. Then, of course, I always run the one up in Vegas. And then our store, we have one of the largest game stores in the United States in Arizona. It's the store is called Gamers Guild. And, oh, my goodness, they get a GT every year, it feels like. Austin, I mean, can't you get up to... Yeah, so yours is in Lone Star, I believe. Yeah, so it's... Yeah, I mean, GTs, trying to get out to all those different GTs is pretty difficult, that's for sure. So we're definitely going to work on... hopefully you can get out to one, though, and kind of enjoy it. I mean, it's always fun to have those GTs, get out and enjoy the community. I mean, that's really kind of what they're trying to do with these GTs is get out there. And I really feel like they're going to continue to have the GTs going forward for us. It seems like they're going to still trying to give us the prize support and the support that they can. I mean, I think it's really kind of up to us as the community to show up to those events. Maybe, you don't have to sit there and necessarily be buying every box or being at every event, but like trying to sit there and get out there and go to your events and show the attendance matters. And I think if we come out and show that we're going to attend those events and actually spend some time with doing all of those things, I mean, maybe the data will sit there and reflect and show what we want and everything along those lines. I mean, that's kind of, I'm always going to continue to try and be optimistic.
Yeah. I mean, the attendance in events is definitely something big they look into, because if they start seeing, the numbers start to drop down in events, they're gonna see a pattern that, maybe they don't continue pushing as much. So, honestly, just going out there and giving support, checking in on different streams and stuff like that is always a good thing.
Without a doubt. I mean, to be fair, I mean, they're going to look at, the people that show up and listen and watch these things. They look at all the numbers that we do, like how many views we have. I mean, that's important to somebody. I mean, it's important to me. Because I like talking to all of our community and everything along those lines. But that is definitely something that is going to get looked at by the community at large, or by Asmodee, by Atomic Mass Games. I mean, there's going to be somebody that's going to say, hey, what is going on within the community? How is the community interacting with this game? Are they playing events? Are you running events at your store? I mean, Longshanks is public data.
Yeah.
So I think that's something that definitely everybody needs to keep in mind. I mean, granted, and I know, and I think we've had these conversations many a times. Growing a local community is not easy. There's I know I talked with Hunter over at Clan of Two, and he tried to get something going at his store, and it just wasn't happening. It's like he's like, I went there 4 weeks in a row and kept on trying to run events, and nobody showed up. And it's, I mean, I think when I started running events over at the store that we were running it at, where we do our weekly meetups, there's times where I go there and nothing's going on. Maybe everybody has a life. You have soccer that you're coaching. You coach your soccer team with your brother. You two, so during soccer season, you're not making it out. During the holidays, people aren't making it out. We just have to continue to try and play the game. I mean, and work with your communities if you're doing that to try and get your events. I know, like Dion, he might not be in chat right now, but he just continues to drive forward and have, sometimes you're only going to have a 4-6 player event, but sometimes just having those tables out there and someone walking by going, ooh, what's that?
Yeah.
And having a conversation, being friendly with people helps build your community. I mean, like I said, we're very lucky in Arizona. We really are.
It's always interesting when I come out to the events like this and I talk to people that are in other areas, and I know them from how good they are at the game and how they place in GTs, and I talk to them, and they tell me that they have to travel an hour and a half to go play in a different city because their city just has no action in the game.
Right.
Or they just don't have any type of, local community. Obviously, thankfully, there is, ways to play Shatterpoint not in person, but the game is meant for being in person. And you know what? The social, on our weekly meetups on Wednesday, it's just so much fun to be able to be around everyone, play the game, and the amount of times that players from other games will walk over and just be so interested because of how amazing the tables look. I mean, you get the Shatterpoint terrain out there, especially when it's all painted up like the ones we have today or this weekend.
Right.
And it's an eye catcher.
Right. Yeah, that's the thing. Is like our terrain is very unique in the tabletop world.
Yeah.
Because we interact with the terrain very differently in our game than you do in anywhere else. It was funny. I was playing MCP the other day, and I was on a elevated piece of terrain because the point was there, and I'm like, oh yeah, I get this point. And they're like, no, I'm within range 1 of the point because it's only range 1 that can be contesting. They're like, no, I'm in range 1. I'm like, oh yeah, elevation doesn't matter in this game.
Yeah.
So it's really, like I said, there's a lot of unique things that happen in this game, and which makes it's just a huge selling point. But it's also one of those things that people really have to get used to as well, and what they're doing and everything along those lines. So there are challenges, without a doubt. There's challenges throughout growing communities, and like I said, we're lucky, very, very lucky in Arizona with being able to get 16 players for a skirmish game that's not made by a different company that we do not, they who shall not be named.
Yeah.
It's a whole different world. I mean, and that's one of the things to keep in mind is, I think some people get underwhelmed when they see the numbers that we have, and they're like, oh, I only got 6 players. Well, 6 players isn't bad, though. We're not a TCG card game that's going to get 40 players to an event. No, I mean, how many other games out there do you go to a game store and it's like, oh, it's just these 4 guys just hanging out playing, or maybe they get 3 guys, so one person just kind of hangs out, watches while the other ones play. You got to look at the positive instead of the negative. Instead of saying, we only had 4 players. It's like, you know what? Each person was able to get in 3 games today. You got to play a game with a different person every day, and they got 3 fun games in. So I think that's kind of like shifting our perspective. I mean, and your perspective always is always going to be impactful. Like how you move forward with anything is important. Not just looking at the negativity or anything like that, but like kind of just looking at their perspective and everything like that. So I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I know our community is great. I know there was a little bit of a lull in our meetups just coming up to AdeptiCon because obviously a lot of players didn't want to burn themselves out on too many games before Worlds. So I know a couple players took a step back, took a little short break beforehand, did a little bit more theory crafting than playing. A lot more just communicating back and forth on what they think might be good or combinations. So, but it'll be great to see after Worlds. We do have that GT coming up. Some good numbers already signed up, and I know some people are still say they're going to sign up. They just haven't yet. So,
and that's the thing with gamers. I mean, there's a lot of times. I mean, like I know I run things on the other side of the house, the MCP side of the house. And the MCP players in Arizona, they wait until the week of just sign up, and it's like, I only have 3 players, and then all of a sudden, like, oh, now I have 16, now I have 20. It's like, now I have to kind of adjust where I'm getting everything from.
It would help a little bit if you signed up a little earlier.
Yeah, that way I can a little bit of helping me out to make my planning really does go a long way and everything like that.
But especially when you have to reserve tables.
Right, exactly, and working at stores. So it's like, yeah, but it's, I think that's, grassroots movement maybe is kind of the way that we need to go internally, is like if people really want to keep this game alive. I mean, if they don't, if you just want to be disgruntled about it, I mean, that's fine too. Everyone, you're entitled to feel however you want to feel about it.
You are entitled to your feelings.
Yeah, definitely, without a doubt. So I'm hoping that we kind of move forward and everything along those lines. We'll definitely see what happens. So I'm excited. Like I said, super excited to see kind of what happens once we get to this next round. I think, like I said, we're going to do 3 giveaways today, and then going to have giveaways every round of the top 8 tomorrow, going forward with that.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, what Ryan's saying here, yeah, if you sign up earlier, it does bring in more attention because a lot of players, they will look at a tournament on Longshanks and go, well, there's only 6 people signed up. I don't really want to play in a 6-player tournament. But if all of a sudden, it gets to, 12 to 16 players before the event, they might not check back to see that the number did go up. So, signing up early not only helps out the people setting up the event to make sure that everything is planned out properly, tables are rented, terrain is prepped, prize support is there. Prize support is based on attendance, If they're only going to have a 4-player tournament, it's a lot harder to get good amount of prize support. Because a lot of times they use that entry fee into the tournament to purchase that prize support for players. So now going into the next game, we're taking a look at, who so far is making it through. I do know that there has been quite a few of top contenders that have been knocked out so far. Sadly, we got a couple Arizona people that have been knocked out. Oh, it's Donovan. Hey, Donovan. I'll never forgive you for that game we played. Yeah.
I will say, so I just had to step away for a second just to kind of go through the pairings of what we have. Because I'm going with a 2-1 matchup today.
Okay.
Whoever wins this one is probably it's a win and in type of a game, especially with these 2 players that we have coming up.
I have a.
You have a guess?
Yes. I haven't looked at the pairings. Are the pairings up?
The pairings are probably going live just about now in the there.
Okay, so I'm gonna just base it off of who I see in the top 12.
Well, then you're going to be wrong.
Oh, okay. Well, I can't see the pairing, so it's hard to make.
How about look at the top 16? Look at the top 16 for one of them. If you look at the top 16,
Cody Hawkins.
Yes, it's going to be Cody Hawkins because I want off-meta stuff.
I was looking at who he was bringing, and I was like, first off, Ewoks. All right, let's go.
Yeah, Cody Hawkins, and Cody Hawkins actually is getting paired into Samuel Sweeten.
Ooh.
Yes.
Wow. Okay.
Cody Hawkins getting paired into Samuel Sweeten for what could be a win and in. Even if it's not a win and in, that's going to be an amazing game. Super excited to sit there and watch that. I was looking at some other stuff, but it's like, okay, well, Cody's on the verge there. There's going to be our friend Poos. I was looking at Poos. He's at 19th at 2-1, 19th place right now at 2-1. So there's a lot of things that can happen. There. Samuel Sweeten, might not be on the way in. He might, but he can be a spoiler because he only has 4 victory points. So he did get O2'd in there somewhere.
Yeah.
But again, I'm looking at this is going to be a fun, entertaining game with 2 players that really know how to play this game well.
Yeah, and both players are not list locked, so
right.
Any team can be played. I'm really actually hoping that Cody picks the Ewoks. I want to see that gameplay, and I really enjoy that gameplay because a lot of times people kind of forget about what that Ewok team does with C-3PO and Logray.
Yeah.
And it can really sneak up on some players sometimes.
And Cody's been playing the Ewoks from the time that they've listed. Oh my goodness. So looking at table 1 of this right now, Kenny Brown is playing Matt Brunson.
Ooh,
for
wow.
of the 3-0s right now. There's some great matchups going here. So let's see. I'm trying to look at some of the other undefeateds if I can remember. Lamb Chop, or one of our locals, he's 3-0. He's going into Iceman Dean. Unplayable Panda Trash playing into Godliness Duncan. And who is the other? I'm trying to remember who the other 4-0 is. Let's see. Lamb Chop. Oh, Scott Evil Houdini. I'm not sure who he's playing into.
Daimyo Matt.
Oh, Daimyo Matt playing into Scott Evil Houdini.
Wow.
Like 2 friends that played together a lot. They're both local to one another. a lot of friends got paired into one another. So yeah, we'll gonna see how this all goes. I'm pretty excited to see this, see all the matchups and everything along those lines. It's gonna be pretty doggone fun.
Yeah.
So yeah, definitely some good times going on. I'm excited to see where we go with everything. It's going to be a fun match. It's going to be a fun match. I hope all of you are buckled up and ready and get in. And like I said, we're gonna do a little bit of a giveaway at some point in time. So I'll let you know when to start putting some comments into some comments into chat and tell you what you're going to need to say, so we can definitely get you guys all set up and everything like that. And then at some point during the stream, I'll start pulling some names. We'll probably have I have one of the guys here kind of like start maybe do a wheel or like some sort of a online type of a thing to do our raffle for these 3 things that we're going to be giving away.
Yeah, the wheel might be fun, especially we pop it up on the stream, let everyone watch that wheel spin. I know when I enter giveaways, I kind of like to see the round and around it goes.
Exactly. Yeah. So I mean, we'll see what we can do there. But yeah, it's definitely we're gonna work on getting the players over here. They've made the announcement to start getting the players over, and what they're going to be doing and everything along those lines. So I'm excited to start getting the players over, and then finish up our round for the day. We should be the last 2 hours of today, and then we're going to finish up tomorrow night. Or tomorrow morning. We'll be back here bright and early to go ahead and play our games. And
Another full day.
Another full day, but it's only 3 rounds tomorrow, so a little bit of a shorter day.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll be doing giveaways all day tomorrow. Some of the bigger ticket items probably for sure. I don't know. I might change this up. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how many people we get in this one here, and see if I give away one of my. I decide to change up what I'm giving away or something along those lines, because. Maybe give I think I want to save the dice for tomorrow for sure. I don't know. I will play around.
If you guys want cool stuff, watch the stream and enter the giveaway.
Yeah.
Because I got to tell you, the prize support here is awesome.
Right.
It looks so good.
Yeah. I think everybody here is like really gunning for those dice. The dice are really nice this year.
Yeah. Yeah, I like the dice. They pop so well with those symbols. Yeah, you roll those out. You roll those crits and your blocks, and they're going to look good.
Right. Yeah, definitely going to look pretty cool. Yeah, I'm excited. I mean, I think that today's been a really good day. We've really had an enjoyable day. I'm enjoying like a lot of good games going on here. Yeah, it is going to be a spicy matchup for sure. For sure.
Yeah, if you're curious who's saying my name in chat, that is my mother-in-law.
Hi, mother-in-law. How are you today?
That's Dane's sister-in-law's mother.
Dane's sister-in-law's mother.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, if we're gonna go with the theme that we love to do.
What, is that bothering you or something? I wouldn't.
I think you just confuse people.
That's kind of fun too.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, some pretty fun matchups going. He looks so excited to be here.
Yeah, he looks like he's having a good time.
Yeah, wants to schedule a nap. It's been a long day. It's been a long day. But I think we'll slowly get through this for sure.
The misses don't look good. Just don't roll misses. Yeah, they don't look good on the dice. Don't roll them, and you'll be good.
Technology, right? Don't mind me. I was on table 6, round 1. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Don't mind me.
I was about to say, it doesn't look like Sam Sweeten?
Yeah. I wasn't going to say anything. I was a little confused, but
yeah,
you know.
I'm like, I thought maybe they're sending me the wrong matchup. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah.
No, they did say table 6. Okay. That was pretty funny, actually.
Oh, Mr. Pink is looking for that dice giveaway.
Of course he is. Well, the dice giveaway, unfortunately, is going to be tomorrow at some point in time. I'm not quite sure when I'm going to be doing that. Like I said, I might switch it up. I know the dice are pretty hot ticket item there. Bring on the dice giveaway. You know what, Mr. Pink? I got you. I got you, buddy. I know. I think that's always the big item. That's always. I mean, that and the range tools that they have, these acrylic range tools that they make, are always high on the list of things that we want.
Yeah, I know. Me personally, the range tools are my favorite thing. I do have last season's range tools and last season's struggle tracker.
Yeah.
But just something about the new range tools, the art on them is just amazing.
Yeah, the original trilogy artwork.
Yeah, I really want them. So, go ahead and win them for me, people.
Yeah, the range tools do look very amazing right now. Very, very amazing. So, yeah, I mean, like, this is it. Like, right now, like, we have, we will have 4 4-0s by the end of this round. So that will be automatically in no matter what. And then it's going to be, who's going to be working their way out from there. But like I said, I've been wanting to have, I didn't want every match to have only boss, only Cassian. So
I think we did a really good job at the picks on who came over to make sure we showcase the variety that we have in this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's like
there's a lot of units.
There is. It's over almost 140, 139, something along those lines. Definitely a lot of units able to be played in this game. So I think that's going to be what it is, and like I said, it's going to be exciting to see kind of what they decide to bring to the table.
Yeah.
I wonder, like, I saw Cody basically earlier today. So, like, just to kind of get an idea of what Cody is playing. Cody is on. Cody, for what he's bringing to the match, is going to be General Anakin Skywalker, Padawan Ahsoka, ARF Troopers with Logray, Chewie, Rebel Pathfinders, Leia Organa, Freedom Fighter, Luke Skywalker, Daring Hero, Rebel Commandos, Kiadi Mundi, Shakti, 501st.
Was that Luke in there?
Yeah, it was. No
Wicket.
No, and no C-3PO.
Whoa, what's that? That's crazy. Okay.
Yeah. No, but I mean,
sleeping on the C-3PO, the Golden God.
I don't think I would never say he's sleeping on anything.
He might be good at this game a little bit, but.
Yep. Yeah, and then I think the Cassian list is going to be kind of like the standard of what we've been seeing with the Cassian Hera. It's basically going to be Cassian, Agent Callus, Baze and Chirrut. So it's like kind of a standard of what we've seen, along with Harrison Dula, Sabine, which we've seen a lot of Sabine lately. And we finally get to see some Chopper if they're going to make the board here. Jyn Erso with K2SO and Lando R2.
Ooh.
And then Mando with Dengar and the Rebel Commandos.
I actually, obviously, I would like to see the Jyn Mando setup just because then it wouldn't be Cassian.
Yeah.
But honestly, if it was any of the 3 squads other than Cassian, I'm kind of happy with that. I like Chopper. He's my favorite war criminal.
Right.
But yeah, the Jyn squad and the Mando squad sound fantastic to see on the table together. Hopefully going into some Ewoks to see some Murder Bear, Rebel Scoundrel fighting.
Not a lot of. I mean, they're cosplaying as Ewoks, because there really only is.
It's just Logray.
Just Logray, really, and then Leia, who makes everybody else Ewoks.
Yeah.
I was looking to see, because I'm feeling kind of bad, and let's see if General Joseph is over here or not.
I didn't hear that.
They didn't hear the announcement. Cody just didn't want to come and hang out with me. I think that's what it was. Cody was kind of like not wanting to hang out with us. So, yeah, I was about to go looking for him. Unfortunately, so General Joseph, I was looking to where he finished. He's 1-2, hopefully going to finish 2-2. Because he ended up forgetting his mission cards, his missions. Actually, lost one of them. So he was borrowing my mission my mission pack that I had to sit there and play. So I was telling him, look, if you make it to the top 8, it's because you used my mission cards. But apparently my mission cards cursed him.
Yeah, it was all your fault that he didn't.
Yeah, I would say so.
All right. Yeah, now that the players are here, Aubrey's just going to go ahead and tell them a little bit of the rules of the table just to make sure everything goes smoothly here. So
Cody's a seasoned professional when it comes to this, though. He was on stream twice last year. So he's and I know that that's the thing of like a lot of these guys. I know that they don't really want to they try not to be on stream because it just does add an additional level of stress to it. Just because knowing that you have those eyes watching you sometimes is a little bit of overwhelming for some people.
Yeah, and especially in a game like this where you need to win to have a chance to move on.
Right.
That already alone is going to add a lot of pressure into you. So yeah, being on stream, some players just prefer not to. And obviously, if a player doesn't want to play on stream and they request not to, we don't put them on.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'll go ahead and work with you and everything like that because they don't want, I mean, granted, if you make the top 8, okay,
You
kind of have to and everything like that. But yeah, it's not always going to happen.
If you go to the championship game,
Right.
you gotta be on stream.
Right, exactly. Let's see, kind of go over here. They're already starting to set up the table, kind of get everything going as far as that is concerned. So we'll go ahead and kind of let them do their thing, see what they're going to do. Cody and Sam working on all of that together, trying to figure out where they're going with everything and what they're going to do. I think it looks like they might have. Are they both playing the same mission? I didn't even think to look at that because they came in and automatically just started setting up the mission.
Yeah, so they might have
Rolled
at
off
the last
screen.
table.
Yeah, they might have. That is entirely possible. Let's see, because Cody is on first contact.
There's no way they brought the same.
Yeah, I don't think they would, but you never know. And yeah, and Sam was on sabotage. So based off of where they're setting up, it looks like first contact was the way to go.
Yep. Yeah, more than likely, while they were at their other table, they rolled out and were prepping for the game. So.
Yep. So I'm assuming they've already pulled their list and everything along those lines. Yeah. So just. Yeah. We kind of figured. Yeah. So basically, they had already decided on what they're going to do. I'm going to go real quick off to the side and see if they started the round already.
Yeah.
That way, you give them an extension.
Yeah, that's definitely one thing that we want to make sure is that with the stream table, sometimes players they didn't hear the announcement that their table was going to be playing over here. So they went over and started setup over at their other table. So because of that, they're starting a little bit later, not to their own fault. So we usually want to make sure that this stream table gets a fair window of 2 hours to play. So they may get an extension if they've already started the round timer for everyone else. We might be able to get an extra 5 minutes or so added on to ours. So Todd's going to go ahead and go check on that. So they are playing on Sabotage, and the teams are going to be Cassian, Callus, Baze and Churret, Mando, Dengar, Commandos. So Sam's team is going to be the Cassian Mando squad. And then Cody's team is going to be Cam, Shakti, 501st with Anakin, Snips, and the Arfs. All right, I like that. So you got a double revenge on Sam's side with Cassian's revenge. Actually, a triple revenge if you kill Callus. So Cassian has his revenge if anyone gets wounded. Mando has his revenge if anyone else gets wounded. And Callus has his revenge if he gets wounded. So a team sitting with 3 potential... Oh, and Dengar, actually. So Dengar has his revenge if he gets wounded. So potentially lots of revenge triggers going out on Sam's side, while also having Baze and Churret and Commandos to just pump out damage like crazy, as we know those supports are just monsters when it comes to attacks, especially if you Shatterpoint them with Cassian, giving that extra 2 dice with Sharpshooter 2 and Impact 2. So Cody's side sitting with Cam, Shakti, 501st, and then Anakin, Snips, Arfs. So you're sitting here with 4 Jedi on the board, so Cam's ability to reduce Jedi Force costs if they are within range of a wounded ally is going to come in handy here to keep that Force economy going. Now, they're going to be sitting with 7 Force between those 2 primaries. Good displacement with Shaak Ti and Cam. You have Snips coming in to help support the team, and she also has some good movement of her own with that double jump. And then, of course, Anakin doing what Anakin wants to do. You know, Anakin wants to jump up, get a wound, jump over to another person, wound them, and with the ARFs on his side, he's going to have that option to get that supporting fire dash from them in case he needs it to get over to a second target. The 501st are just going to add that coordinated fire strain to help them out with some damage. So, amazing matchup here. It's going to be great. 8 with Shaak Ti. Thank you. I forgot that Shaak Ti does provide 1 Force. So there is going to be 8 Force with Anakin, Cam. Yeah, that's going to be great. And then we have, it's going to be 5 Force on the other side, 3 from Mando, and 2 from Cassian. So might be a little bit tighter on Force there because there is no Force refresh other than Baze and Churret's natural Force refresh at the start of their turn. So if Cam, if Sam is able to start pumping in some wounds onto the Rebels team, they're going to start getting kind of strained on that Force economy, especially with Callus wanting to try to do rerolls if he can. So yeah, the one nice thing is that if he needs to reserve Mando or Dengar, he is going to be able to do that for free, kind of helping that Force economy on his side. So Dengar's ability to allow bounty hunters to reserve for 1 less definitely helps out in this type of situation. So players just setting up their units here, getting that deploy. Looks like Cody's able to get one of his clones up onto the top of the board. Oh, that might be Sam.
Loving the bounty hunters over here, though. I mean, we kind of figured Cassian's going to be coming, and I mean Cody knowing that this is there's a potential to go in is probably going to play the best thing in the market there. Sam going with Anakin and Kiani Mundi is also pretty amazing.
Yeah.
Sorry to step away there. Kind of like trying to get a general consensus of like where we're going, and like because these guys ended up coming in late to our table, they went to the wrong table. I wanted to make sure that they were able to give a little bit of allotted extra time.
Yeah, we don't want to take away time from them just because of the fact that they had to come over here.
It's like miscommunication on what was happening and everything along those lines. Don't want to miss. Cody saying hi to everyone. That was pretty hilarious.
Yeah, with this terrain setup, only 1 objective sitting on the ground. So shoves and force pushes and repulses are going to be very useful at this setup.
Right. Yeah, so going with Kiadi and Anakin there, and to be funny, the funny thing is they already picked these before they showed up here too. So it wasn't even it wasn't even something that was impacted. The table didn't impact the list decision at all. It's a friendly little excuse to do so.
Yeah, and I'm sure if when they got to the table, if they looked and said, hey, I don't really like my squad I picked for this table. Do you mind if we, if I change? I'm sure, the players would probably understand if there needed to be a swap. But both players seem to be good with the things they picked. More than likely, just the list they are most comfortable with, especially into these type of matchups.
Right. So I think what we're going to do, we can go ahead and start this. So in order to be eligible to get these prizes, you're going to have to be present in the chat and acknowledge it. by responding back to this, and then of course you can reach out to me on Facebook or on Discord through the Facebook or through the Discord if you're in our Discord. Definitely come and join the Discord if you are able to. I can let me see if I can find this link for the Discord and put that in if you want to join our Discord. We don't have a paywall or anything along those lines, so you definitely can just join the Discord and hang out and have a good old time with us in there. So I think what we're going to have to do is, you're only going to get one entry, of course, but if you can just put an exclamation point AdeptiCon into the chat today, you'll get entered into our chat, into our giveaway there. Again, looking at going to give away those foil order cards for our friends over at in the Spectres, the Core of the Ghost.
So, and I will say spelling does matter because it is right in front of you on the screen.
Yep.
Yeah. It is exclamation point Adepticon. Yeah, I do like they spelled out the words exclamation point. Fantastic, creativity there. But yeah, so exclamation point Adepticon to enter into the giveaway for these beautiful Spectre foil unit cards. Not unit cards. What are they called? They're not called unit cards.
They're called stance cards.
No, they're not. Those aren't stances.
Oh, those are the order deck cards.
Thank you. The order deck cards.
Indomitable Force Games.
So both players got their units out. Looks like they're flipping the objective now to see which. Well, I would say to see which objectives are active. But as we know, Sabotage Showdown, the circle is active, the donut is here, and bloodshed is ready. So they do look to see the ability of Sabotage, though. So the ability for Sabotage Showdown is to remove one condition or damage from the unit when you Shatterpoint them.
Yeah, so remove 2 damage or 1 condition is going to be what we're going with there. All right, so far I have Indomitable, I have Dylan, I have Mr. Pink. It looks like Batman is, I can't even read it, is something.
Batman is all...
Looks like Cam is the pole.
Batman is a llama. It's not all, it's a llama. Oh, 6818 is
all right. And then Jennifer walks with him.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, when the words are all strung together like that, sometimes it's hard to read.
Right.
I love that name though. Batman is a llama.
Yep. So Cam is going to go ahead and use the ability there to go and use this tactic on Snips. Snips is going to kind of move a little forward there.
Yeah, getting Snips up the board is really good. She's got a lot of movement. This just opens her up to make sure she can go wherever you need her to go on her activation, whether it's to the other side of the board or stay on her side. So. And there should be a lot of movement with the Jedis with Cam's on wound ability to give them a dash. So we're going to definitely see these Jedi moving around a lot.
Cam, and you also have Shakti that does do that as well.
Yep.
On her tactic ability.
Yeah, on her tactic, she gets to move someone. Snips, I believe, moves someone as well.
Does.
So yeah, there is quite a bit of movement in this game.
All right, and then he just climbs and takes cover, and gonna just kind of chill. I mean, the one thing about this this particular
Oh yeah, measuring out the climb to see if he makes it with those scatter boxes there. So. Yeah.
So yeah, we just noticed here that Cassian is, or not Cassian, but the names are not matching the actual who's playing the list. So we're gonna get that switched up for you here in just a second.
Yep. Yeah, we got Darth Dion and Logan Urbez adding into the giveaway.
Darth
Welcome,
Dion.
Darth Dion. And Logan. All right. Yep, just the typical turn one there, using the tactic, doing a move and a take cover, getting up to that point. You know, it looks like after the measurements, they did see that he can make that climb, so he'll get up, take that point, and now sitting there holding 3 on his first activation. So not a bad start for the Jedi.
No, not a bad start at all. So yeah, super, super excited. Make sure you guys are sticking around though. This is going to be a fun match. Gonna be a fun match indeed. And you know what? You might win something if you stick around and hang out with us. Make sure you're doing that exclamation point AdeptiCon in the chat.
Yep, so looks like he pulled Dangar and ended up going ahead and reserving Dangar for free, but then pulled Mando next. So required to go with Mando on this activation.
Moving Mando up the board isn't that bad. Unfortunately, it does. You're losing out a little bit on that because you're not. I don't think he's gonna, even with Clan of 2, not gonna be close enough.
Yeah, and he's sitting there trying to measure out to see if he's able to get that move action, that Clan of 2, and get the push from Clan of 2.
Right.
I don't think he's going to be able to, which does just mean that you do potentially just go with the 5-die and just throw it at him.
So, well...
Oh, actually, no.
Yeah, because it's going to take cover.
Well, he has the super deflect, too.
Right. So, I would say that you can... Yeah, so you can just basically Clan of 2 here and maybe just kind of push him back.
Yeah, so he took cover to give that extra distance there, yep.
And that is going to get him right in range. Yep. Yeah, Mando might basically move, cover, take cover, Clan of 2.
Yeah.
And is that good? I don't know if that's going to get him quite in range of that. Yeah, it doesn't get him quite in range of the egress point there, but is going to be enough to go ahead and push him right off of that ladder.
Well, and he should be able, because of the shove, Cam should get off the point because it is 2 away, and Mando should be within 2. So, but that's definitely the type of play that a high-level player is going to do, where the rest of us might be like, well, let's just do an attack because we kind of just see red and want to go for attacks. But for going the attack and taking the cover is, working out great for this.
Absolutely, yeah. This is kind of what you're going to want to do there. Oh, Shatterpoint Steve, how we doing? Shatterpoint Steve, ready to do that. Yeah, if you just got back, take a quick break. Why is everyone saying hashtag or exclamation point AdeptiCon? Well, I'm doing some giveaways, sir. So we can just let us know that you want to be in that giveaway by saying exclamation point AdeptiCon.
Yeah, it looks like we also got a
MJFY Customs.
Yeah, that is a J. There you go.
But you know what? Because you're asking why everyone's saying that, Ryan, we're going to definitely just add you right into that.
Yep. All right, so goes ahead and pulls the next card. He pulls the ARF Troopers.
Yeah, we're going to be doing a giveaways from both prize wall stuff for the rest of the show. Doing 3 today. 3 today. Basically, I'm going to be giving away at least 3 of the character cards, along with some acrylic damage tokens, the Spectre or Ghost Crew order cards, the foil ones that they have with the alternate art of the wanted posters. And it might just do a second set of those wonderful order cards. I might be doing something else. I do have also 2 sets of dice. I have everything from the prize wall, kind of breaking up all of those different things and giving them away so that everyone can, like a lot of different people can get a taste of some of the cool stuff that's here, because if you weren't able to make it out to AdeptiCon as well.
Yeah, so
Best Eve, all right.
So he go ahead and goes with the ARFs, doing a move action, it looks like, to move them up, hit the ladder, go up top, and then he spends 1 force for defensive maneuver. So that way he can move them up and try to take some points.
Right.
Also getting that supporting fire out there.
Yeah, I mean, that's. I think you really are going to want to get that supporting fire dash online as much as possible, and that's kind of what you do. Is definitely in range to sit there and put a shot now into those commandos, being way up like that they already are.
Yeah, and getting the ARFs forward before Anakin goes will definitely help Anakin out on his activation in case he needs that extra movement from their dash.
Yep. A little outside of the range of the other ARF trooper up on top there, standing next to Snips.
Yeah, he does still have the defensive maneuver dash for that ARF if he wants to move him, but he also might want to stay on top of that point.
Well, and you do have Snips already sitting on that point as well, so it's like moving away from it isn't probably not going to be the biggest problem ever.
Yeah, but Snips hasn't activated yet, so potentially looking at her future activation does maybe want to put her forward instead of the ARFs.
Yeah, it makes sense.
She's a little bit better defensively than the ARF troopers, so.
Still not. I don't think he's still outside of that range 5. All right, here comes an attack. Ooh, 3 crits on those brand new dice. Definitely looking to say that. Oh, Discord link. 1 attacking. Yeah, one of them did not make range. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I ended up realizing I need to give you a fix for our stream, and then got away from getting that Discord link.
He gets distracted easily.
Yeah, I do.
He's got that gamer brain. All right. Yeah, 3 crits going through. Going to be able to do a little bit of something into those commandos.
3 down the tree, 3 damage, pin, disarm, and a shove is what's happening here.
That is fantastic. Condition stacking them up before their activation is really going to help shut them down on their turn. Especially that pin and disarm. That's a dirty combo into them. One of those attacks that they do is definitely going to be very lackluster.
It basically scores 4 points here. Is going to be the big thing here. Is moving forward the right way for Cody.
Yep. Yeah, Jedi definitely doing what they need to on the battlefield. They are war generals.
And there is the link to our Discord, of course. Like I said, definitely a free to join. We don't hide it behind a paywall or anything like that. All right, so Chris Perez again. I will say, let me know, because I don't. If you can do this, we are only able to ship to the U.S. because I was able to get the stuff from AdeptiCon or from AMG, but unfortunately I have to pay to ship all this stuff out. So please try and limit to that. Yeah, Cassian Flip's ability, no pin on commando.
Yeah, so he uses his ability to remove that pin from the commandos, giving them that movement. So, yeah, good thinking on that point, because you are going to want to be able to move the commandos on their turn.
Exactly, yep. So the Mr. Shenanigans got you, buddy. We're going to work on, like I said, probably a little bit later in the chat once we get a little bit farther down the road here, work on getting all of that, everybody kind of lined up and starting doing some giveaways and stuff like that. So I'm excited to start, but make sure you're present. so that you hear your name getting called.
Yep.
And then, like I said, send me a message on where are you, Shatterpoint Steve. I mean, like I can potentially work with you, depending if you're U.S., Canada, Mexico. With these, I might be able to get to the UK. That's not too bad. Like going to Europe isn't too bad. But if I'm going all the way to Australia, might not work for me. So it just kind of depends. You like especially with these things are being pretty small, I can get them into a pretty small envelope, so I might be able to make it work.
Yep. Yeah, so Cassian gets up on top of that point and then puts an attack out.
Yeah, U.S. like North America, I'm definitely good. UK, I think if you're Europe, I can probably make this work though for this particular one. Yep. No, that's not a stress at all. Trust me, Quincy, one of our regulars, he's actually over here now. He's one of our regulars. I've shipped to him before, so if I just go to the UK, no big worries. I can get that. That's not a big one. Sports highlights. Thanks for joining in.
Yeah, so players right now just communicating back and forth about the results on the roll, just making sure that they communicate everything properly on what they got and what abilities may be happening. So yeah,
right.
looks like he attacks into camp.
Yeah, 3 damage and a shove is all that they got out of that, though. It wasn't that great of an attack, unfortunately.
Yeah. But I mean, what can you expect when you're attacking into a Jedi Master?
Right, and then 3 fails on that defensive roll was like the hardest part about the whole thing.
Yeah, but as you can see on stream right now in that dice tray, the defensive roll dice, those are the ones that are up for grabs in the giveaway in the future. They are the yellow defensive dice with black symbols. So when those go out on the giveaway, make sure you're in here to snag you up some beautiful dice.
Yep, that'll be sometime tomorrow.
Yeah,
for sure. Sometime tomorrow we'll be doing those. But I mean, I always want to win some cool swag for sure.
Yeah, and you can also see on Cody's side the black offensive dice when he rolls those. Those are also the dice that are in the pack.
But Sam's still looking pretty healthy so far. Only 3 damage on the commandos, and everyone else is completely no damage at all. I mean, and again, only 3 damage on Cam. Snips is the pull by Cody.
Yeah, so, and this is that moment where leaving the arcs on that back point, allowing Snips to leave freely without leaving a point unguarded is definitely going to come in handy. Because Snips really does like to just get up there and get into the fight.
Right. So then, yeah, basically what we're going to do is using her. She's going to use her tactic on Cam, move Cam again a little farther forward, so he is in contesting range of the point, not on the same elevation, but with contesting that point down there at the bottom now.
Yeah, being able to move him back in to assist him later in that point is going to come in handy. Yeah, looks like
Artificer Elf. I love that name.
Yeah, they're measuring something here just to double check a couple things.
Yeah, looking if they're going to be able to get into a melee range is really kind of what he's looking for.
Yeah, so he wasn't in melee range, so he goes ahead and spends a force to get that jump.
Right, and then we're looking at, here comes the attack. Again, here comes those wonderful black dice that Cody ended up getting from the prize wall. He's been spending his tickets on those for sure. And these dice are running pretty hot, man. A crit and 4 strikes on Cody's side.
Yeah, looking really good there on that dice roll.
And then just looks like, what is that going to be, 3 blocks? Yeah, 3 blocks, I think, on for after everything for that. So, yeah. And going to go ahead and just kind of do some shoves, move her kind of forward. He's looking at where he wants to. Yeah, 2 damage and a shove, basically. So not a whole lot from Snips there.
Yeah, but just being able to shove them off the point is gonna win him the point. So now he's just seeing, do I want to Where do I want to position myself for this point? So he goes ahead and positions himself, so he's kind of backstopped into those boxes to help stop him from being shoved off.
Exactly. So after it's all said and done, only 5 damage and a disarm on the commandos. Still not down.
Yeah, the commandos surprisingly are tanking a lot of attacks here.
Absolutely. But yeah, overall, pretty exciting so far. What we're doing with everything going on, I'm pretty excited here. Yeah, and like I said, if you are wanting to get into this particular giveaway for this particular round, make sure you're putting that exclamation point AdeptiCon in chat so we can get you added in.
Yep. So looks like he goes ahead and goes with Dengar.
Dengar being the pull, that's pretty fantastic.
Yeah, pulls Dengar out of reserved. Yeah, Dengar has a great ability of just being able to just push right up to the enemies, get a fantastic melee into them. And, you know, honestly, when Dengar wants to hold a point, he does pretty good.
Yeah, no, he's a pretty solid bounty hunter as far as I am concerned. And Dengar is going to go ahead. It looks like he's in melee range, so they're going to be putting a melee attack into Snips here. Here comes the dice roll. A lot of fails, unfortunately, for Cody. 3 fails.
Wow. Yep.
But that is her expertise is really good, so it turns into 3 blocks. But there's a lot of good things happening on Sam's side. He's got a lot of successes for sure. Yeah, like 1 crit. What is that? 4 strikes and 3 XPs. Not a single fail.
Yeah.
He does get his pin on the expertise, so he got to pin Snips. So no excessive jumping for Snips right now.
Yep. Yeah, pin and strain are fantastic conditions to put onto her because she's so mobile that once you're able to shut her down, you know, she's not going to be able to do too much once she activates.
No, definitely not.
And stopping her from being able to get movement from the other Jedi on their activations will help out.
Yeah, so 6 damage, 2 shoves also on that. So she's just going to go for a walk here. Going to kind of put her off to the side. Send her off of that. And like you were saying at the start of this match, it's going to be with all those points being elevated, they're going to go for, a lot of people are going to be going for walks off the sides of those gantries.
Yeah. Yeah, this setup, shoves are the name of the game.
Absolutely.
So definitely good that no one brought Savage.
And Anakin was the pull here. So here comes the general, not quite a master.
The prophecy. Yeah, he is a war hero and a general, saved countless lives, including almost every member of the Jedi Council, but he is not a master.
He can be on the council, though.
Yeah, he can be on the council.
He's just not going to be a master.
Yeah.
So
they
he
just want him to be a spy.
He just needs to sit down.
Yep.
Take a seat.
Just sit down, young Anakin. You don't know what you're talking about.
Exactly. All right. So, again, 3 damage on Chaotic Mundi, 6 into Snips. Nobody wounded quite yet on Cody's side. Again, yeah, nobody taking damage other than those commandos who are kind of sitting in the back at this point in time. All right, 2 momentum each is what we're looking at as well.
Yeah.
Just a pin.
Yeah, this match so far is definitely a lot more of just movement and strategic positions and shoves. No one really doing too much of aggression and trying to get the wounds here.
Yeah, 2 momentum each because they are on 0. Not really moving around a whole heck of a lot here. Cody having a lot of force at his disposal, though, with what's going on here.
Yeah, already burning through 4 force, though, is a little tight for him.
Exactly.
Yeah, so it looks like he is measuring out the supporting fire dash from the ARFs to see if he can get Anakin within range to make a ranged attack and benefit from that dash.
Without a doubt. But yeah, very exciting stuff here so far. I mean, this is going to be a very, very tight game. I wouldn't be surprised if this one actually goes all the way the full 2 hours.
Yeah. With just with the level of players that we have here and the type of teams that they have, it's definitely going to be a pretty evenly matched team that could just, they just got to go go the distance and take the time, and seeing the 2 hour mark hit is probably won't be a surprise.
Yeah, I don't see it being a surprise at all when it comes down to it. So Anakin kind of just moving around right now. Love having Anakin that has that throw of the lightsaber now with the new Anakin. Yeah, he's going to take a throw of those lightsabers for sure.
Yeah, right into that bounty hunter Dengar.
Unfortunately, not the best here. Well, I mean, overall not too bad. 3 crits going through.
That will be enough to do something and potentially get his jump on the tree and then also get that supporting fire dash.
All right, 3 going through. Looking at what they're going to do with him for that. It's going to be 6 damage and a strain into Dengar.
Okay, so he uses the supporting fire dash to get to the ladder and climb up.
And it looks like he's going to put another attack into Dengar at this point in time because he's in melee range with him now.
Yep, his aggression is coming out and he is swinging.
He's going to treat that Dengar, that bounty hunter, like he's a sand person. That's what he's thinking.
Yep, exactly.
Well, you know what? Only 2 fails in there, but 3 fails on Sam's side, unfortunately. So it's going to be 3 down the tree again.
Yeah, 3 down the tree, being able to do 7 damage, I believe, on this one.
Depending on which way he wants to go, that's definitely going to be wounding a bounty hunter.
Yep. Now the thing is Dengar did get wounded in melee, which means that his revenge will be able to go off.
Right. Anakin is going to move on to the point. So there's going to be a couple different revenges that are going to be taking place here because you do have Cassian, you do also have the Mandalorian here. So multiple revenge triggers kind of going off here at this point in time.
Yeah, you're going to have 3 revenge triggers on this wound, with Dengar's revenge being added into that. So a lot going to be popping off.
A lot going to be popping off. Yeah, a lot of moving going on. So, and it's pretty interesting because you have Sam's got both of his primaries here on this side of the table, down on the south side of the board, because basically that where they're measuring from is where the Mandalorian is, and then Cassian is up on top of that as well. Yeah, overall, I mean, like, they're really again, I don't think you're going to see a whole lot of mistakes being made in this particular game because they're both going to be playing out there. Yeah, Dengar being utilized is fantastic. He is, I think, a slightly underutilized secondary in the game. I do play a lot of boss myself in my Mandalorian list. But that's not always necessary to play that. But that's because I'm playing Han and Chewie, not Baze and Chirrut, when I play with the Mandalorian.
Yeah. Well, and the thing is, too, is, really, boss probably only gets brought when you need a 3-pointer.
Right.
So.
I mean, yeah, you don't have to necessarily play Baze and Chirrut there or Han and Chewie, but that is an option for sure. All right, yeah, and force is getting a little restrictive. Cody just sitting on 2 at this point in time. Sam sitting on 3, so pretty low on the overall force. All right, yeah, and like I said, getting to the end of these guys have like played 3 full rounds already, and now playing on the 4th round. This is Anakin dashing everyone because he did get the wound end of turn. He's going to basically say, kind of follow me, everybody. Let's go running towards the battle.
Yep. Yeah, the ability to move all your units except for 2, himself and Cam, with that wound is just going to be so useful for him to be able to spread out his team and make sure he's getting towards those points.
Absolutely, yeah, and that's the beauty of the update that they did to Anakin last year. It is really kind of seeing that come to fruition. All right, and now we're going back to Sam. He did pull Agent Callus, doesn't want to utilize him, so he's going to go ahead and put him in, pay the force and put him into reserve.
Yeah, Agent Callus is a great unit, but sometimes he's just not what you're looking for. He kind of has a one-track mind. You know, his tactic is for himself. He just go ahead and throws himself up there. Usually can get a pretty good attack off and possibly a wound, but looking at the board, that's probably not what he's looking to do.
Yeah, not what he's looking to do, so he does go ahead and put him into reserve, goes ahead and pulls the commandos out of the order deck.
Yeah, right now Dengar is the only wound on Sam's side.
So yeah, Dengar is the only one.
Only wound at all.
Is the only wound, and then if you look at the other side of the board, yeah, there's only 6 damage on Snips with a disarm, 3 on Kiadi Mundi, no conditions. Everybody else is completely clean, no damage, no conditions at all. And then again, yeah, on Sam's side, he has 5 damage and a disarm right now on the commandos, and then 12 damage, 1 wound, and a strain on Dengar. I like the multitasking that you're doing there, Mr. Pink. I like that you're coaching and being able to watch us stream. I like the commitment to the game, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, you just sit there and go, hold on, kids, we're taking a timeout because Anakin is going to wound something.
Exactly.
Just wait.
All right, so, yeah. So really, like, there's a lot that can happen right here. Sam only being on 1 force, though, is going to basically be saying, yeah, you're not going to be doing much more with the rest of your order deck until you get some refreshing going on. Because he's going to probably opt not to use commando doctrines in this particular situation.
Yeah, it's a little rough because you're going to want to have the option to use abilities in the future. So right now you're looking at your abilities. If you don't need it, don't use the force.
Right. So really a whole lot of nothing kind of going on. Sam got a lot of fails on this, unfortunately. All right, 3 blocks and an expertise on Cody's side. There is a lot of crits coming from a Sam side. 3 total.
Yeah, 3 crits with an expertise, which is just going to be a hit or 2. So those hits will get blocked out, but 3 crits going through is really good.
Yeah, pretty brutal overall. Going into those ARF troopers, really kind of just trying to soften them up quite a bit. And now kind of pushing some people around with those commandos. Just trying to get them off those high, like it's really just playing King of the Hill at this point in time is really kind of what everyone's trying to do, just kind of pushing everybody off. It's not, even if you don't damage, if you're just pushing everybody down onto the ground, that's really what's going to happen.
Yeah, it's one of those it's one of those things with this game that, you know, the terrain will change the play style of everybody. You know, you need to look at the terrain, see what the strategy can be, and that's the one nice thing too, is that every game is going to be different. You know, when you're sitting there, and you're playing the same team over and over again, but your terrain setup is different every single game. You know, it kind of gives you a different feel to the game every single time.
100%, yeah. They always get a different feel. And then not quite enough for Sam to bring it back onto his side of the board there. Let's go ahead and take.
Yeah, so yeah, he goes up there and gets off that attack, but it's not enough to do what he needs. So sadly, landing 1 before the 0, so he will get the momentum for not making it on his side that I generally call the pity momentum. But you know what? Sometimes that works out in your favor, because if your side fills up with momentum really quickly, the moment you turn the tide on the objectives, you win immediately.
Right, and there was, I mean, in this attack right here, he did 6 damage, pin and disarm the ARFs. Didn't quite put them down, but really did quite enough to do there. And now here, Cody pulls his Shatterpoint card. Pretty good overall pull for him, because basically he's got, when we're looking at the struggle tracker, he's only 4 away. If he can get another wound, this might be pretty good. I mean, and you can do some amazing things with Anakin to kind of just seal this total battle away.
Yeah.
Sitting on two force, Sam sitting on 1 is really kind of the hard part right here, because you don't have the callous rerolls at this point in time.
Yep.
You're really kind of hurting.
Yeah, it's the one thing with pulling Callus into your team is that you start to hurt with force pretty quickly. And Callus himself, honestly, at this moment, with Callus not really being able to do his rerolls, you kind of just need to change your strategy with him and just put him in there as an aggressive unit to get wounds, and just not even care if he gets wounded anymore.
Exactly. So yeah, no. Now looking at on Cody's side, he is pinned, disarmed with 6 damage on your Rs, 6 on Snip, still no condition, and 2 on Kiadi Mundi in no conditions. Though the only people with conditions on him as of right now are those ARFs. Looking at who you want to go for targets, I mean, if you're looking to try and get a wound here, and who you're going to go with, if that's the path that you want to go, again, it's kind of difficult here doing stuff like that when you have so many revenge triggers. You could end up looking at going into the commandos. I don't know, who would you Shatterpoint here?
Oh man, I mean, right now the one nice thing is that your limitations on Shatterpoint open up because you get to remove a damage or a condition on Shatterpoint. So whoever you choose, if they have a condition holding them back like the ARFs, they get to remove that. Now, I would say because you kind of want to get the wound, Anakin might be the play here, because Anakin can guarantee a wound with 2 attacks.
Correct. Yeah, so we don't know, like, potentially there's 4 2-and-1s or 3-and-1s are going to end up getting in. Both of these guys are at 2-and-1. Tiebreaker wise, it's going to be interesting to see kind of what happens. There is a potential for one of these guys to get in, depending on how things go tiebreaker wise. Cody's in a probably better shape tiebreaker wise.
Yeah.
So, but ultimately, one, we like to get a little bit of off-meta stuff, and these are 2 of the best players in the world, in my opinion. So that's the other part of why I wanted to get these guys up here, so to really showcase a really good, smooth game. And he did decide to go with Anakin, who is going to be the right way to go, and he is going to sit there and do an attack.
Commandos. Yeah, Anakin into the commandos here. I mean, the commandos shouldn't stand a chance to Anakin.
They shouldn't. But 2 going to be look like 3 blocks. Looking like a whole lot of like there's 5 strikes in there and a crit. Basically going 3 down the tree. That's going to be enough for Anakin to do some damage.
Yeah, I think that might potentially take the commandos out in the first attack.
So what's interesting here though is, so now he does get that wound, right? He's able to maybe move around, soften somebody else up.
He's gonna go to he's
going to go ahead and move forward after doing all of that.
Looks like he might just go to hold that point.
Probably going to get the momentum. But here, so he got the revenge trigger, but then to keep in mind, again, then he can move everybody after this at the end of his turn. So it's a very interesting dynamic of, okay, yeah, go ahead and do your revenge trigger.
Can he move if it's a support, though?
Oh, you're right, it is a support.
Yeah, that's the only downside to wounding the support is that you don't get to get that movement, but at the same time, he's sitting with everybody on points that he needs to hold, so the revenge triggers might not hurt him.
Right. Yeah, the revenge triggers definitely are maybe not be the thing. Yeah, and kind of looking at where he's going to be, kind of checking the ranges within everyone. Is he going to be within range 2 of somebody or not? Looks like he's just out of range 2, but it's a really close one. I like that there's a lot of good back and forth communication going on between these two players. Both know the game very well.
Yeah.
And both are very good at communicating the game between one another.
Yeah. So Kiati gets the that wound dash onto a Jedi, so it looks like he goes ahead and uses Shakti to move her around a little bit.
100% makes sense. Yeah, all sorts of triggers going on. That's the funniest part about this is okay, now I do my things. Okay, now you go ahead and do your things. Okay, now at the end of the turn, Anakin still has another, he could still go and try and do an attack into somebody else if he wanted to.
Yeah, and if Anakin wounded a secondary or primary, there'd be even more triggers going on. Right. So, yeah, a lot happening with all these different units that have on wound or when wounded triggers.
Right, and I don't think he really has a decent target on that side of the board at this point in time because everybody else is on the south side at this point in time. Baze and Chirrut are on the south side of the board. So is Callus being underneath that gantry at the very bottom. You have Mando. Well, it depends on where Mando decides to move, I guess, at this point in time. Yeah, Mando's all the way up at the top now, so he could go and put a lightsaber into some of that Beskar, I guess, if he wanted to try and do a follow-up. Yeah, that's exactly what he's going to go and do here. He hops over those boxes and says, "Hi there, Mando.
Yeah,
you're going to meet my son in the future, and he's going to take away your little friend in that bassinet you got hanging around with you."
Yeah, I mean, right here, I believe Anakin does have the potential to one-shot Mando as well with the amount of damage he does.
Yeah, it is always possible. It's going to be it's going to take a lot. It's going to a good roll on one side, a not so good roll on the other side.
Yeah, and Mando is a force to be reckoned with when it comes to defense. His ability to crit mitigate, get lots of block, definitely is something you feel bad after attacking him.
Looks like he didn't decide to do that. He's going ahead and just to pass the turn right up against him now. So the struggle tracker is basically right up against the momentum of Cody's. Probably maybe one away, depending on the turn. That was a great activation though for him.
Yeah.
The flip is Baze and Chirrut because he still had Callus in reserve. It is going to be Baze and Chirrut going. Baze and Chirrut kind of still chilling in the back right now, but they do have a lot of movement if they want to get moving. I don't know. I guess the 501st down at the other side of the board could be someone that they could look into going into.
Yeah, I mean, if anyone right now is going to be able to turn the tides of Struggle 1, Baze and Chirrut are it. Their ability to go up, basically spend no force because of their force refresh at the beginning, and their attacks, the free focus with flipping their stance, getting Impact 2 or Sharpshooter 2, depending on their side. I mean, they can really put in a lot of damage, especially with 2 attacks, that they can get a wound, they can flip some points, and they can really turn it back over to the sides of the Rebels.
Absolutely. And Sam's kind of going in the tank a little bit here, which is completely understandable because this is the activation that really is going to determine where the struggle goes. He's got to make the most of this activation for sure.
Yeah, making sure that he finds the lines that he needs to be able to pull back Struggle 1, or if he doesn't feel like he can pull Struggle 1 back, setting up for Struggle 2 and making sure he's in the most optimal positions for that flip.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so right now just bringing out the measuring tools, figuring out exactly what he wants to do with his movements.
Yeah, I mean, I think, like I said, again, Baze and Chirrut, they have a lot of movement. They have a lot, but there's a lot going on with their card, too, so you want to make sure that you have your plan completely in place. It looks like he already did the flip. There was a refresh of force, which helps out quite a bit here as well.
Yep. Yeah, and especially with Baze and Churret, they're a fantastic model, but you need to be playing them properly in order to get the most out of them. They're a little bit complex sometimes, so doing everything in the proper order and utilizing the abilities to the fullest is going to be really important here. But when you're looking at players like this, they know these models, like the back of their hand. They're going to know exactly how to play them and what to do with them.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, knowing what to do, how to go about doing it is really kind of the main thing that we're looking to do here. Sam finally deciding where he's going to go. It looks like he's going to be taking a move action here. I'm not sure. Maybe it might be just because of the it looks like it's actually a dash in his hand. So dashing both of them at this point. And it looks like he was probably measuring out a little bit of range on those. I would think it was going to be on the ARF troopers because they're the pretty easy target at this point in time to try and look into wounding. Maybe even snips. There's a couple of different targets on that side of the board. You're definitely not going into Anakin. 501st, I mean, it looks like they're going maybe one going one way, one going the other, potentially going at the 501st as well.
Yeah, either that or Ki-Adi-Mundi, who's directly above him.
Yeah, I mean, you can go into Ki-Adi-Mundi. I mean, you're potentially putting yourself at risk of putting some damage onto yourself because he does have 2 force. So I think there's a risk to that. I don't know if Sam wants to take that risk.
Yeah, the only thing with Cody is that, he does only have 2 force, and with 2 cards left in the deck, he might not want to spend that force for that super deflect.
Correct, and the other people, so it looks like that is probably going into the, I don't know, there's only 4, there was only 2 blocks.
4 is probably going to be the 501st.
Yeah, so 4, looks like it's going to be 4 down the tree on that one, not looking like to be the best there. 2 crits, and quite a few strikes as well. Looks like that's probably going to be a wound based off of some of the movement action that we are seeing going on here. Disarm, expose, wounding the ARFs. Yeah, that's kind of what... Oh, it went into the ARFs. Must have been the Churret, not the Baze attack on that one.
Oh, you know what? Yeah. Yeah, he's on the other side of the board.
Yeah, we were hyper-focused on the Baze attack there. Not the Churret side. So yeah, so our base is kind of over there on the north tower on Sam's side. All right, here comes the next attack by Baze. It looks like that's a much better
Baze going into more than likely the 501st.
Yeah, much better defensive roll there. 4 blocks naturally. So it looks like probably
great offensive roll.
Well, it looks like all those strikes are pretty, like at least that were rolled naturally are going away. Oh, he is attacking Cam here. Didn't pay for the ability there. Just 2 damage and a shove into Cam when it's all said and done. Yeah, just hanging out right underneath Cam, but it does get that shove to bring him off of the point, which I think ideally is what you're going to want to do. Pretty effective turn with Baze and Churret, which is kind of what you would expect there overall. All right, so after it's all said and done, we have a wounded Arse with an expose and a disarm. We have 4 damage on Ki-Adi-Mundi. Snip's still sitting at 6. And the activation is the 501st.
Yeah, 501st coming in completely healthy, ready to fight. And right here, it's definitely, Cody can definitely, end this struggle right now.
Yeah, I mean, he just needs to get 3 points and a wound or score 4, kind of up to him, like which way he wants to go with this. So it really kind of depends on where he's going to want to go. But yeah, overall, I like what he's doing here.
Well, and he has 3 points right now, which means that all he needs to do is take away one of the points, and he can win it out or, get a wound. Now, the 501st are capable of getting that wound. It just kind of depends who they put those attacks into.
Well, the other option is you can just move right onto that point where Cassian is. Too.
Yeah, just taking the point would definitely do it.
I mean, yeah. So I think that's. I mean, I don't know. Maybe that would be my play, but it's up to him.
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely potentially just get the attacks into Cassian, see if they can get the shoves. Don't get the wound because that could potentially mess you up, but then just being able to move on to the point afterwards very easily.
But he is going to go with an attack here. Yeah, and I don't think he's going to try and get the wound. I think you're probably just fishing for some shoves at this point.
Yeah, shoves and some conditions.
So really, looks like just attacking Cassian looks like maybe just one down the tree. All right, here comes the next attack. So it really doesn't look like a whole lot happened there. Again, really not the attacks he's looking for.
Yeah, I mean, getting 2 misses, lots of expertise on that side.
Basically, it's going to be a total damage that's going to go into Cassian is going to be 6, so 4 damage from those attacks, and then really kind of just moving on to the point. I think just softening him up for the later game is kind of like the idea of what you're going to want to do here.
Yeah.
Not really do a whole, actually up to 7 at this point in time. So we'll go ahead and get that updated on the screen here in just a moment.
Yeah, so 7 damage going into Cassian. So yeah, setting him up for a world of hurt later. And now he should be able to just move the 501st onto the point, take it, and win the struggle.
And I think that's kind of what the plan is with that, is just kind of moving those guys up, getting them both within 2. He's just going to double check.
Defensive maneuver just to get a little bit better positioning.
Spending that force is going to only leave 1 up, but I think there's only 1 card left in his order deck anyway, so not too much of a concern at that point in time. Basically, right now, kind of just making sure is that he can place him legally.
Yeah, the big thing here is you need to talk to your opponent about when you're positioned, because if you are overhanging even a little bit, technically that is not a legal standing position.
Yeah,
so.
It looks like he's able to get them both into that range far enough forward, flipping the point.
Yep.
Looks like that's going to be enough to score out. No. Oh wait, yeah, it wasn't quite enough.
Isn't there 6 points active? So if Sam scored 3, 5. This is sabotage. There's 6.
Are we playing on sabotage?
Yeah.
It shows where I'm at right now.
Yeah, so...
You're right, it is on sabotage.
Yeah, so Sam moved at 3 on his turn, which means if Cody took a point away from him, that would mean that he should move at 4.
Well, let's see. Cody's got the 2 on the bottom, the 1. Yeah, it looks like there's 3 because the top one, top left.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah. Yeah, it's 3 and 3.
So, yeah, I think actually Sam may have just
scored 4.
He must have scored 4 and just not moved the momentum 4, maybe possibly. Struggle tracker. One of those things that, obviously we are not able to interact with the table to bring anything up. So, if anything happens, we're not able to question the table about it. We are not judges. So we are just here to spectate and let you fine people at home see what's going on.
So now it's back on Sam. He's kind of looking at what he wants to do. He still has Callus in reserve, or he's going to decide if he wants to sit there and go with Callus or go with the card in his order deck at this point in time. And I am not 100% sure who he's got in the...
Sheev is back.
It is the Shatterpoint card was the last one. Back and better than ever. It's the Sheev. I will let you know, everyone, as we move forward here in this round. We are doing a giveaway. We have the 2 the plastic cards with for the order card or plastic character cards with some of those acrylic tokens giving away. That's the Sergeant Hunter. That is Shinhati, and that is Morgan Elspeth is the other one, and it's going to come with those acrylics. Baze and Churret going to be activating again, and those damage acrylic tokens going to be giving that away.
We are currently in Struggle 1.
Still currently in Struggle 1. It's 0-0 at Struggle 1 here. And then also, Sheev, you might be interested in this next item that we're going to be giving away. So if you want to be in our current giveaway, you do need to be currently in the chat when we decide to do the giveaway. It's going to be closer to the end of this round. We have the foil Spectre cards, all 6 of them, in the alternate art of the Wanted posters. We have the foil versions of those that we're going to be giving away as well. So all you have to do is exclamation point AdeptiCon in the chat to be entered into that giveaway. One force remaining for our good friend Cody, and for our good friend Sam, only 2 force remaining. So yeah, it's up to you guys if you want to enter that. Definitely go ahead and put a exclamation point AdeptiCon. We will mail those out to you and wherever you are, and get those out to you so you can enjoy some of the new swag that they have at AdeptiCon. I will be doing that every round tomorrow with some of the dice, some of the range tools, some of those acrylic struggle trackers, all the good stuff that we have here. We're going to try and give a lot of that stuff away to you guys. So a total of like 11 different items that we're giving away. So here comes the defensive roll. Again, Cody's dice are not too happy. As a melee attack by Baze into 5-0 first. I'm not happy with Cody's dice right now. I don't think he is either. Full tree into the 5-0 first. Yeah, full tree into the 5-0 first. So surprisingly, Sheev, as soon as I tell him what's going on there, he decides he is going to go ahead and want to be part of that.
Yeah.
All right, Sheev.
Yeah, and Sheev doesn't want to pick it up from us right down the street. He wants us to mail it to him.
No, he has to come see me.
He doesn't want to.
That's too bad. 6 damage, exposed, disarm into the 5-0 first on that one.
Yeah, putting in a lot of damage and conditions into the 5-0 first. Being able to get another attack off, but it doesn't look like he'll be able to get another attack into the 5-0 first, based off of Churret's location.
Yeah, Churret's on the other side. That attack by Churret went... But yeah, still, like, again, a lot of damage going into Cody's side over here. 5-0 first having the 6 damage exposed and disarm on them at this point in time. I think it was still kind of deciding what they're, so he's going to go ahead and move them over, taking that back point at this point in time, because now the 5-0 first have abandoned that point. And so at this point in time, being able to move to flip both of those points, taking 5, I believe.
Yeah, I think that.
Yeah, moving it all the way back over to Sam's side. Huge swing.
Massive play. Yeah, this is going to be hard to come back from on this. Yeah, he's going to need to be able to take. He's going to need to be able to take 5 and get a wound in order to win this. If he doesn't do enough on his turn, Sam's going to end up taking it.
Correct. Now, one of the nice things is the last card in his deck was Shakti, which went ahead and moved Anakin kind of up onto that point on the right side, up right next to that high tower on Sam's side. Shakti then going to go ahead and look at where she can get to, and I think that's kind of what he's deciding is where can I get Shakti over to. I mean, it looks like the best he's going to do is get 3.
Well, it looks like he is going to take that point with Anakin.
He is, yeah, because there's only wounded person, right? Only wounded Dengar right there.
Yeah, but I mean, Shakti could go over and take the point from Mando using the Force Repulse if she wanted to. The only thing is she needs to leave that point unguarded with a wounded ARF in order to do something. But at this point in the game, you kind of need to. You need to get out there. You need to get the extra points. As long as you don't get a wound, allowing the triggers to go off, you should be safe to leave that unguarded right now.
Absolutely. Do appreciate the shout out to the Patreon there, Dion. Definitely not a requirement by any means, but it does definitely help us out being able to do things like you were pointing out. Absolutely. Yeah, and then here comes. So she does go ahead. She still has her jump as well from her tactic ability. So she is going to be able to move, and then it's like really kind of decide where she wants to go to from there. 100% kind of like what she wants to do. With all of that.
Yeah, Shakti has a lot of movement on her turn, so she's going to be able to get to wherever she needs to. And yeah, it definitely looks like he is pushing her over to the Cassian point to take that from him.
So that's going to be kind of an interesting thing of what he's going to do there, because if he does decide to move her and kind of put her up, and if you're going to go for that wound, that then allows you to kind of move everybody else around. ARFs are wounded. 501st are wounded, so then if you do get that, then that triggers Mando to be able to go ahead and move back over onto the point that Shakti just left.
Yeah, so definitely getting the wound here, I think, would hurt more than it would help.
Right.
But you can always choose to not go all the way down the tree to stop before the wound.
Yeah, that is definitely an option as well.
And I think the Force Repulse would still cost 2 right here, because those are 501st the 501st are wounded. So
yeah, 501st and
she can do a 1 Force Repulse here.
All right, here we go. Only 1 fail overall for in that attack roll, so not too bad. Looking at not the greatest defensive roll. One block, 2 fails, 2 expertise as well. So again, not the worst. But gonna probably be able to do what he wants with that. It looks like it's gonna be a total of 3 down the tree.
Yeah, looking here, he may just be looking to get the shoves so that he...
I don't know if he's actually got the angle to get that shove. It looks like he's going to go into that box.
Yeah.
So that's going to be the bigger problem there is...
Which also means that the Force Repulse will not do what it needs to.
Yeah, so that's the bigger problem that he's running into now. So then it looks into, do you want to wound? Because you're really not net positing anything there. Because, Cassian can move somebody, and so can Mando can move himself. Yeah, so 4 damage, jump, shove. The shove is, again, not going to go. Well, if the jump, I can't remember her tree. She went ahead and wounded there. So that was the decision to go and get that full wound into him. But it's like, now we're looking at where are we going to jump to with him. Are we going to go ahead and abandon that point? Because you're not going to be able to flip the point. Cody's going to go ahead and walk around the table.
Yeah, there's a lot going on the board, and, the thing is that with the 501st wounded here, he's not going to be able to take that point with the 501st standing there, which means that if he leaves, Sam will still be holding on to that point, which means he actually may just not. He might just take 1 point this turn. That's going to lose him the struggle.
Right.
Yeah, so Nick Rader and Chris Sampson, sadly 1 and 2, so they are both out. I believe right now, I think it's just Liam and I think it might just be Liam left.
Booker might be in there as well. I'm not sure as far as
Yeah,
the Arizona players go. I will say this. I mean, coming from Arizona and having such the community that we have out there, every single Arizona player that made the trip out to AdeptiCon made the cut to 64. Very proud of our community and all the work they did. Very proud of all the players that came out, though, too. I mean, we had some amazing players, a lot of great players coming out. Proud of all the guys. We had 100 and when you look at the total numbers for the World Championship, 124. We had 113 plus 11 automatic qualifiers, so 124 players for the second World Championship for here at AdeptiCon. You know.
Yeah, definitely some good representation from Arizona players. Yeah, so looks like he goes ahead, moves Shaak T over to that point after the wound, uses the cam trigger to move Padawan Ahsoka, and right now the wounded ARFs are holding that back point, and the wounded 501st are not contesting the point he just left.
Yeah, looking at a lot of what we're going to do here, and right now that's kind of Sam's going a little in the tank here, trying to figure out where the best revenge triggers to go. And it's again, these guys are really not wanting to make a single mistake here.
Yeah, I do think that Sam might be looking at possibly moving Churret with the revenge, especially because he does see that Shaak T's more than likely going to be force repulsing him off the point.
Right.
So he's looking at it as, well, she's gonna force repulse me off and take this point anyway. So I'm gonna use the dash from Cassian to go up the ladder, get onto this other point. The only issue is he is probably still within 2 of Shaak T, so he still may get hit with this force repulse.
Absolutely. Yeah, there's still a lot that can happen here with that. Cody's kind of thinking that, what he can do.
Oh, you know what? He moved Padawan Ahsoka to contest the point that Mando's on, so that if Mando moves away to that back point like he is, Padawan Ahsoka will actually take the point that Mando just left.
Right.
So he will still be able to hold 3 points at the end of this.
Absolutely. So yeah, basically, and that's exactly what's happening here, is looking to do the measurement from the top down there. I think that's what he's going to. Cody again is going to walk around and take a look and see if he is going to be within range 2 of that. It looks like they've made the decision that they are.
Yeah. So yeah, Churret still being within range 2 of Shaak T. He's going to be able to do the force repulse and shove Churret away off the point. Now, he already owned the point to begin with, so he's still going to hold it, but Churret's no longer going to be up there protecting it.
Correct, yeah. I mean, because now you don't have any healthy models contesting that point at this point in time, with everybody being down.
Yeah, so looking at it real close, I think with that shove it may be off, and that's what Cody was really microing the shove and making sure he gets the most out of it.
All right. So far got 17 people registered for the giveaway here. Again, exclamation point AdeptiCon if you want to be given get put into our AdeptiCon.
He just force repulsed Cam underneath the point, which means Cam will flip it.
Such a high level play.
Yeah.
If they weren't so cute, I don't know what I would do, because these guys are amazing. I love them.
Yeah, so he's actually going to flip 4.
Cody Hawkins always knowing how to make me a happy man, and with these high level plays that he does, man.
1, 2, 3, or maybe just 3. Let's see.
And then Sam Sweeten going to sit there and show me something too. They just want to impress me all day long, and I love it.
I think he scored 4, but he only moved the struggle tracker 3. Oh, you know what? He might not have scored that point that Shaak T was on, because I do see Callus standing over there.
Yeah, Callus was over there, wasn't able to flip that one. All right, here comes an attack. Callus into
Yeah, so only scoring 3 on that turn, but still fantastic turn.
Right, a lot of fails on this attack roll, unfortunately, by Sam. A lot. I mean, so it looks like it's probably just going to be whatever crits go through. Yeah, going into Shock T because they are in melee right there. Looking to see the shove to sit there and kind of shove her back off of that point, so he is able to move off the point if he wants to, without giving up the point. Pretty high level play there by Sam Sweeten. Yeah, so 4 damage and a shove is all he really gets out of that. Looking at Sam's side, though, I mean, Callus, Base Turret, Mando, all no damage on him. The other 3 are wounded. So half of the bodies are down, half of them are completely healthy. And then looking over on Cody's side, everyone's been touched except for Anakin. You only have 2 wounds, though, with his 2 supports in the 501st and the ARFs. Snip's still sitting on 5 damage, no conditions. Shock T having 4, Kiadi Mundi having 4.
Yeah, so Sam goes ahead and takes that struggle.
Yep. Yeah, Sam taking the struggles pretty solid here. They are going to go ahead and figure out where they're going to go with that. All right, turning on the points there, turning everything off.
Now, the Republic's sitting in a really good spot here with only the 2 wounds on their team. So he's definitely going to need to utilize his unwounded units and start spreading out and taking points pretty early to take Struggle 2 as fast as possible.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, and we've been going for a fair amount of time. So looking at it's kind of the diagonal from the top of your screen down to the bottom of your screen, with the middle point being on. Refresher Force on your Shatterpoint card is going to be the Shatterpoint ability.
Yeah, which definitely looking at the force economy that they had going on Struggle 1, that Shatterpoint ability is going to come in handy for both teams.
So Kiadi Mundi is the pull. Kind of looking, yeah, it was a Kiadi Mundi flip because he shuffled in the Shatterpoint card. Doesn't want the Shatterpoint this early, which 100% makes sense with that. Definitely doesn't want that to happen. Yeah, and just doing a little bit of cleanup of the board right now. Again, without both of those supports on Cody's side being wounded, Cody kind of moving back with Kiadi Mundi. He did jump up onto that point. Going to go into Baze and Churret here, it looks like. Go ahead and smack them with a lightsaber.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty good swing to go into. Taking out Baze and Churret here.
They don't have any damage on them at this point in time, though, so it's going to be kind of tough. I mean, pushing them off of the point is going to be ideal for sure.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to get the wound, but he should be able to get the shoves to shove him off.
Yeah, Shock T is contesting the middle point. She's not on elevation or anything like that. And then Anakin has the back point, so you can get 4 here with just a shove off of the point. A lot of expertise by there. Yeah, there is a strain, coordinated fire strain into Baze and Churret, though. So did pay the force for that because they are both wounded.
Yeah. Yeah, wanting to just get as much as he can onto Baze and Churret.
Absolutely. Five damage and a heal. No shoves, unfortunately, so he is not going to flip that point. Really kind of
looks like he also has some shoves. Oh, it looks like he's doing the force push. No.
What was that? Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, there was a defensive dash on that. The defensive extra speak of a dash, and he ended up moving back, but staying in range of the point. Scoring the 3 for him.
Yeah, I was just kind of curious because he used a range 2 tool to.
What he was doing, he was going to dash away, but he was going to use the range 2 to make sure that he stayed within range 2 of the point. So that because the range 2 is going to be smaller than the actual movement.
Yeah.
So
he wasn't using the dash tool to dash. He was just making sure that he was within 2.
Correct.
Yeah,
Correct. He was using the range 2 tool to just make sure that he stayed within range 2 of the objective, so that he did not give that up to Cody.
Yeah, I don't know if he had the force to be able to do blow up the town at the end of that struggle, because Cassian was wounded at the end, so.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was completely out of the force.
But yeah, table was set up by the judges, so Todd did not have any contributions to the table layout of the terrain.
Correct.
We do not take responsibility for how good or bad the terrain setup is.
Yeah, we kind of let the judges do their thing. This is all of the official terrain from AMG, so we kind of let them really kind of do their thing. Yeah, the ladder. So with you kind of knew it wasn't me with all those ladders on there. No, so Adepticon, they glue the ladders on so that there is consistency the entire time. So Rebel Commandos are coming up. They're going to spend 2 Force 2 Commando Doctrines here.
Yeah.
But they glue the ladders on so they are consistent where the points of entry are going to be. There's not going to be any difference between how far away they are.
Yeah. Yeah, because the way that the ingress points are supposed to work in the game is that they are supposed to be just straight up and down. So sometimes when you have to lean them at an angle, it looks like you can get within 1, but the proper spot for them is just straight up and down. So.
Yeah, and that's really kind of what they're trying to do here, is make sure that they have that all set, that they have everything as consistent as possible.
Yeah, the one thing you don't want to do is have, especially with, terrain does get bumped and, move slightly. So ladders, when they're not glued, can move a little bit.
Yep. So basically just a Commando Doctrine and then a move action, and then an attack right there into, it looks like this is going to be the one into Shock T. A lot of dice. So basically 4 blocks here, but there is a lot of crits going on. A lot of crit. Oh, they're attacking Anakin on this one. Yeah, that's why there's so many dice in there.
Yep.
Really kind of looking to push Anakin off of that ladder, I think, is really kind of what he's looking to do here.
You're learning that Aubrey is inconsistent. Sheev, elaborate. All right. Yeah, going to go ahead and get the shoves into Anakin to get him off the point.
I think he's referring to Aubrey in the way that he sets up his ladders.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I'll take it. All right, here comes the next attack. This one is probably going into Shock T. That was 3 damage pin disarm into Anakin. He did shove him off the point. This one has
got another attack going out into someone.
It looks like that's probably going to be going into Shock T.
No, going into Cam.
Going into Cam. Not going to be able, pushing him down off of elevation as well. That's going to flip all 3 points back. Flipping all 3 points to Sam with that. With
those
that,
darn rebels.
With those man.
Yeah, being able to do a lot on these turns. the supports for the Rebels really come out, and they do a lot on their turns.
Absolutely. Yeah, Sheev, it might be that I kind of know you just a little for sure. That I can kind of, your humor and my humor kind of meld together. So Cam is going to take 5 damage and a pin on that when everything is said and done.
Shatterpoint Worlds players, you are mission critical.
And that is the call for mission critical.
You are mission critical.
That is going to be the call for mission critical. All right, so with the call for mission critical, we're probably going to look at doing one of our raffles here. So again, if you're in chat and you want to be entered, this is the last call for at least the first drawing. Exclamation point Adepticon. Let me know what you're going to do there.
Yeah, you need to be in chat when your name is called, and you need to reply that you are here to accept your reward. Looks like we have roughly, I believe, 17 people into this drawing here.
Yeah, not.
Alrighty.
All right. Looks like Chris. I think I already have you down, Mr. Perez. Yeah, definitely have you down already. So you are good to go. All right. This one is going to be for those hard plastic cards and one of the Shin Hati ones. So definitely go ahead and this is going to be the first thing we're going to be giving away because I'm giving 2 of those away. And on cue, Mr. Perez, you are the winner of those cards. So go ahead and shoot me a message with either into our Discord, which the link for Discord is in there, or go ahead and you can message me on Facebook through the Facebook Messenger as well. And I'll go with your address. I'll get those mailed out to you as soon as I get back, anyway.
Yep. The process of mailing out will begin sometime around Tuesday.
Somewhere around there. Well.
Oh, look at that. Chris Perez is here.
No kidding. All right, well, you can come and see me at the desk, I guess, then. All right. Ours are on the flip here.
Yeah, well, I don't know if Chris Perez is saying he's here at Adepticon or just here in chat.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
But he might be here in person. Who knows? Come on down.
Yeah, no, but definitely go ahead and get that for you.
Oh, momentous reward.
That's the next sticker I think we're making.
Oh, man. I think you get some bonus points with that one.
You definitely do.
Yeah, not here at Adepticon, here watching. Don't worry. Send us a ping or DM, and we'll make sure to get that.
Man, I wish all my friends were here, but then no one's. Then I'm talking to nobody in chat, but definitely I wish all my friends were here. And I will say this: definitely worth the trip if you do have a chance to get out here for sure.
Yeah, there is a lot going on here, a lot to see, a lot of events to play in, even if you're not looking to get into the top 64 of Worlds. Being able to play in the qualifier, you can play in Premier today, you could play in the team event that was on Wednesday or Tuesday, Wednesday or Thursday, one of those days. I've been here a long time. Yeah, it was Thursday. And then I believe there's also an event going on tomorrow during Top 8, or at least sometime around there. So lots of events to play in for Shatterpoint. So come on down, get out here, get your tickets, and get some prize support from the wall with your tickets.
All right, the next winner of the other set of the hard cards with the acrylic damage tokens. I hope you're still in chat, Ryan Munsell, 280. I hope you're still there. Let me know, because I think I just saw something going on there. I look like you just commented. And Donovan's back. Donovan?
Yeah, literally just commented.
I was about to say.
And it is Donovan.
So Donovan, if you would like me to go ahead, I can give those to Omnis, and he can just take those back to you since Omnis is out here.
Donovan's not allowed to have it.
No, I don't think that's how this works, sir. I think he's going to have some words with you if that's the case.
I'll accept that. As the number one Rift player, I accept that.
I'm going to show everyone in chat around me with a number that got pulled, because this is I am not playing favorites by any means on who's going to go ahead and win these the other set of cards.
Wow.
The
That-
actual
1 damage and a pin wounding them.
I'm not going to say who this is right off the bat. I'm sure you can guess just by how I'm responding of who actually went ahead and won the foil Ghost Crew cards. I almost feel like I need to re-roll this now, but Sheev, you won those cards.
Yes, I was here, and I can confirm. I feel like if it was up to Todd, he would not give it to Sheev.
That is true. That is quite true.
So that's actually how you know that it was fair.
But I will say this: come on back tomorrow. I have another set of the hard plastic cards are gone, but I do have all sorts of other goodies from the prize wall that I'll be giving away tomorrow. But we do want to watch the end of this match as well. So stick around. Let's see how this one ends. Sam Sweeten kind of giving a run for the money here, and especially in Mission Critical. Let's see how this is on. Right, the fix is on. That's why I was like, I don't want to do that. Revenge triggers happening, sir.
Yeah, lots of revenge triggers going on here. Moves Callus up to go and contest that point there. Yeah, that's going to help secure the point right there with Baze. And then Mando going to go ahead and move over to that point. Yeah, this is...
Cassidy moving Callus is kind of crazy.
Yeah, this is going to be doing a lot here. Yeah, he may be able to get... Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is...
Well, does he need to get over there?
Here's the thing that I would say. Sam probably has a plan that I don't have.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sitting here watching, but, he knows what's going on, and, he's better than me. So, yeah, he probably knows what he's doing.
Yes, the cards, they have worked out the quality control for sure. The cards are the right size. They do feel a little bit...
I mean, they are pretty.
They do feel a little bit thick. No, they don't even feel a little bit thicker. Yeah, they definitely are the right size. Everything's good to go. The foiling that they did on here was very beautiful.
Yeah, but the feel, as long as they look correct, the feel doesn't really matter because...
You're sleeving them.
You're sleeving them, yeah.
Phasma's as big as Krennic. I mean, that would be kind of on brand, I think. The actress that plays Phasma is a very large person. I think, what is it? She's 6'3", 6'4".
Yeah,
she's
she's very tall. So Phasma definitely deserves to be very massive.
All right. So kind of like looking at the game state here, Sam's got a wounded Cassian, a wounded Bazin Chirrut, a wounded Dengar, a wounded... looking on who's the second target's going to be. Yeah, basically, and a wounded... what am I trying? The Commandos. Completely, perfectly healthy Mando and also the Agent Callus.
Yeah. I mean, Mando being able to heal every time that revenge trigger goes off means that even the damage he did take is just going to pop right off him.
Correct. And now on Cody's side, still only has the 2 down supports, a little more
but
damage.
A lot more spread out damage.
A lot more spread out damage, a lot more spread out conditions on the primaries too. Pin both of the primaries with a disarm on Anakin really does say a lot there.
Yeah.
But yeah, a lot going on here. Cody kind of really going in the tank, trying to make sure he's got everything correct.
Yeah.
He is attacking Callus.
Putting an attack into Callus. Looks like he's double checking possibly some shoves.
And I did get your Perezzo, Chris. I did get your message, Chris.
Yeah, really thinking about what he wants to do with the results of this attack.
Yeah, there's a lot to think about for sure. I mean, again, this is, especially in Mission Critical, there's a lot going on here.
Yeah.
a lot of things to decide and a lot of questions to be answered for sure.
Yeah, and a lot of options that he can do here. So
yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to see what the balance includes. They did say it's not going to be nearly as robust as everything that they had in the past, like that last year's update, but that was a giant update. They did say that the MCP update is going to be pretty robust. I think so. Like, kind of, I would assume that MCP kind of is going to get the treatment that we got, but they definitely did say, Boss and Cassian are getting touched. We did see that Sabe. We did see quite a few B1s. There's a lot going on. I do like what they did with the B1s.
yeah, well, yeah, we're gonna go ahead and they're gonna get a judge over here, so we'll let that play out. But yeah, I mean, the one thing with the errata not being as big is, more than likely it's just because it's only been 1 year since the other errata. So with less time in between and less units that have come out since, there isn't as many units that need to be updated.
Hey, Donovan, just so you know, I already gave Charles your stuff, so the handoff has been successful. So you make sure that you get with him.
If you don't receive them, he kept them.
Yeah, absolutely. He's the one to blame.
Yeah, so there's going to be some good things going on in the errata for sure. I mean, no matter what, we're going to enjoy it as a community, but it won't be as big just because there hasn't been as much time in between the last one. So
with Sabe and Padme getting the update, I am really interested to see if they're going to take away just modify the tags on there so that there's a little bit more synergy going on within the Galactic Republic, because I think that's really kind of what's holding her back.
Yeah, it's a little awkward that they can only really interact with themselves.
Yeah. And that was a very early box, too. I mean, I think at that point in time, they were really kind of thinking about the idea of all of that, the synergies and how list building was going within the community. I don't think they had a grasp of like where that was and how it was going to evolve at that time. Yeah. So that's really kind of what we're looking at for that piece of it, for sure.
Yeah. So yeah, looks like the judge is helping out with what's going on here. Yeah, when things are that tight, sometimes it's just better to get the judge over so they can make an impartial decision.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of like that's what they're here for, is to make those third-party neutral decisions. That way, there's no one to fight with or anything along those lines.
Yeah. There is a decent chance that Qui-Gon he may have some type of Naboo
Callus flip.
Callus?
Yeah, he says the Callus on the thing is the flip. So yeah, he pulled Callus.
Yeah. You just look really confused for a second. When in doubt, call a judge. Exactly. Calling a judge does not mean anything negative towards your opponent. It is just that you want clarification on something or just an impartial call on measurements.
Right, it always seemed like there was like this unnecessary negative connotation that went along with that. So
yeah,
and definitely don't want to have that negative connotation or anything like that. So yeah, I would say this. I mean, if you have friends that play Shatterpoint, let them know about the stream so that we can sit there and I want to kind of like really show the people that this is a game worth watching. I want AMG to know that there's a lot of people that are out there. I want, especially Asmodee, I want them to know, hey, people are watching this game, they're watching the stream, they are living for a lot of what happens in Shatterpoint. So definitely want to see that.
Yep. Yeah. So there is an attack going off here. Results are in.
Yeah, 7 damage reposition expose on that attack.
Looks like into clone.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of the clones just got attacked for all that.
So much damage going in it right now.
Yeah. Lots of damage. You know, double checking that shove because it does look like the shove might not get him off the edge. So they're really, really checking it. It looks like from my angle, way up high, it doesn't look like it'll make it off the edge.
I think that was the general consensus of what they came to as well.
Yeah, one of those things that the model, the base has to fully go off the edge without any type of lip touching the edge in order to fall down.
Yeah, any sliver of base going on definitely is a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just for confirmation, that was into the ARV troopers.
Yeah, there we go. Put some more damage into the ARVs.
So yeah, now they are exposed with a wound and 7 damage. Kind of crazy. Oh, right. Yeah, and just kind of, again, like these guys are slowing down a little bit, wanting to make sure that everybody's on, like, they're making all of the right plays, but there's a lot to be said here. All right, so again, going back kind of looking at where the game state is for everyone, we have 11 damage on Cassian with 1 wound, 1 damage on Callus, no wounds, 9 damage on Bazenture, 1 wound. Again, Mando completely healthy, that's kind of where he lives. 12 damage and a wound and a strain on our friend Dengar, and then 3 damage and 1 wound onto the Rebel Commandos. The attack goes in here. All right. And then looking, here comes another attack by. All right, they're going ahead and deciding on what they're going to do here. All right, looks like they're going to stop and make another judge call. So the commandos did 3 damage into the commandos. I'm going to end this. Is going to be the looking to see if and they have a question on everything that they're going on here. And over on Cody's side, still 5 damage and a pin on Kiadi, 4 damage on Shock T. Again, the 501st still wounded, 3 different conditions, everything except for strain, and a wound on the 501st. Anakin just sitting with 3 damage. Ahsoka sitting with 5, 7 damage, 1 a wound, and an expose on the ARF.
Yeah, it looks like we are deep diving into the rules here.
Yeah, I think it's a matter of like what I'm going to end this. Yeah, we have 2 different judges here now kind of taking a deep dive into probably looking into the rules forms because there has been some changes on I'm going to end this for sure.
They're right. He's going for another one?
Yeah. All right, so kind of looking at like how everything's finished out, Damio Matt ended up taking out the reigning world champion in the last round. So he is 4-0.
Oh, wow.
Kenny Brown is 4-0. Dean and Duncan both 4-0 as well. Lamb Chop 3-1 is with current tiebreakers. Our Arizona boy is in the top 8. It looks like he is there. Matt Bronson, the defending runner-up, is 3-1, sitting in 6th place. Red Wolf from Hello there, sitting in at 3-1 as well. And Evil Houdini, Scott, the defending champion, currently sitting at 3-1. On the outside looking in is Matt Booker. Most of the games are in. This one, it doesn't look like either one of the winners of this is going to make it in with tiebreakers. Scott Nielsen from Zion's Finest also looks like he's on the outside looking in. So there are still a couple of 2-1 still looking to finish up games, but they're kind of at the bottom of the tiebreakers and everything along those lines. So it looks like the only thing that might happen is maybe, depending on how some tiebreakers go, a couple people in like 9th, 10th, 11th might end up like sliding their way forward.
Yeah, it all comes down to that strength of schedule tiebreaker for a lot of these people.
Yeah, I mean, the nice thing is, I love to see every year of AdeptiCon's main event so far, an Arizona player has made it to the top 8.
Yeah.
Matt Booker won it the first year. Nick Rader, Jake's brother, he ended up making it last year in the top 8, and it looks like Liam's going to be there in the top 8 as well. So really, really excited. I mean, you know what? 124 players, I should say, you're not always going to win. There's a lot that's going to happen there. So, yeah, super exciting, though. Yeah. It's a rough time of it, man. You're not everyone's going to win, and this is a stacked field at AdeptiCon this year.
Yeah, and I mean, this game, even though, skill plays a huge part in it, there is still a lot of variance in the game that, especially when 2 top players are playing against each other.
Right.
It's anyone's game at that point. And with only one knockout possibly taking you out,
Exactly. So, yeah, Commandos are wounded based off of that attack by Anakin.
Yeah, so
revenge triggers are afoot.
Yeah, so whatever question they had with Anakin's ability, it was resolved, so he was going to be able to use it again to get that wound on the Commandos. The Commandos sitting at 2 wounds, so if they come back up before the end of the game, they're going to be leaving the table.
Absolutely.
Which, you know what? I always enjoy seeing at least one unit leave the table during the game.
Yeah, Arizona has a lot of good players. We built a pretty good community out there. The one other thing I think people need to keep in mind, though, is the greater Phoenix area is the 5th largest urban area in the country.
It's very big.
It's very, very big. So we have a big pool of people to pull from. It's not like some of the other cities out there. So I think that has something to do with it. We have a lot of players. And when you have like a couple of good players that are there, they can help other people become better players. And I think so. That's some of the things. Where I was talking again about community building, getting the people around you. If you have like 1 or 2 really solid players, you can really build a great community in whatever you're trying to do.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, the big thing is obviously the more players you have in your community playing, the better chance you have of having a larger pool of top players.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And the big thing too is obviously you want to be able to play against a good amount of players, so that way you play against different play styles, different teams, and that really gives you the best practice to become a better player.
And again, that has a lot to do with building your community. I mean, you can bring in a lot of different talent. I mean, like that's one of the nice things. We have very diverse there. Yeah, momentum is kind of on Cody's side. He just needs to pull that a little farther his way with 7 momentum on his side, only 2 on Sam's side, especially we've been here in Mission Critical.
Yeah, I think
Vendar going into Anakin here with that revenge trigger still. That is a lot of blocks by Anakin.
And not a lot of crits coming in from Dengar. This is Dengar on the revenge tree.
Oh, Dengar got wounded. All right.
Those definitely were not crits. There we go. Back to hits. That was quite the reroll when you're like, oh, I splashed into 2 crits.
Yeah.
They were like that before.
Yeah, that's part of the rule, right? If the dice change the dice, that's okay because you didn't change
you
it.
didn't do it, just the dice did.
Yeah. If the dice want to be crits, they can be crits.
Trigger? Oh no, that was just finally ending his turn.
Yeah.
All right, and that is going to go to the other thing. Yeah, 2 damage in, 1 going through. So not a whole lot happening there. Actually, that was not the revenge trigger.
That's
that was
just
activation.
Dengar going.
Right. I think they're moving pretty quick here. The snips is the pull.
Yeah.
That is going to have some movement going on here, but this is super tight. Yeah, this was a very stacked top 64. I mean, like I said, Damiomat, Kenny Brown, Iceman Dean, Godliness, Duncan, Lamb Chop, Matt Bronson, Red Wolf, and Evil Houdini look to be your top 8. Matt Booker on the outside looking in at 9, Spitfire. I mean, just it goes on and on. Darth Poos at 3 and 1, General Joseph at 2 and 2. I mean, like Dylan Dizzard, he's here as well. So many good players. Like then Cody Hawkins, Scott Nielsen sitting at 2 and 1 right now, but his tiebreakers have him a little farther down than I think he would want to be. The guys from Clan of 2 both here. I mean, Sarah Cruel sitting at 2 and 1. Again, a lot of great players. Sam Sweeten here at 2 and 1. We saw JK over from Zion's Finest. So many great players.
So Padawan Ahsoka going in for an attack on somebody here.
Looks like from where she's standing, it was probably going into Callus. I don't think she has a reason to go into Mando at all there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and again, we're getting really close to this, the end of this for sure. All right, yeah, definitely some good stuff here. Yeah, it's
Yeah, it looks like this actually might go over to Sam on this one.
Yeah, he's
without a wound. If he scores 4 with that mission critical, he will win. So if he gets 1 wound and scores just the natural 3, he would take it.
Right, and he did pull Cassian here. Gonna go kind of looking through, trying to decide what that's gonna be, but it might be a 2-0 win for Sam here.
Yep.
What a matchup.
He is going to reserve him, seeing what was left in the deck. He has the Rebel Commandos. Now, here's the thing. Rebel Commandos are leaving the table right now. He has to play them. But if he can send them out, get a wound, and take the 2 points, scoring 3 that he needs, it doesn't matter that they're going to leave.
Right.
Because he just wins the game. So this, honestly, I feel like Rebel Commandos are a better play than Cassian.
Without a doubt. I mean, you got 2 bodies to sit there and go in there. Yeah, this is definitely going to be the last activation with the win here, because it looks like he can. Yeah, I mean, if you can either take all 4 points and then the struggle, what do you call it? The
mission critical.
Mission critical momentum. Can you tell it's being close to the end of the day? Yeah, we know that this is going to be the end of the road for our friends over there at.
Yeah, so Rebel Commandos going in for an attack.
On snips, it looks like.
Going in for another attack.
Goodness! Oh, 4 fails. I mean, that's the.
Oh, look at those
and
crits.
then look at all those crits there.
Look at the crits, the expertise.
Right. It's
That is going to be a wound, I'm pretty sure. I don't know how much damage the first attack did.
right. That's pretty brutal for sure. 4 down the tree there, but all of those fails. Like just the wrong time for your dice to turn on you for sure.
Yeah. Looks like the attack was into snips.
Yeah, absolutely in the snips.
Yep.
You're done, sir.
Done no matter what.
Cody, you're done.
Cody, stop. Stop.
You're done.
eating the
You're done.
ball.
All right, guys, that was the game. Sam really being able to sit there and take it. Fantastic run overall. Yep, and I'm going to sit there and I'm going to have the guys come on, kind of do a little recap with you. What am I? I'm trying to come on over here. Give me one moment to sit there and kind of get this all set up. So yeah, I'm going to have all these guys that are eyes in the sky and my sideline guys coming out over, talk with you a little bit about all of the wonderful things that they were doing. I'm going to put the mic down because I sit and stand quite a bit while I'm talking to you during this. So I'm going to have Aubrey and come on over and talk with you guys.
Man, what a game. I don't remember what I was just paying attention to.
Turtles, piñatas, chickens.
What?
Yes.
They're letting both ADHD babies sit here for a second. Guys, I'm going to be honest. I was sitting there and controlling all of the damage and conditions on everything and communicating whatever was happening on the screen over to the commentators. I barely know what was happening for most of that game, but I can tell you I was doing a really good job controlling the cameras. So that's about my mindset on it. What about you, Aubrey?
How do you get this shirt? It go to Target. What?
And mine was Hot Topic.
Yeah.
Have you seen this one, Aubrey? Isn't it sick?
Oh yeah, that's cool. I want that shirt.
Isn't it sick? I found it at Hot Topic.
If you're talking about the staff shirt, event team shirt, whatever, no, that's different.
Yeah,
you have to come
we
help
have
me.
these like AMG stream team, event team shirts.
Oh, everyone, that was a lot. I didn't get enough sleep last night, and yeah, the AMG one is for the event team. So, sorry, you got to come help me. Hey, you want to come do this, and I'll go take a nap.
Stream? Yeah, that'd be nice.
Oh.
Taking a nap.
Yeah, sorry everybody. Okay, all right, that game.
I used 3 caffeines today. I'm normally a 2 caffeine type person.
Yep.
That's the type of day and weekend it's been, y'all.
Yep. Oh, wait. Oh, no, 3. Yep.
3?
Okay, 3.
Yep.
I thought for a second 4.
I had a Monster, a Red Bull, and a coffee.
Yeah, I started with coffee, then Monster, then
Don't mix your drinks,
Rockstar.
kids.
Yeah, Sheev, you could come do this, and I'm going to take a nap. I'm going to take a nap until next AdeptiCon, and we still have one more day.
Yeah.
Is that a coma? Oh, that might be a coma. I don't know if I want a coma. Or maybe. All right, everybody. That game. No, let's focus. Okay. ADHD
Let's lock in
babies.
for a second.
Focus. All right. So
there was some Republic on the table, and there was also some Rebels on the table.
Yeah.
They were wounding each other.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, here's the thing, though. At least, yes, Donovan. Remember, make good choices. So, I'm telling you right now, that was fun, if only because if at this point in the game, if you had told me that Rebels v Republic would have been on the table, I would have assumed that it would be Cassian Kanan versus Boss and the other one.
Boss and anything.
Oh yeah, boss. Yeah, boss at anything.
Boss and surprisingly second boss.
Right? And instead, we had Cassian Mando, which I fully approve of, and Kiadi Anakin. So I was very happy to just watch that play out because
Yeah, no,
bit of a risk.
I really liked the teams that they built because though they were obviously Cassian's going to bring Bazin Chirrut, but I did like that the list that we saw in this moment didn't have Ezra, so it wasn't just like I'm going to send my tiebreaker to go do the thing. I really liked the Callus rerolls sitting in there, even though he didn't have a very reliable source for the force refresh in that sense. I really enjoyed the list that we got to see in the match today. It seemed like it was pretty close for most of the time. It was just that Cody was getting just short of the momentum tracker so many times, just one short of what he needed almost every time. I was trying my best to keep us updated with the momentum scores where we could. But man, it was back and forth, very, very close game for most of it. Till the tail end there, it just kind of swept out from under the rug.
Yeah, there was oh boy, there was a lot of almosts, and then I don't know if everybody recalls that measurement of the ARF that went behind Mando, but that was so close that when he moved up, it was base to base. There was enough room, but the movement was base to base when he climbed.
Wow. You know, it's something that I kind of noticed today. If we're gonna do the ADHD babies driving the bus. You know how I wore that cosplay yesterday?
Yeah.
I took 2 showers and rinsed my face and washed my face 6 times, and there's still beard makeup.
I mean, come on.
It's cool and it looks good. Like, don't get me wrong, but I just noticed that I'm still getting like some of the beard makeup out. I'm like, I need to go home and use a makeup wipe or something.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we do have stores here. We're still in the same country. I know that we have teleported into Punch Drunk Land, but
is that what you're calling it?
Yes, this is Punch Drunk Land.
Okay.
Like, this is where we are. But I am just so happy, everybody, because between Battle on the Sands and getting to watch the highest level of competition here at Worlds, it is nice to see some points getting shattered.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I don't know about you, Aubrey. I feel like I could use a nice 8-hour nap. For about 8 to 12 hours.
There it is.
And
there
then wake up 14 hours later, so that way we can take another 8 to 12 hour nap.
Oh, yes, I concur fully and completely.
But because that's not achievable, I think we're just going to go ahead and call it for the day. We will be back again in the morning with more AdeptiCon Worlds coverage. If you guys want to keep updated on the scores and how everyone did here, you can go ahead and check that out on Longshanks. All the information should be available there. But for the time being, we are going to shut things down for the day, and we will be back in the morning with the Adepticon Worlds coverage here on Momentous Struggle. So thank you guys for being here today. We're going to close things out. Have a great evening.
May the Force be with you.